members. Would the members of the Executive Committee please come to Committee Room 1?
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and not bad, 9:35, not bad. I want to welcome everybody, especially our guests here today, to the 10th meeting of the Executive Committee, the last one of 2015. For those of you who are here in person in the room, the screen at the back will keep you up to date with where we are on the agenda and what's coming up next, and we're going to sort of reorder things a little bit to try to make our business expeditious, but also to try to convenience people who are here to visit with us and to make representations. For those here or at home, you can follow the meeting on your computer, your tablet, or your smartphone at www.toronto.ca/council, or you can watch us on YouTube at Toronto City Council Live. First, I would ask to the members of the committee, are there any declarations of interest under the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act? And if so, please indicate the item number and the nature of the interest. Councillor Pasternak.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, 10.27 operating variance and 10.28 capital variance. I have an interest, Toronto Public Library, as my spouse works for Toronto Public Library.
Thank you. Any other declarations of interest for today's meeting? All right. May I move then to ask for a confirmation of the minutes of the Executive Committee meeting of October the 20th, 2015, moved by Councillor Palacio. All those in favour? Opposed? Carried. Now, we have a full agenda today, so let's get started with the review. And if you want to hold an item, please state your name and say hold, and I'll try and keep an eye on that. And we'll start with item 10.1. All right, we can move the motion, I guess, on 10.1. Right, 10.1, Statement of Commitment to the Aboriginal Communities of Toronto, Annual Update 2015.
Move receipt, Mayor.
Receipt for information. All those in favour? Opposed? Carried. 10.2, Report on Equity, Diversity and Human Rights Achievements.
Move receipt.
Move receipt. All those in favour? Opposed? Carried. 10.3, the function of the accountability offices, it's being held by Councillor Thompson. 10.4, translation services, that's being held for deputations. 5 is the completed projects report on the progress of completed projects for the TCHC 10-year capital repair plan. That's to be received for information. So moved by Councillor Bartnetti. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. The Weston Community Cultural Hub is being held for deputations. The private donation to the Gardiner Expressway from Strawn to Spadina.
Move to adopt the
Motion to adopt by Councillor Shiner. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. George Brown College, adopt the recommendations contained in the report, which are, I think, sent away for some further study in terms of Block 3. Councillor DeGiorgio moves. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Community Centres settlement of operating results for 2014. Motion to adopt.
That'd be Councillor Crawford, Mr. Chair of the Budget Committee.
It's moved by Councillor Crawford. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. The amendments to the Toronto Atmospheric Fund Statement of Investment Objectives and Principles. Moved by Councillor McMahon. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. The Tree 76 Coral Gable Drive is being held for deputations. Kingston Road is being held for deputations. The Right to a Healthy Environment Declaration is being held for deputations. Property tax interim levy bylaw, 10.14. Moved by Councillor Shiner. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. The Aboriginal Employment Strategy, is it the one now that has, no. Aboriginal Employment Strategy, motion to adopt the recommendation by Councillor Bartnetti. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. The Truth and Reconciliation 10.16 recommendations, that's the one that's now being held for deputations. The Aboriginal Affairs Committee Terms of Reference. This is a minor change. May I have a motion to approve the recommendation? Councillor Shiner. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. The Affordable Housing Open Door Program.
Please hold. Please hold.
That's being held by Councillor Bailão. Okay, we'll just keep going here now to...
I didn't see her being here. Sorry, Mayor.
Yeah, is
So I'm now to 10.19. This is the specific application of open doors to the railway lands. Is that being held, or may I have a motion to approve 10.19? The specific block.
I'll move it.
Moved by Councillor Shiner.
Sorry, it's just unfortunate that we have to get one site and make it fast track when there's lots that could probably move faster.
I don't entirely disagree with that, but this is the one that's before us.
I will
so
move
we can
this
at least move this one
recommendation.
ahead, and I thank you for moving it. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. 10.20, nonprofit housing opportunity on Homewood Avenue.
I'll move it, Mayor.
Moved by Councillor Shiner. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. 10.21, transitional housing for young victims of exploitation and trafficking. Motion to approve from Councillor McMahon. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. That takes us over to 22, discussion of fiscal framework. That's going to be held for a presentation. 23, 10.23, the rate-supported budgets, held by Councillor Crawford. 10.24, rate-supported budgets for solid waste,
I'll hold
held by Councillor Crawford again. 10.25, the Toronto Parking Authority rate-supported budgets. That moved by Councillor Crawford. In the absence of any comment, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. 10.26, Toronto Stormwater Management Capital Program, options for funding that, being held by Councillor Crawford. 10.27, operating variance report for the 9 months ended September 30th. A quick amendment. All right, and do you want to excuse yourself, Councillor Pasternak? Go ahead, Councillor Crawford.
Yeah, it's just amendment.
Does the
for-
clerk have the amendment? Yes.
Just some adjustments from savings on fleet and gas over the year, so just reallocating into the different divisions.
All right, so it's an amount of
Technical from
$443,000.
staff, yeah.
Technical.
Mayor,
Okay.
sorry.
I'm sorry, Councillor Shiner, you?
Sure, it's, oh, there are budget adjustments in it. Okay.
I'm on 10.27, operating variance report. Do you want to hold that? Because Councillor Crawford had moved ahead with an amendment and said he could otherwise move the item for approval.
I just don't recall moving amendments to the budget when we had a report on where it was at.
This is the operating variance.
I think it's a technical mistake, like an error, is it really, or an
No, it's a reapproval and reallocation.
Approval, no, it's through
approve the reallocation? Okay.
savings, gas savings. It's from gas savings
Mayor
that
Tory,
we
I'll
accrued during the
hold
year.
it because I
All right.
don't recall us
Okay.
reallocating funds on variance reports.
All right,
Speak to
it's a
staff.
fair point, actually.
See if
All right,
that's
we'll
how we
hold
do
it. 10.28, the capital variance.
I can move that, Mr. Mayor.
Moved by Councillor Crawford. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Councillor Pasternak, you can now come back. The 2016 interim estimates.
I can
Again,
move
it's
that
a
up.
sort of mathematical.
I will move that
Moved by Councillor Crawford. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. 10.30, Facilities Management and Real Estate 2015 Capital Budget and 2016 to 24 accelerations and deferrals for quarter 4.
I'll move that as well.
Moved by Councillor Crawford. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. A report on Toronto Complete Streets, item 10.31. This is coming from the Disability Access and Inclusion Advisory Committee. Do I have a motion to approve? Motion moved by Councillor Shiner. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Occupational Health and Safety Report for the quarter and the end of year 2014, 10.32. Motion to approve, coming from Councillor Thompson. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. 10.33, Occupational Health and Safety Report for the first 2 quarters of 2015. All those in, motion to approve, adopt the recommendation. Councillor DeGiorgio, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Naming sponsorship 10.34 for the Allstream Centre. It's a essentially a one-year extension. All those, do I have a motion to approve that? Coming from Councillor McMahon. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. 10.35, Toronto Transit Commission 2014 Report on Diversity, Human Rights Achievements. May I have a motion to adopt the recommendations and receive the report? Received, a motion moved by Councillor Pasternak. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Then we have 10.36, Reducing Food Waste. It's being held for deputations.
Mr. Mayor, I have a motion to refer this. I know there's one deputant, but I just wanted to just see if the deputant was, wanted to forfeit and do it when it comes back, speak.
Okay.
Sorry, this is on behalf of Councillor Fragadakis to refer it to the general manager of solid waste.
Well, it would save somebody, including Councillor Carroll, who has some timing issues today as well, sitting all day, because we wouldn't get to it likely until later in the day if it was going to, in fact, if it's
If
the
the
will of the
deputant
committee
is
to refer
here.
it.
Yeah,
Pardon me?
we can put it up. Would you like to see the motion? We can put it on screen.
So there is the referral motion, and I'm in your hands, but just as soon, if that's going to be the disposition
if
of the
the-
committee, if it's the will of the committee to
I
deal
guess
with it
if the
now, and then the
deputant is
deputant
here.
and Councillor Carroll can, so did you,
I'm just wondering, I didn't realize the intent was to refer it to solid waste. I'm wondering if it would be considered a friendly amendment to make it by the end of the first quarter, because in fact, it's solid waste that have been working on the initiative with us all along. So I'm sure they could achieve those goals by the end of the first quarter.
yes,
Sorry, if I could just speak to this, it's actually Councillor McMahon has taken carriage of.
well, not just for the moment. because we've
I was
got
just
motion
looking
on the
for a
floor.
quick friendly amendment, but if that's not a friendly
Right.
amendment, then
I understand that we have to be consistent about that,
Mayor
yes.
Tory, would it be reasonable to hold this for a few minutes and let the colleagues?
I think that is exactly the wise disposition of it. Why don't we have you talk to Councillor Fragadakis and Councillor Carroll, and the deputant is here, and if everybody can come back with something they're happy about, because we have some reordering of the agenda to do just in the next few minutes, and maybe we can have something that makes everybody reasonably happy, and
Yeah,
nobody
because I
has to
think
sit
it's a
around all
great
day.
initiative that we all
We'll
want
hold
to
that
support. Just
for
wanna know how.
Councillor McMahon. That's 10.36, 10.37. The Darlington, nuclear renewals, that's being held for deputations as well. And so that would then bring us to the timing of items. And I was going to suggest, with your concurrence, ladies and gentlemen, as we approve the agenda, that we time item 10.12, the acquisition of 3306 Kingston Road, as the first item after lunch. And I know that some people will wish it was the first item after breakfast that are here, but after lunch at least gives you the knowledge that you can spend the morning doing something else, unless you wish to sit with us, which you're more than welcome to do. But we'd start that after lunch, which is at 1:30. And so that's what we propose to do with that. Are there all those in favor of timing that for the first item after lunch? Opposed? Carried. Now, the other thing I would like to do is just to reorder these items in a sort of common sense manner and provide for item 10.22 a presentation by the city manager on a discussion of fiscal framework to start at the top of the meeting right away, and then to be followed by the three rate-supported budget items: Toronto Water 10.23, Solid Waste Management 10.24, and the Parking Authority we've approved, so there's no need to deal with that. Pardon me? That's why I say there's no need to deal with that, so that just the two.
Yeah, I'm just suggesting if we order the storm water management report, that's sort of kind of linked a little bit to Toronto Water, and some motions that may be coming out of, we could do this. It should be a quick item, but if we could attach the stormwater report.
Instead of, since the Parking Authority's been dealt
so
with, that's fine. I mean,
the water
the
is solid.
stormwater management is not per se to do with this year's rate-supported budgets, but it's a kind of related matter.
It may come up in the discussion as part of
Pardon me.
water.
Excuse me. Ladies and gentlemen, if I could just ask for your cooperation in keeping the conversation to a minimum. It is a room sometimes that's challenging to hear. So what is on the table here is that we start with the city manager's report 10.22. We have that then followed by water 10.23, solid waste 10.24, and since we already dealt with parking and approved it, we would put in there storm water management, which is 10.26, and deal with those three next after the city manager's report. And then we would move after lunch, first item after lunch, to the Kingston Road matter. Are people agreeable with that ordering of the agenda? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. All right, so the agenda is so reordered, and I think that gets us to the point where we can start in with our business and ask the city manager to make his presentation. And I guess Councillor McMahon will come back to us with respect to how we deal with. Thank you. There's paper copies being handed out of the city manager's presentation, or some slides.
Thank you. I'm Peter Wallace. With me is Roberto Rossini and Emily Harris. Appreciate the opportunity.
Peter, city manager, just if I could just one more time ask people, and I hear more coming from this side of the room, it could be my hearing, but if we could just keep the conversations and the buzz to a minimum, because the city manager has a presentation to make and we all want to hear it. Thank you very much. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the opportunity to appear in front of you this morning and provide you with an update on some of the broader background before Council begins detailed consideration of the 2016 rate and tax supported budgets. This year will, I believe, be a tough process. I think there are very important decisions for Council to make. And I did want to take a step back and look at some of the fundamental drivers that, in my view, will be appropriate for Council to address. I have three core messages for you this morning. The first is that while the City of Toronto has annually achieved, as it is legislatively required to do, a budget balance and been formally able to achieve that balance, that is not necessarily consistent with long-term fiscal sustainability. And in fact, there are some genuine underlying cost pressures that the City of Toronto has yet to come to grips with. Secondly, and I think profoundly importantly, the capital plan endorsed by the Council is not actually adequately funded, and in all likelihood, Council will require some fairly serious decisions over the near future in terms of how to adequately fund the capital investment necessary to undertake what I believe to be the City Council's ambitions for city building. And third, I will be looking to guidance, for some substantial guidance from Council this term on the balance between revenue and expenditures. And in fact, we will be asking you, we will be coming forward with a preliminary budget, but we will be looking for some fairly substantial policy direction from council, and I'll get into that in detail as we go through. I am a new city manager, but this is not a new message. Everything I'm going to go through is sometimes put in different words, but consistent with the framework, policy direction, pleas, dialogue, conversation led by Joe Panichetti over the last number of years. And I want to make it clear, since it's my first presentation in front of Executive Committee, that I'm coming at these issues with the deepest of respect for City Council. I work for you. I want to give you every opportunity to understand, to the best extent I can, the underlying structural and fundamental factors that are influencing the budget of the City of Toronto. I am not comfortable with the traditional process of a rush to short-term measures that put in place the appearance and the reality of a balanced budget, but are not necessarily consistent with long-term city building. So I'm going to step back, have a dialogue with you, raise what I think are genuinely challenging issues, and then look forward to the policy directions that I know you will provide me. So if I can go to the first slide. I have 13 slides. I apologize for the technical nature of them, but budget making is, my view, profoundly important. It is not what we say, it's what we do that matters. And what we do primarily in municipal government is actually use the fiscal leverage, use the resources we have from the tax and other sources. And I want to get down to the details of what that money is, how it's expended, and some of, in my view, the challenges with that on a going forward basis. I do find that the accounting and presentation structures present in the City of Toronto are very complicated. And I do find the focus on net budget oftentimes obscures some of the underlying factors, some of the underlying structural trends associated with both our revenue and our expenditure. So I'm going to go through 3 slides on each revenue and expenditure to try and underline, my view, some of the more fundamental trends associated with that. The best way I've been able to do that is to actually take the numbers and adjust them for both the size of the city, the population growth of our growing city, and inflation. So what you're seeing is revenue over a 15-year period, and the 2000 start date is somewhat arbitrary, but basically to show council what's been happening over a period of time with both inflation and population growth accounted for. So to put it in real per capita, inflation-adjusted per capita terms. Importantly, through this time, the basic rate of growth of the city is consistent with the rate of growth in the economy. So city government, as a share, the overall revenue trend, revenue and expense trend, basically the same size. The city continues to occupy, in rough terms, the same amount of share of the economy as it did 15 years ago. My own view is the city's doing substantially more than it did 15 years ago. There have been massive productivity increases. A lot of good stuff has happened in that time. But city government roughly occupies the same share as the economy as it did 15 years ago. But within that, there is a substantial change in the composition of revenues, and I have 2 subsequent slides to kind of draw that out a little bit more in detail. But working from the bottom, you'll see that the light blue bar there is transfers from other governments. And other governments have been less generous over time. Big emphasis from Joe Panichetti in the past, big emphasis from me as well. They've gone from almost 20% to just a little bit over 19% in terms of the share of our overall gross revenue. The biggest change has been less reliance on property tax over a period of time. In 2000, property taxes accounted for approximately 40% of the gross revenue, and now they account for just a little bit more than a third, 33.5%. And within that, and I'll break this down in a subsequent slide, you can see plainly the differentiation between non-residential and residential tax bases. Among the other major changes is the utility fees. Council made a decision in 2006, I believe, to put an emphasis on utility fees for solid waste and water. Those have roughly doubled in size over time, and you'll see a substantial increase in reliance on utility fees. And the last piece, it looks very small as a slice, the 3.8% up there, and I apologize for the labeling on that. That is municipal land transfer tax. I'll explain the details of that in just a second. I'm going to flip the slide now and look to what's been happening to our primary source of revenue, which is property tax. And I will work up from the bottom. You will see that the non-residential levy increase has been relatively low over a substantial period of time. This reflects what I believe to be a wise and important policy decision by Council, also by the Government of Ontario, and I had fingerprints on that policy when I was working for the Government of Ontario, which addressed, I think, a tax imbalance where the City of Toronto was taxing very heavily businesses, job creation, and also very heavily high-rise or major rental units. And you can see that non-residential is non-residential and rental, so non-homeowners and rental. So that has been, I think, largely addressed, an important policy shift. But that policy shift has been consequential in terms of the impacts. You will see that overall property tax has been rising substantially less than inflation, whereas residential property tax paid more by homeowners and condo dwellers has substantially increased. This is a little bit of a paradox and kind of gets at one of the fundamental challenges in finance for the City of Toronto, which is that residential tax increases have been, over the last decade, above the rate of inflation. So that's what our homeowners feel and see. But in terms of the resources available to council for expense, in fact, it has been less than the overall rate of inflation. I'm not going to comment on the overall policy associated with that. That is a council decision. Just want to illustrate the mechanics of how it is that despite the fact that residential property taxes have been increasing at a rate faster than inflation, the overall resources available to the city have actually been, as a share of the economy, substantially smaller over a period of time. The other thing I'd like to emphasize is that that residential tax increase has been increasing over the last 4 years at an increasing rate. So despite the focus and effort and apparent work on controlling residential tax increases, that has not necessarily been achieved. And when you look at this, adjust it for inflation, and you can see there's an index there, you can see that residential property tax increases have in fact gone up more quickly than inflation. Next piece is a very undramatic chart. It just simply takes the basic share of revenue sources. And again, this shows that over since 2000 and the current year, you can basically see in real terms the amount of revenue growing over time. So that revenue growth, again, is consistent with the growth of the overall economy, the growth of the overall city. The revenue take is not particularly larger than it was before, but the composition has changed, with property taxes occupying a somewhat smaller share. And the biggest change, though, are in the utility fees. Talked about those earlier, and particularly the municipal land transfer tax. And it appears as a very small share of the overall picture there. It in fact accounts for only 3.8% of the gross revenues of the city. That probably understates its actual impact. So it has gone from zero, a small number of years ago, to over $500 million this year. It is a very narrow, very specific tax. It has grown at rates of increase that were unforecastably high. Some years it's gone up by as much as 30%. It generally has gone up by at least double digits over the past 6 or so years. Spectacular growth associated with the overall rise in real estate transactions and the overall increase in the cost of those real estate transactions. In very practical terms, the City of Toronto has been a free rider on a real estate boom. If that tax did not exist, or if it had not grown at this rapid and unsustainable rate, the City of Toronto would have gone through the fiscal ringer a long time ago. You know, that $520 million of serendipitous increase is something that has saved the council historically from having to deal with some, I think, tougher underlying issues. You know, it now accounts for something like 14% or so of our direct, of our own source revenues. That is a very large number, and it explains why it is that despite the reduction in overall taxes being paid, we have been able to maintain public services, and it is a function of the rapid and unforeseen rise of the municipal land transfer tax. As we look forward, council will have to ask itself, you know, is this likely to be a sustainable source of revenue growing at that rate of increase naturally going forward, or will policy changes be necessary in order to ensure that the revenue base continues to match the anticipated trend of expenditure? But basic point here is that City of Toronto has been pretty lucky in terms of an unanticipated bonus revenue growth associated with municipal land transfer tax. And, you know, I think we do need to consider, as we plot forward and as we think about the 2016 and future budgets, whether or not that reliance on the existing policy structure is appropriate. I'm now going to shift over to expense patterns, and I do want to acknowledge that I have been the Ontario Deputy Minister of Finance, and it is kind of cool to me that these numbers, the per capita numbers, match the per capita numbers on the revenue page. So in no way am I diminishing the accomplishment over a period of time of the City of Toronto in balancing its budget. It is a profound and worthwhile effort. But it also, I think, disguises from time to time some of the underlying trends, and I'll spend some time on that. I apologize. My copy, my printed copy, and hopefully the printed copy around the room, is correctly labeled. Series name is not an especially useful label, so we will correct that in the future copies. As with the revenue, I wanted to draw your attention to the changing composition of expense and the fundamental shift associated with that. Working again from the bottom, you can see that debt service as a share of total expense has risen over a period of time. Rate supported, and effectively that is the rate supported agenda that it will be part of, rate supported items that will be part of this agenda, has risen very substantially over a period of time. Cluster B, the other non-rate supported, tax supported hard services, has essentially been constant as an inflation and per capita adjusted share. Cluster A, so the human services envelope, has gone from 34% down to 28%. A lot of that is a function, these are gross numbers, a great deal of that is a function of provincial uploads. So it's not necessarily taking stuff away, it's a function of declining caseloads and a function of provincial uploads. But I do want to give you a sense of the relative effort in the city has shifted away from social services towards, to some considerable extent, rate-supported hard services, and particularly towards TTC and police. And I'll draw out that point in the next slide as well. So this is a slide that's been shown in a different format in prior budget presentations, but I wanted to put it, and I'm shifting now from the gross numbers I've talked about earlier into net numbers. So those numbers that impact directly on the tax base. And in the period of time from 2006 to 2015, the overall taxes that council has levied and drawn from, the overall expenditure growth, that has been supported by the City of Toronto has grown by $800 million. The net impact of that is up by $800 million. That's what the x-axis represents. The bars then show the change in the composition of that increment, that $800 million. The bottom bar is cost-shared programs that are provided to us in conjunction with primarily the province of Ontario. And you can see that overall, those have actually diminished in absolute terms, and they in fact now represent a net savings against the bottom line. The core city services, so these are clusters A, B, and C, are what primarily comprises the light blue section of the bar. Those have risen but also diminished over a period of time in terms of their impact on the net expense. Overall, the largest impact of net expense has been driven by what Joe Panichetti and others have consistently identified as the primary sources of fiscal expense in the City of Toronto over an extended period of time, which are TTC and emergency services. And in fact, when you actually do the number over a period of time, essentially, 90%, a very high proportion of the net expense drivers in the City of Toronto can be traced directly back to emergency services and directly back to the Transit Commission. So I want to be very clear here. I'm not making an argument that this is inappropriate. I'm not making an argument that any of this is wrong or any of this is cause for concern. What I'm making an argument for is that as we go forward into the 2016 budget process, that I think is going to be a difficult budget process, it's worthwhile taking a step back, understanding what is the change in the composition of our revenues and what is the change in the composition of our expense going forward, and what are the fundamental cost drivers, what are the fundamental sources of our revenue going forward. I'm now going to switch from that to my understanding, and again, I apologize for the mislabeling here, of where we are in terms of the capital plan itself. And as you'll recall, I made kind of three points going forward, one of which is my concern that the rush to balance in the past has not necessarily yielded a sustainable fiscal plan going forward. The second point is I am concerned that the capital plan we are funding is not the capital plan that I suspect Council feels most comfortable with. And I'm going to go through that in the next couple of slides. So overall, the following 10 years have a rich capital plan. It is funded to the tune of $32 billion. And in that $32 billion, we have a whole bunch of incredibly important stuff. We have the Scarborough subway extension, we have basement flooding relief, we have Gardner rehabilitation, we have a huge amount of work taking place within the context of the TTC. So this is necessary, important, proud city building work. My challenge is not actually with this slide. My challenge, and I think our collective challenge, is with the next slide, which is what is not in the fiscal plan going forward. And I'm going to describe in a second the mechanics by which the fiscal plan has been, I think, sized to fit, rather than sized to fit available funding, rather than sized to fit need. And I apologize for the slightly cheesy iceberg analogy. Here is my understanding. To be very direct to Council, I believe that we have appropriately funded about $32 billion worth of capital projects. I believe that on top of those capital projects, we have another $20-odd billion. And there will always be a line drawn between what we want and what we can afford. That is the human condition. What I am concerned about is the line is drawn going into the 2016 process in a way that is inconsistent with what Council, I think, might fundamentally want to achieve. And my belief is that Council will want to achieve things like George Street revitalization, Lower Don, flood protection, all of the other pieces. And I want to put this in, and I should be a little bit careful about this, but this strikes home to me in an almost personal way, because I make my way into City Hall a variety of different ways, but I oftentimes go down along Dundas Street. And as I go along Dundas Street, ride my bicycle along Dundas Street, you see the revitalization of Regent Park. And that is, to my mind, a profound, really great city building investment, and you see what is actually happening and the partnerships and all of those things that are happening in that community. But I also see that we have removed housing on one of those corners. There's a piece of vacant land there that we're going to build in. And I know from my role as city manager that we are going to build that property, but we have not yet put in place a sustainable fiscal model to fill that hole. So we have a hole in the ground and a commitment to fill that hole in the ground, and we do not actually know how we're going to pay for that. We have not given council the mechanics of how we will pay for that. And, as your city manager, that causes me some concern. That implies to me that council wants to do that. They've made a commitment to do that, but we have not yet provided city council with the mechanical mechanism that actually allows that to be built into that $32 billion that's there. So I'm looking at that, and I feel that this is a worthy topic of conversation before we get too deeply into the budget process. Again, I want to make an emphasis here. I'm not arguing against these things. That's council's decision. What I am arguing is that if you want to build the city, and I suspect you do, we need to make sure that that is consistent with the funding allocations, because it's not what we say we want to do, it's what we actually fund and what we construct that makes the difference here. There is, I think, an explanation for this, and I'm going to go through a little bit more of a technical sense here, but this is basically what happens, that the fiscal model in the city for capital is essentially constrained by 15% of property tax. And what happens is the people who work on these things, and you're familiar with them, Rob and Josie and all of the others, look at this and basically they take that fairly arbitrary 15% limit and they stuff whatever they can into that. And they make and provide what I think is good advice to council about what's there, and then council can decide kind of what's above and what's below the line. My challenge is that the allocation below the line doesn't fit with what I believe to be council directions going forward. I also believe that capital finance is not yet sustainably financed. And it's financed to some considerable extent in an almost indirect way, where we use operating through the surplus allocation policy, the capital from current policy, and a share of municipal land transfer tax allocation to then effectively fund a segment of the capital budget. That's a stopgap measure. There's nothing wrong with that, but I do not believe that it is an adequate basis to fund the fundamental city building capital that I think that council has endorsed in the past going forward. So my perspective at this point, and I apologize for the somewhat harsh language, is that the capital finance structure right now is inadequate, unstable, and poorly understood even by council decision makers. And I think this is something that we need to have a dialogue on going forward. And I don't think that we're going to get here easily. It is, if we take that incremental 19, 20 odd billion dollars worth of capital and we translate that into property tax terms, that's a very, very steep increase in property tax. I'm not sure that is, recommendable or reasonable. So one of the things we're going to have a dialogue on is how are we going to structurally fund that increase. This underlying challenge has been met by council before. In 2006, council faced a steep curve relative to solid waste and water, and it made some decisions around allocating resources and setting them aside. Similarly, council has in the past looked at Scarborough subway extension, realized that that did not fit within the existing funding allocation, and provided specialized funding and specialized envelopes to take that. So these are surmountable problems. They have been addressed in the past. They will be addressed successfully in the future, but they will not be addressed without some conversation, and they will not be addressed only through the indirect financing through operating. This will be a richer dialogue for 2016 and going forward, I suspect. I'm going to now shift to the 2016 process to date, and I do want to emphasize that this process has been my view, very well done. My view that our agencies, TTC, police, the clusters, have, I think, behaved responsibly. I think they worked very, very hard within the rules and the direction in terms of a 2% efficiency gain coming out of productivity expectations, 1% net savings targets, respecting service level standards, within that absorbing cost drivers and making sure that we offset any demand increases. So I believe that this is something that the city partners, the city agencies, the city staff themselves have worked very hard to produce an appropriate and, I think, good preliminary budget. And I have very much appreciated the informal budget working group and the opportunity to work with the budget chair in order to bring the budget to its current state. So I am not suggesting that the process has not worked, and I'm not suggesting that there's been any absence of due diligence, any absence of effort, or that any group has not done its part. I want to be clear, I think all groups have worked hard under what are always difficult circumstances and difficult instructions. But the process has not brought us to, in my view, a point that is easily recommendable. So here's what is, I think, actually happening to the budget at this point. Fundamentally, we continue to have, consistent with the slide I showed you earlier, from 2015 backwards for a number of years, the core transit and public safety drivers continue to occupy an increasing share of the city's expense envelope. That can be partially offset by productivity and savings targets, but at this point that has not been fully offset. We also have some things that go the other way, which is that over a period of time, there has been a tendency to undertake a number of one-step kind of squeeze, make it fit measures towards the end of the cycle. Those get reversed out each year. They get reversed out, they make the hole a little bit deeper. That's what's happening in 2015 as well. We also have some substantial increase in the operating impact of capital expense. And effectively, because capital has increased over a period of time, as that is in the absence of amortization, as we begin to pay for that, as we begin to pay directly for that capital, you are seeing the capital envelope put direct pressure on that. And this is an important and, in prior years, there has been a tendency to make the numbers fit by not fully financing some aspects of capital and basically financing them out of free cash flow. As they get financed out of free cash flow, that disguises the underlying cost of the underlying debt carrying cost facing the city. As we begin to actually account for that, that actually puts some pressure on operating. That's pressure that's already been there. We're just moving, I believe, appropriately to acknowledge that more directly. And finally, Council did make some appropriate decisions in order to allow some service investments. Those are putting pressure on net expense going forward. This is entirely consistent with what Doe Beniccetti talked about at the beginning of the 2015 budget process and looking forward to the forecast for 2016. This is not news, but it is granular, it is real, and it is something that we need to deal with directly. I want to be very clear. I'll just talk about a couple of other pieces and then be clear about where we are on the expense as well. On the revenue outlook, we continue to benefit from strong municipal land transfer performance. The housing market has continued to be very powerful this year, so that reliance has, even in the absence of any policy change, continued to augment. There are some challenges on the other side that we need to be aware of. Inflation this year is actually very low. It's currently running, Toronto CPI, currently running on the order of 1.3%. So this is not a very substantial increase. It doesn't drive our costs all that high, but if Council chooses that as an appropriate mark for linking residential tax growth, that does not generate a tremendous amount of incremental resource. Moderate assessment growth as well, that gets reset in any event. We are continuing to cope with the loss of provincial pooling compensation. And this is actually a year where we are seeing alignment between, particularly on transit, housing, and a number of other items. We have the potential for what might be some great alignment. I'm certainly hoping for some great alignment between the Government of Ontario, the Government of Canada, the City of Toronto, in terms of shared priorities and shared investment. That may well have an impact. It is not something that we can rely on at this point in terms of our 2016 budget. I can't responsibly put that into a budget until we have more visibility into that, and that may come with incremental investment requirements on behalf of the city as well. So there is some potential for new investment. It's not something that we can build, I believe, responsibly into the 2016 budget process. So on balance, the revenue outlook, from the exception of strong MLTT, remains relatively moderate going forward. What this means, in effect, is that we have a very challenging decision environment. So this is not an unprecedented decision environment. The pressure is approximately consistent with what it is in prior years. It's on the order of 5% or so at this point in the cycle, before any property tax, before any decisions are made by council. That is typically the type of pressure that council faces through the budget process, but that is not something that is yet consistent with a residential property tax rate at the rate of inflation. It's not yet consistent with financing our known capital pressures. And in terms of staff recommendations being defined by those recommendations that represent sustainable, actual measures going forward, we can partially, but not fully, resolve the gaps. So the preliminary budget will contain a number of staff recommendations, but those recommendations will not be sufficient at this point in time to bring council fully to a tax rate consistent, a property tax rate consistent with a residential property tax rate consistent with inflation. So what this means, in effect, is that I will be looking over the balance of this year's budget process for 3 or 4 key policy directions from council. I will be looking to understand where you want to be on revenue in terms of property tax and other elements. I and staff will be looking to understand what City Council is looking for in terms of incremental and priority investments, poverty and other necessary investments, where you would like to be in terms of any incremental savings objectives and/or revenue measures, and above all, if not in 2016, then certainly by 2017, we need to launch the conversation around that gap between the $32 billion we have to spend on capital and the fairly larger number that I believe Council is likely to want us to spend, has so far provided direction that we provide in terms of core city building capital, and that we do end up with a secure, defined, broadly understood, and stable capital investment strategy. So I want to emphasize that these messages are not new. They are somewhat directly stated. They do not represent me flying in here and suddenly finding things. They represent a consistent set of advice from deputy city managers, from Joe Penichetti, saying that over a period of time, the City of Toronto has not been fiscally out of control. The City of Toronto's expense has remained relatively constant, expense and revenue, as a share of the economy. There have been significant shifts in that composition. Those shifts in the composition have tended to favor TTC and police. The short-term balancing measures have not yet generated a pattern going forward that is fully stable. We do need to have that dialogue. And primarily, my primary concern relates to, I believe, the need to, if Council does want to endorse and continue to put a great emphasis on city building capital for a growing, more dynamic, more diverse population, we do need to find the mechanisms to provide secure investment for that capital envelope going forward. My apologies for the length of the presentation. I look forward to your questions, and Rob in particular looks forward to the questions.
Thank you, Peter and City Manager, and thank you very much. Hearing no questions, we'll move to the next item. Just kidding. What I'll ask for is just to take a list, if I could, of those who are not, first of all, not members of the committee who are visiting today from Council, who would like to ask questions, so I can note those. I see Councillor Matlow. I see Councillor Campbell. Councillor Burnside, Councillor Holiday. All right, then I'll just take down the first round. I'm sorry, was there? Or Carol, Shelley, Carol, okay. And I'll just take down the first list of councillor names as well, just so I can get those down and save doing it later. There were council hands up. I know Councillor Crawford, of course. I think I saw. Did I see your hand, Councillor Shiner? Am I right? Did you have your hand up? No. Okay, not now. Councillor Palacio. Pasternak. Okay. And Councillor Bailão and Councillor DeGiorgio. Okay, well that's a good start, and that would bring us first then to Councillor Matlow.
Thank you, thank you, Mayor Tory. Mr. Wallace, earlier you suggested that when you were providing a list of examples of where council has had to make difficult but necessary decisions to be able to cover certain expenses. And you cited an example of, I believe you alluded to the Scarborough subway tax addition to cover the expenses of the Bloor Danforth extension. I'd like to respectfully challenge your understanding of that and ask you if there's anything that you'd like to clarify based on a point that I would respectfully submit to you. That while, yes, there was an additional tax implemented, the 7-stop LRT, which is currently part of the master plan that's agreed upon, has perpetual, not only the build, but perpetual maintenance costs provided. The 3-stop subway extension has none of that. It's not fully funded. So is it your understanding at this moment that that additional percentage of tax truly covers all the expenses of replacing the 7-stop LRT plan with the 3-stop subway plan for Scarborough?
I appreciate the question, and I will take the opportunity to clarify. I'm not actually going to comment directly on the relative merits of Scarborough Subway Extension or LRT. Council has provided direction on that, and I am in the process of implementing Council's direction in that regard. The broader point that I am struggling to make, and I think you will appreciate, is that regardless of the specific priorities that Council decides to fund through a capital envelope, Council has, in my view, an opportunity and, in my view, an obligation to make sure that those decisions, whatever they may be, are sustainably funded. And you are correct that it is not fully sustainably funded. I am struggling to find examples of a situation in which Council has made decisions to at least partially address and not make a commitment to something that is unfunded. So as I try and find those examples, I am discovering that there are 3 solid examples that I can use. Each of them will, of course, have flaws. They're the best 3 I can come up with, though.
I very much appreciate your candor, and because you are so sincere and so candid, I just wanted to make sure that that clarification, that opportunity was created. You also mentioned that, and correct me if I inferred your point incorrectly, that we shouldn't be completely reliant on the land transfer tax in the future to fill that structural gap in our budget, given the lack of predictability in the market. Are you suggesting that we need to fill that gap with something else, meaning new revenue tools, or are you suggesting that we have to make some hard decisions about maybe taking one of those capital projects or more off the list, or a bit of both? Do you have advice on that, or is it a mix of both? Where are you going with that?
So I think this needs to be done in a number of different steps in partnership with council. The first step is actually a pretty usual one, which is define that we have a problem. And that's what I'm here today, is to basically call out the notion that we either have a sustainable fiscal framework because we balance each year, or that because we have $30 billion of capital, that's adequate for the vision, what I believe to be the vision of the council. I believe that we as staff owe you something that we have not yet provided you, with this a better sense of what's both above and below the line for capital, the cash flow that will be required to finance that over a period of time, and then some advice in future about how we might match revenue tools to fill those gaps. And those revenue tools, and I suspect that reliance on land transfer tax, it is a very powerful tool. You may even in the short term choose to increase your reliance on that because it is a powerful tool in the short term. Over time, it has real risk, and we will need to find better and more sustainable mechanisms associated with that. It is my intuition that council will look at that and that it will not find that that can be properly funded solely through the property tax base. That the increment, whatever council decides, would be too big to swallow directly on the property tax base. And yes, that leads us directly into the conversation about revenue tools.
Thank you very much, Councillor Matlow. That's the end of time, and that moves us to Councillor Campbell.
Thank you. Just following up on that. So you're saying that the land transfer tax reliance on that is not sustainable, and we need to look at other revenue tools. Would you suggest that it might be time for council to have a fulsome discussion on an income tax?
So I want to be very clear about something.
Aggressive income tax.
This is, from my perspective, an important distinction. I do not believe that we should start the dialogue. My advice to you is not to start the dialogue from the perspective of the revenue tools. My advice to you is to start the dialogue with what type of city investment you want to make. My advice to you is to decide, essentially, what is below and above the line in a budgetary context, and to then, you don't make that decision without understanding that you will need to raise revenues in order to do that, but to make those decisions together and not just jump into kind of a revenue specific piece, but to try and figure out what are the incremental investments that you have already, frankly, announced that you actually want to fund. And then using that to match revenues, and they will likely be, it may be that you want to raise property taxes. My inkling is that you will not. My suspicion is that you will find that other mechanisms, more broadly based mechanisms, broadening the revenue base for the City of Toronto will be appropriate. Okay. Some of this needs to come from other governments. In all likelihood, it will require incremental revenue tools.
So one of the investments we make is in staffing, and you have a bar chart from 2000 to 2015. What has been our increase in staffing in that 15-year period on a percentage point and an actual numbers point? Do we know?
So I apologize, we don't have that right now. So over the last number of years, staffing levels have been quite stable for the City of Toronto proper. They're relatively stable for police. I believe they've increased somewhat for the TTC in response to council direction.
They've been stable for police while major crimes have gone down. It's a point that we'll go through the budget discussions on. But stable doesn't necessarily mean appropriate. Stable might mean that we're at a higher level than we otherwise should be. What percentage of our expenditures are attributed to staffing? I mean, that's the largest single.
About 50%,
50%. Okay. Now we talk about state of good repair, and state of good repair. There are variations in what people will consider state of good repair. Can we as a city look at appropriate levels of state of good repair? Different departments might have different views on what state of good repair is, and you can get wildly different estimates on what needs to be done, what can be done, and what should be done.
The short answer to that is yes, and the longer answer is yes, absolutely. And I think one of the challenges that I have as city manager and you have as council is to try and understand at a fairly granular level what these investments are buying. And I think we do need to understand on a division by division, program by program, agency by agency basis what the capital expense is. And part of the challenge we have is that in aggregating these numbers up to a massive level, and then these lines below and above the line, we to some extent obscure what those resources are actually used for. And this is why my general advice to you is to start with what you want to buy and then work through how that gets paid for over a period of time.
Okay, that's good. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Sir Campbell, and that would bring us then to Councillor Burnside.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My big concern was actually with the emergency services and obviously the TTC. So a few different parts of the question, but what are the main cost drivers for the emergency services? And specifically, I'm talking about fire and police.
So this is a question that is more appropriately addressed to the Toronto Police and TTC, but I think it's broadly understood that the primary driver, the vast majority of expense associated with emergency services is staffing.
Okay, so then I guess it's not an appropriate question for you then how we bring those costs under control. Because it's not just a matter of cutting staffing, it could be civilianization in the terms of police, it could be changing fire models and whatnot, correct?
Yes, and I think those are well understood paths to making emergency services more efficient while maintaining the very high quality of emergency services we enjoy. And it does need to be systematic. The only point I would make is that this is not something that you do overnight. This is something that takes a substantial period of time, genuine management, and quite possibly some real investment in the short term.
Okay, so this question I think would be appropriate. What happens if we don't get those costs under control? Because the trend is not a good one.
So then council has a choice. Council has a choice between raising its revenues at a rate that grows as a share of the economy over time, a sustained burden, and taxpayers are average people, or it has to cut other services. There's a mechanical choice associated with that council would need to make. And my hope and expectation is that you would make that choice deliberately rather than accidentally, and we just fund those things that grow most rapidly because we fund those things that grow most rapidly. I would hope that would be a mindful and conscious decision, and I'm trying to bring that forward to council so you have the opportunity to make that decision clearly.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Burnside. Then we'll go to Councillor Holyday.
Thank you, Mayor. In the presentation, it mentions that City Council has a 15% limit for funding debt. I know that that's a council-imposed limit. In your experience, how do we compare to other governments that are of similar size? I won't discuss which order of government with respect to that 15% limit. And if we created a policy that changed that through any mechanism, are there any positive or negative impacts on the city?
So City of Toronto does have a small c conservative approach to debt finance relative to some other municipalities, and certainly relative to other governments of a comparable size. And there are complicated intergenerational and other transfer issues associated with this. There would undoubtedly be some, from a credit perspective, room. And if the ultimate constraint here is both provincial policy and credit, on both of those there is some room to increase reliance on debt finance. Before council made that decision, we would want to provide council with some advice on intergenerational and other kind of wealth transfer aspects associated with that. As a practical matter, though, that will generate some incremental capital room. It will not generate anywhere near sufficient capital room to deal with the overhang and, frankly, what has been an almost generational absence of investment in some of the core transit and other priorities.
Are there any risks of a downward spiral? So, you know, the interest costs go up, our credit rating goes down, so the cost to borrow goes up, and eventually we end up into a problem. Is there a risk of a problematic cycle?
So that is a risk. I would be very determined to give you advice that would steer you away from any death spiral associated with credit risk. And I do not believe that this council or any other council would fall into that trap. But there is a risk that we make decisions which we do not adequately match the interest costs with the tax base. And that is something that's a public policy issue, which we have to be very alive to and pay attention to.
Okay, and I'm going to switch channels here slightly. We talked about our different sources of revenue, taxes, utility fees, other user fees, the TTC fares. Is there any lens or approach that looks at it from a citizen's pocketbook perspective? So we talked about, taxes not necessarily increasing that much over time, but if you lump all of those costs together and recognizing that everyone's experience is different, not everyone is a homeowner that pays for water directly, but maybe paying indirectly through rent. Is there sort of a citizen-focused approach to the experience with respect to the budget?
So we actually have tried to do that on the slide that is there, up there right now. I think now correctly labeled. We apologize. The labeling switched. It didn't work on this machine. It did work upstairs. This actually tries to get gross revenue. So I talked earlier, Council, about some of the obscuring associated with net versus growth. So this is my effort to put this from precisely what you asked for, which is a citizen-focused per capita perspective, which is the best I can do in terms of giving that. And you can see that utility fees have gone up from, back in 2000, an arbitrary starting point would be different depending on the year. But given that arbitrary starting point, that goes from a little bit over 9% up to, I'm struggling to read the number, but I think it's close to 14. So a substantial increase that way. But this is essentially the citizen perspective. And unlike my last job, the citizen perspective on expense and revenue does balance.
So the only request I would have, if it was possible, would be to see the same slide on a dollar basis versus percentage. So those columns are the same height, but they are 3418 versus 4090.
Yep, absolutely. We can provide that. Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Holyday. And then we move to, unless there are other members, not members of council, not members of the committee, rather, we'll move to the members of the committee, and I have Councillor Crawford first.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think a number of the questions have been answered, so I'm going to come at them maybe a little bit differently. So you mentioned that we have a $50 billion capital problem. I think it's 30-20 approximately that you've mentioned. And how did we get here where we have this problem? And a lot of it has more to do with the unfinanced part.
So Rob is whispering in my ear, make it fit and ignore. I was going to be a little bit more diplomatic. I think there is a broad understanding that the City of Toronto has had a narrative around we will make a series of policy commitments and we will rely on other governments or some other mechanism to fund those over a period of time. And that is appropriate. That's an appropriate request from other governments. I think as we enter into the 2016 budget process, it's a little bit more crunchy. And I do believe that basically the City of Toronto has taken a fairly extensive holiday from capital investment over a period of time. And it probably would be appropriate if Council does want to make the investments that are on its list to reconsider the strategy.
So it'd be fair to say that council has made a number of decisions, but we were not able to afford or pay for them and probably haven't issued the appropriate debt in years past to look at how we deal with it. Would that be fair to say?
That is correct, yes.
Okay. On the policy of limiting the 15% in our operating budget, now I know other jurisdictions are higher and ours tends to be low, which is fine, but doesn't it make sense when interest rates are low that we would be flexible on this policy?
There is always a balance that needs to happen, and that is a council decision. I suspect that given the magnitude, that a variety of tools, including reallocation, careful consideration of what projects are funded, appropriate consideration of whether or not the debt finance limit can be relaxed, and potentially some mix of incremental revenue tools would all be part and parcel of a solution package.
Okay, thank you. And you've mentioned in some of your comments that we have been, I guess, less transparent in our budgeting of capital in the past. How would the capital how would the capital project selection change or be improved if the city implemented a direct capital funding strategy?
So we have financed capital in an indirect, not inappropriate, but an indirect way, relying on the annual surplus. As the city's finances become more straitened, as they get both more tightly managed and as they become more difficult, we can reasonably expect that that annual surplus will diminish. I am concerned that that source of capital funding, inadequate as it has been, will in turn become even less adequate. A more transparent capital plan would provide council with the opportunity to decide what it truly wants to fund, and then basically lay out a model that over a period of time lays out the application of funds, what you want to fund by project, and the source of funds, the tax, other revenue tool, other mechanisms that would fill that, and provide that transparently to both council members and to the broader public.
Thank you. So on slide 3, it's quite evident from 2005 onward that the residential tax increase has been above the rate of inflation. Would it be fair to say that the residents of the city are paying their fair share in residential taxes, or they should be paying more? Or can you even answer that?
I can't answer that. That is actually a policy issue, and this is actually a policy issue that I cannot make a meaningful recommendation on, which is why, for precisely that purpose, I'm bringing forward a preliminary budget that has a gap in it, because the gap between what I can responsibly recommend as a non-political actor and what are, in my view, political decisions, appropriately political policy decisions, lies precisely in that area.
Thank you. Those are all my questions.
Thank you, Councillor Crawford. And I have Councillor Palacio next.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Wallace, in your presentation, and it was slide number 4, you spoke about the municipal land transfer tax, and that's been going up year after year, especially during the last 6 years. My question to you is for 2015, what was the forecast for the municipal land transfer tax, and what was the actual amount?
435 million is what we budgeted. We're going to come in, it's in the variance report, somewhere between 510 and 520 in 2015. So it's a big number. We're about 90,
It's about 520, you said, right?
Yep.
Okay. Great. Is on the same slide.
And without that, I would be having a much, even more challenging conversation.
I'm sure. Is with regards to the property taxes in relation to user fees, what's the percentages that of revenues that city gets in property taxes, and also what's the percentage that we get in revenue from user fees overall?
So we can just go back to slide 1, and we can give you an approximate breakdown associated with that.
So if you look at slide 1, we're now actually quite low on property taxes. 33.5% is our share of total revenues on a per capita basis. It would also be on a budget basis, about that. So it is actually quite low. And user fees, both on the utility side for water and wastewater, and for all other user fees, as you can see from 2000, have been steadily increasing, so that TTC fares are now over 10% of our revenues. Other user fees, 4%, and utility, almost 14%.
So altogether, in terms of user fees and utility?
That's almost 30%, just under 30% for user fees, and taxes, 33.5%.
Thank you.
Within that, just to be very specific, Councillor, other user fees are down a little bit. So user fees in general through are up, but other user fees, which are things like parks, forestry, recreation fees, are down.
You know, what I'm getting at in terms of percentage, so we have about 34% in terms of property tax to about 30% in terms of user fees and utilities. That somehow also has an impact in terms of amounts that we collect. My next question is slide number 11. On the first point, you have transit and public safety drivers. What do you mean with that?
Sorry, could you?
Transit and public safety.
Sorry. sorry, this is, so as I think has been, we now have from the Toronto Transit Commission and Toronto Police Services, their budget recommendations going forward for 2016. Those budget recommendations going forward continue to put overall pressure on the City of Toronto's budget. They continue to rise a little bit more rapidly than other expense. That's consistent with the pattern of the past. So they remain cost drivers.
Do we have figures in terms of dollars?
Yes. Yep.
That is
Why don't-
slide 6.
But you're asking in terms of 2016? So I don't have that handy, but
Yeah,
we do
that's
have
fine.
that.
I'll ask
Numbers are from the
offline.
TTC and police budget reports.
My last question in terms of the revenue outlook moving forward, 2016 and on. You spoke about the strong municipal land transfer taxes, low inflation rate of 1.3%. And you also mentioned on slide number 9 about the inadequate, unstable, and poorly understood capital financing overall. So my question to you, even though, and my esteemed colleagues already somehow asked the Councillor Campbell and Councillor Marlowe, in terms of revenue tools, now that we are dealing with the City of Toronto Act and the 5-year review, shouldn't be the time that we have that kind of conversation, candid conversation that you're referring to, in terms of having a sustainable financial revenue for the future?
I very much appreciate the question, and I'm going to reiterate my core perspective on this and then add one other point to that. I personally believe, my advice to you is that we should not start the conversation with revenue tools directly. We should start the conversation with what city building, what investment do you want on both the operating and the capital side. And then from there, assess the adequacy of the investment tools. And then, if we do need incremental investment tools, and I suspect we will, we can work our way through those investment tools that we have that are currently allowed under the City of Toronto Act. And if they are not adequate, and they may not be, then we'll be in a position to have a dialogue with the province of Ontario that is not a dialogue in the ether or indirectly. It is very directly, so we can go back to the province and demonstrate that the revenue base we have may not be fully adequate to meet the city building expectations. And I believe that the province would share many of those expectations, many of those desires, and may be more receptive. But my advice is not that we start from the conversation around we need the money, but we start from the conversation around what we need to accomplish as a city, and then from there work through what it is that we would require in terms of incremental revenue tools. I'm loath to give advice to council that says the fiscal plan is challenging, run off and go raise taxes on our families. I'm much more comfortable with a dialogue that says, council, you have asked for a little bit more than I can fund and deliver. What would you actually like to fund and deliver? And then we can work through the mechanics of the revenue tools. I apologize for the indirect answer, but I think in the end, it is about what we want to accomplish together as a city.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Palacio. That would bring us to Councillor Pasternak.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for your sobering presentation. We have a letter of direction to the Budget Committee from the Mayor's Office dated June the 2nd, 2015, reading between the lines of your presentation that you are not able to meet the sort of checklist in front of us.
So a number of divisions and agencies were able to meet the checklist. All divisions and agencies contributed some element of savings. But overall, the one aspect of that has not been met, which is that the 1% in aggregate net savings target has not been met. You can see that clearly in the budgets already submitted by the TTC and police as the primary cost drivers. And that is a fairly consistent pattern across agencies and divisions as well.
So historically, direction is given from the mayor's office and council for the city manager to work with staff to bring back a budget based on these guidelines. We may not like your choices, but that's your responsibility. I seem to be hearing that that's not going to happen this year, that you're going to be placing a deficit budget before a budget committee, and it's going to be our responsibility to go and make it work.
So I'm not placing a deficit budget in front of budget committee. What I'm going to say is that the mechanisms that are required to close the residual gap, and the residual gap will not be enormous, it will not be unprecedented, but the mechanisms required to close the residual gap will require a number of decisions that are not things that are properly the consideration of staff. They are properly the consideration of political actors, and I'm going to provide you with a menu in which you can undertake and make those decisions, in a series of opportunities, if you will, that will allow council to make the final determination with respect to the provisions of the 2016 budget process. And I want to be very, very clear that prior budget expectations, there are always targets set. Sometimes the targets are met, sometimes they are not met. In aggregate, it is not at all unusual, and it is actually entirely usual to have an experience in which there is somewhat of a shortfall against whatever target is originally set. That's true nationally, it's true provincially, and it's true in municipal governments as well.
When it comes to our capital budget, a lot of that is state of good repair and scoped projects. But when you start drilling down into state of good repair, a lot of it seems hypothetical, guesswork on what will be needed 5-10 years down the road. I am reminded of the $2.5 billion state of good repair backlog at the TDSB that we were told for the 4 years I was there, and then when you work it out, it's $5 million a school. I had 2 schools severely damaged in the propane explosion, and we had a $1.5 million claim and fixed up. And these schools were severely damaged. So how do we get down to reality when it comes to looking at our actuals, looking at what it really is and really could be, rather than the hypothetical? Because the hypothetical is usually far higher than it really is.
So this is not a hypothetical question. This is a very good question, and it is one that I want to deal with very directly. I'm going to say I resent the TDSB comparison. I do not believe that the City of Toronto or its agencies are in any respect gaming the system or coming up with inflated elements.
I urge you not to take it personally.
But having said that, this is precisely why I start with what is it that you want to accomplish? And I do believe that we do need to work through the application of funds, what is truly necessary, and then the funding. I believe that when we have, in particular, the large below-the-line numbers, we have not necessarily provided adequate discipline. And I believe that when we actually sit through and we say we actually mean this stuff, and we're actually going to fund it, that will provide some reality, some discipline, that will allow council to make some very direct decisions about what it wants to accomplish and what it may want to defer for a future period of time.
Just very briefly, the curveballs that we got last year, including the loss of our pooling funding of somewhere in the vicinity of $150 million, Union Station cost overruns of $160 million that will not be covered by the other levels of government, Union Pearson Express that we thought we were getting for free is actually costing us $100 million. And of course, these Scarborough subway sunk costs, another $85 million. In your view, how do we take on these massive capital projects, scope them, stay on budget, finish them on time, and bring them in on budget, rather than getting $400 or $500 million in curved balls as we go forward?
So this is, we do have to recognize that capital projects, private and public, do have a tendency to have cost overruns. We will need to work very directly with council to take the most rigorous approach we possibly can to doing a better job of estimating initial costs, doing a much better job of estimating the allocation of those costs over a period of time. We may need to de-risk projects through the application of P3 or other mechanisms if those turn out to be cost-effective, and they need to be rigorously tested to make sure that they are cost-effective. But this is an area where, as we become more real about our capital budgeting, we will need to do a better job and provide, the maximum and the best possible performance for council.
Okay, thank
All
you
right.
very much.
Thank you very much, Councillor Pasternak. And then next is Councillor Bailão.
Thank you for an excellent presentation. On a high level, I think what I got from your presentation is that it's really important that we actually tie our strategic direction for the city and the vision with the budget. They need to go hand in hand. It's not good enough to actually do them separately. They actually have to come at a point that they meet, and that's what we're trying to do in here and define that here. Those strategic goals actually mean dollar signs during budget session.
That's correct, yes.
That's correct. And from from what you have presented to us, you find that the highest amount of pressure is actually on our capital side. I mean, we do have pressures on the operating, actually sometimes they interact with each other, but it is mostly on capital. And when you're talking about the tax increase, residential tax increase has been above the inflation, the total level increase has been under. So once we tied our strategic goals with our budget and we define what kind of city we want to build, and if we need more tax revenues, it actually makes sense to probably look for other levies that actually also go back and tie into our strategic goals as well, right? The same way that we did with the non-residential levy increase, which is a policy decision. If this council feels like we're overtaxing the resident, we then need to find other tax revenues that actually tie in with our, maybe some of our policy goals, but there is definitely a need to bring some of those tools into place.
There is, and it is my understanding that the City of Toronto has not spent a great deal of time in prior budget cycles thinking meaningfully about its source of money. And tax policy conversations are very difficult. Any tax policy conversation, any levy conversation needs to account for the impact of the levy, anti-avoidance strategies, the economic and unanticipated impacts of that, the behavioral impacts, all of those things. This is not an advice that I would expect Rob or I would provide lightly, and it needs to be kind of specific to the tool under consideration.
Great. And since we're talking about avoidance and so on, with the 15%, my question is, are we measuring the economic impact of not borrowing to do some of these things? So for example, we hear about all the time $6 billion that we lose in productivity because of congestion. Are we measuring things like that with, maybe we need to go a bit over the 15% because we are losing $6 billion? Like, are we making those, are we taking consideration those numbers?
Yes, and we do need to understand the productivity constraints, other aspects of inadequate public investment, and whether or not those are, in fact, retarding the rate of economic growth in the city. And if we can remove those constraints, does that actually allocate a mechanism through a business case in which it will never fully pay for itself, but there are offsets? So that is an important dialogue.
And your suggestion is that we have those dialogues?
My suggestion is we do have those dialogues. Deputy City Manager Livy has brought forward elements of that associated with the Gardiner, and we'll continue to bring that to the forefront.
Okay. My question on that chart that you have with the above the line and below the line. So you, if I'm not mistaken, you said it was around 20 billion that was below the line?
We can make it 23, we can make it 20. There's an arbitrary line there. If you add it all together, it's 23.
So the projects that this council has approved but has
not has approved are on the list. The list of approval would be narrower than that.
Okay. Would we have access to that list when we're going through the project, that we can actually see that, you know what?
Yes. So through you, Mr. Mayor.
These are the tools and the income that we're getting. This is the capital plan and the operating plan, but there's actually these things at the table
Yes.
still.
So every time we prepare the capital budget, we bring a list, what's called the S7 projects. Pardon me for the jargon. Those are projects that have people have requested or council have identified that have made it below the list. How you get to 20 billion is when you start adding all the other things and projects that have been under discussion, like waterfront LRTs, like a downtown relief line, like Smart Track, like the backlog $2.6 billion on social housing and TCHC. When you add in all that stuff that council has been talking about, and these are valid things that council has tried to say, you know, can you fit it in? That number then quickly goes to $23 billion. And on a budget that's only 32 billion funded, that's a huge portion that's not funded.
And that it impacts what kind of city we want to build.
All right.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, we're done on that. Thank you, Councillor Byler. Councillor DeGiorgio.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thank you, Peter, for your interesting analysis. A couple of things I want to talk about. First of all, the city is typically sort of assessed on its ability to deliver services. And so service levels is very, very important. And of course, so one question I have is, in looking at your core perspective and looking at making capital expenditures that will get us to where we want to go, what's the relationship then between the capital expenditures and expected service levels that the Torontonians will have? Or are you suggesting we move away from using service levels as a key metric?
No, I think that service levels are a key metric. It is my belief that over time, we need to make sure that the definition of service levels is not just defined to a specific kind of service that's a static, interpreted as a simple static piece. And I think from time to time that may happen in city divisions or agencies, but understood more broadly to be of the public interest outcome we are trying to accomplish. Because oftentimes it's been my experience that we can re-engineer something in which we alter the service mechanics and give the appearance from time to time of altering or even decreasing the service level, but the service outcome, the public interest, the public good we're buying can actually be maintained. I apologize for the somewhat technical and obscure language, but what I'm looking here for over time is permission for staff to be a bit more imaginative and a bit more direct and step away from kind of a narrow interpretation of something direct into a broader interpretation of a community building approach that allows us to be more creative in our use of resources.
Okay, so we talk about the source of funds being inadequate, and then we can talk about fully funded, the portion of 20 billion under the line being fully funded, or translated into a source of funds being ample, or we can talk about a source of funds being appropriate, and by that I mean we've got to be careful with the rate of progress towards that goal that we're driving for, because the rate of progress, of course, is what ultimately determines the kind of financing that you need to put in place. So is it my impression is that you're basically saying the rate of progress is something we have to have our dialogue on, is how quickly do we want to get to where we think we should be from a city building point of view?
That's absolutely correct. And I think, to be very clear, what I'm saying is council will decide. Council has the obligation to decide. Staff have the obligation to implement. But council should be clear to us about what it wants to do. And within that context, what it wants to do, it should actually fund directly, and then we will move forward with the implementation of that.
Okay, and then my last question, because we're looking at the stability of the municipal land transfer tax. Because it's tied to the economy, I personally believe that it's a relatively stable tax. But if there is a risk there, that in a depression or what have you, a recession, we run the risk of losing revenue. Would it be, if I could quantify what that risk factor is, let's say that it might fall 20% below, could we then talk about maybe moving that 20% risk factor onto the property tax slowly as part of our strategy to stabilize our source of funds?
So
just a question.
So it is a tax that's grown relatively rapidly. relatively rapid growth is sometimes associated with instability. We don't know that. None of us know the future. And if I did know the future, I'd be working someplace else. The reliance on MLTT is not in and of itself directly an immediate problem. It appears to be relatively stable. You know, it appears to be there. I think council will need to have a conversation over time about whether or not it feels that that is that the reliance on that is appropriate. And it's not just the reliance on it, it's the existing mechanics of it. Are there ways in which we could strengthen or broaden the MLTT to increase its stability over time is something that we will bring forward to council for consideration.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor DiGiorgio. And the final member I have, I want to ask a question to myself, but Councillor Thompson is next.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and through you to the city manager. And no disrespect is intended or meant by my commentary, but what you've just presented to us, it's not new. It has been stated time and time again. Mike Garrett, Shirley Hoy, and now obviously most recently Joe Pettichetti. I guess my first question to you is this, and thank you for the presentation because it again reinforces what, the challenge that we're facing. My first question to you is with respect to the other cities in North America with a population of 3 million and growing, what other cities in North America and perhaps around the world generates approximately 33.5% of their revenue from property taxes? Is there a city?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So we did an analysis, and I believe we showed it to you, when we did the report in 2014 on revenue tools, or sources of revenues of major cities. And Toronto has a higher reliance on property taxes. If you look at major cities in Europe, major cities in the United States, their tax base is much broader.
Right.
Some will have access of sales tax, some income taxes, which we do not.
Okay. That's great. I've got a number of questions.
Sorry, I do need to pause though on one very important point. You are absolutely right, and I directly acknowledge the legacy of Joe, Shirley, Mike in that context. To be crystal clear, the reason that this did not fail, fundamentally fail, during the last term of council is the unanticipated performance of land transfer tax. So the reason this did not crash and burn, the model, is because of that.
And I appreciate that. You've clearly stated that, and that's very helpful. And so a question to you, Mr. City Manager, through you, Mr. Mayor. Having been the former Deputy Finance Minister for the province of Ontario, recognize the quota arrangement in terms of the revenue tools that are there, recognize a statement that you've made with respect to the fact that you have to make a determination in terms of what you want, recognize the fact that we have a strategic plan that looks at years in terms of what opportunities are for the city. What I'd like to understand, and that you referenced, I think the question was asked by one of my colleagues, about the revenue tools, and you talked a little bit about, well, let's figure out what we want first before we look at revenue tools. Given your experience, given the issue around sales tax and income tax and so on, we look at cities like Tokyo, Berlin, New York, and Madrid and so on, who have those options. Being in your former capacity, what other additional tools would you want to suggest that we look at? And I guess the other part of the question is, do we strike a blue ribbon panel that is maybe consistent of people selected by the province and the city to look at those opportunities for the city? Because it is my view that simply wanting to have specific programs or initiative for the city without understanding how you're going to finance and fund them, because it's a matter of timing and time, that it would be gravely improper for us to simply say we're going to look at just the things that we want as a city.
I appreciate the question, and it is, Councillor, a very good question. I can't answer it from my former perspective. I'm going to answer it from my current perspective as somebody with a lot of experience in public finance. I think that the City of Toronto is using, on the basis of its predominantly locally funded municipal tax base, is funding a number of things that in the broader public finance world are not funded off the property tax base. We are funding social housing, high degree of subsidy for transit, a variety of other things that are generally financed through other mechanisms in North America and abroad. The shortest and easiest way of dealing with that is not by Toronto getting additional revenue tools, but for those who have the more progressive revenue bases, which are the Government of Canada and the Government of Ontario, provide us with transfers, as they do elsewhere, that recognizes the unique burdens imposed on the largest cities and their unique central role. Failing that, and if we have failed that to this point, then we do need to have the dialogue around revenue tools. That is not, from my perspective, an appropriate outcome. It is likely the outcome we face and likely the way we need to do things.
You talked in your presentation, and you talked about user fees, utility fees, and so on. In the discussion that we're going to have today with respect to council, we talk about water rates and the impact that they actually have. Have you done any analysis in terms of the impact utility fees, hydro rates, and so on jobs and competitiveness in the City of Toronto in terms of attracting foreign direct investment and new business to create those job opportunities?
And Rob is reminding me that is the report that will be in front of you later today, and I think that is a question that is probably best answered by the general manager for water. But to be very clear and to expand my earlier answer to Councillor Bailão, any revenue tool is a positive to the city's bottom line, but they all come with barbs and distortions and impacts on behavior, impacts on families, impacts on job creation, all of those other things. They all need to be considered very carefully. And before I provide any advice to council on a revenue tool, it will be in the context of, its net impact, not just the revenue impact, but its impact on jobs, foreign direct investment, behavior, overarching appropriateness.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr.
Thanks,
Mayor.
Councillor Thompson, and thank you, Mr. Wallace. I just have, if I may, a couple of questions. I think that exhausts the rest of the list. And I wanted to just ask you, I have an interest in this, and I think it was one of those points that passed by, and I'm not sure people would have picked it up, but you talked about the fact we haven't been, for some time, fully financing our capital, even those things we have been investing in, and putting it, I guess, up front as part of the funded debt of the city. And could you or Mr. Rossini just tell the members of council who are here and others how many years this has been happening, where we've been not fully financing through funded debt capital expenditures that have in fact been made?
So through you, Mr. Mayor. So it is always common that we have some amount of projects that have been approved and completed for which we still yet have to issue debt. Right now, we've got just under $1 billion of projects, $980 million of projects that we've completed, and we're waiting to issue the debt.
All right, and so you talked about it in kind of a transitional way. May I suggest to you as well that there have been conscious decisions made, and it kind of fits into that category that Mr. Wallace referred to of not inappropriate, but I would also say not transparent, where there is debt that was long ago projects that were long ago completed and long ago paid for, but that there have been decisions made by the councils of the day to not finance that on the debt, partially because of the limit that's imposed and all the rest, and that part of the reason for that has been to avoid the surfacing of the interest charges, the debt charges, which accrue on funded debt, and so they stay sort of, I'll call it buried somewhere inside the bowels of the finances and don't surface as debt that is then going to be part of the operating statement of the city. Is that correct?
To be very clear, relative to other municipalities and relative to the expected practice of the City of Toronto, City of Toronto has over time understated its debt finance costs. The mechanism it has used to understate its debt finance costs is to delay the debenturing of already completed projects that otherwise would have been debentured. I cannot speak for those who made those decisions, but it would likely be in order to avoid showing those costs and put direct pressure on the operating. So effect, this has been a deferral or transfer forward into the 2016 budget of prior capitalizations in order to make those years look better, and by default, put some pressure on this year's budget.
All right, so the answer to my question is yes.
The answer is very much yes.
And, that's fine. Again, to reiterate your point, there's nothing inappropriate about it. It's just not very transparent. And that's
I'm
me
not going to
speaking,
say there's
not you.
nothing. Oh, sorry, Mike.
So what this does then, by not financing this debt over time, it has the effect of depressing the visible interest charges and the visible level of the debt, correct?
That is correct. That is
Okay.
correct. And just to be very clear, when I say it's not inappropriate, it is a mechanical mechanism. It's not illegal. It's not problematic, but it is less than transparent.
Right. And so how much capital, say, in the last 4 years has been left unfinanced where money has been spent and not put onto the debt, and it sits on this notional account that I'll call it of $980 million?
As I said, that's the number. So we have $980 million.
I'm talking about the last 4 years, so just to pick up a short-term time frame.
So there was a big bump up in 2013 of about $300 million where we made a conscious decision. We had a plan to issue $600 million. We did not issue $600 million. We issued $300 million so that we wouldn't create a budget pressure in the 2014 budget. So it's $980 million, and it has grown basically from about $400 million, which is about a normal level of our size and the way we do capital budgets. It's really grown in the last 7-8 years.
All right. And I know the answer to this question, but I want to make sure other people have the opportunity to share in it. We have begun, through some of the debt issuance that is being done this year, to actually bring that account down and to accept the fact that those monies have been expended that properly belong on the debt of the city in the interest of transparency. And with that will go the interest charges, but that a portion, and you can perhaps share what the portion is of the debt issued so far this year, is to bring that account down and in effect acknowledge on the funded debt of the city and the interest charges that go with it that those expenditures were made in the past and just not surfaced as part of the debt of the city.
That's correct. So our original debt financing, we were going to issue about $600 million of debt this year. We are going to issue $700 million, specifically an extra $100 million to try to bring the unfinanced capital balance down. And actually, as we may speak, it's around 11:30. We may have already done that this morning.
Okay, that's how these things happen. That exhausts my time. Now, could I just canvass? I wouldn't have thought there'd be a lot of people who want to speak on this because we're just receiving this presentation and report. And I should say, in the process of asking for whether there are speakers, thank you to the city manager and the chief financial officer and the other staff who've been involved in putting this together. I think, obviously, from the questions, people have found it helpful and challenging. Are there any people who wish to speak to this? Because otherwise, we could just move on with our agenda, and I can. Pardon me? Well, I have nothing to add, but having said that, I don't see anybody wishing to speak. So with that, then I will ask that we just, someone move the receipt of this report with thanks to the city manager and others. Councillor Bargnetti, all those in favour? Opposed? Carried. Okay, now consistent then with our discussion of this morning and the sort of reordering of things. Oh, you know what? I did make a mistake. We had a deputation on this, and I apologize for that. And so we won't hear any speakers, but we will hear the deputation from Mr. Maguire, who had dutifully put his name on the list. I apologize. Quick show of hands to reopen to hear Mr. Maguire, because he had put his name on the list. Okay, all those in favor, opposed, carried. Thank you, Mr. Maguire. Your turn. Sorry about that.
Thank you very much for reopening to hear my words on this on behalf of QP Local 79 members. I want to thank you for this opportunity to discuss this very important report. And while my comments are a little bit of a work in progress after listening and amending my comments based on the report, I basically want to say three things: that Toronto currently doesn't have a sustainable framework for its budget and service provision that it wants to provide and needs to attain it. Secondly, the city has already shown some leadership in a direction it needs to go in, that is the poverty reduction strategy, having a plan on solution on a part of this, and we advocate quite in line, I think, with the city manager's report in terms of continuing that leadership to have the dialogue on revenue tools. At a very basic level, we, as others have said, understand that the city doesn't have solely a spending problem. Recently, the Institute on Municipal Finance and Government, housed in the Munk School of Global Affairs, has said that Toronto does not have a spending problem. The former city manager said that Toronto doesn't have a spending problem. I want to refer to something the city manager said earlier, and that there's been an effort moving away from social towards hard services, and we think the city should move in the direction of finding a better balance on hard and physical infrastructure and concentrating more on the social infrastructure. While the instinct as we approach another budget round is to continue down the road of seeking further efficiencies, it is worth recognizing that we've already gone a considerable way down that road through service reviews, service efficiency reviews, harmonization of services, and while Local 79 doesn't oppose looking for efficiencies, if we can find money in some areas to support service needs in others, of course we support that. But it can't be just about finding efficiencies. It has to be about improving services, and I said we need to find a better balance to bring back in social infrastructure. I want to point out one thing that I think is missing from this report. If we want to ensure that the city is able to deliver the services it needs to deliver to Toronto communities and succeed in its poverty reduction strategies and other initiatives, the city would be better able to predict that if it did a projection of the impact of the current sale of Ontario Hydro and potential sale down the road of parts of Toronto Hydro, without a projection, an honest projection of what that might mean in terms of the cost of providing services, whether it's at the city itself or its agencies like the TTC and other agencies like school board, et cetera. It may throw off estimates if we don't do a risk assessment involving the sale of Toronto Hydro and the impact on Toronto. 185 municipalities around the province have taken positions against the sale of Ontario Hydro, and the city has to do an honest analysis in order to project forward, in our view. As I said earlier, we compliment the city on its leadership on the poverty reduction strategy. Local 79 has been heavily engaged in that process. We think moving forward, the city should, starting in the 2016 budget cycle, have a poverty reduction lens with respect to the budget making and the service provision through that budget. And as a core of that lens, at the center of that lens, it should have good jobs for Toronto's communities in the effort to address income inequality and poverty in Toronto's communities. And again, I compliment the city on that leadership taken on the poverty reduction strategy, the framework. There needs to be more definitive approach on that in terms of good jobs. But again, I want to suggest what needs to happen moving forward is that dialogue here and the dialogue with the province and dialogue with others on possible other revenue tools, and without getting into particulars of those, there's research from the Canadian Centre for Policy Alternatives and from CUPE. And we understand that while many councillors may have been hesitant in the past to talk about revenue tools, it's politically contentious, controversial. But I want to say two things on that. If the city wants to maintain services and do things like the poverty reduction strategy, it has to have that dialogue and make some decisions. You will have, as a part of that exercise, a partner in CUPE Local 79. CUPE Local 79, under my leadership in the past few months, has taken a resolution to work with municipalities and other levels of government on looking at revenue tools. So it's now the official policy of CUPE Ontario, CUPE National, and the OFL to do that. And from community leaders I speak to, and I speak to a lot of them. Local 79 over the past number of years has had a part of our strategic plan engagement with community partners, and I hear from them that they would be also supportive of your direction, the leadership you would show in moving on the discussion of revenue tools.
I'll have to thank you there on that note, and I thank you very much for being here and for your patience in waiting, and apologize for the fact we momentarily overlooked you. And any questions of the deputy? Okay, thank you, Mr. McGuire. May I then ask then a motion to be a new motion be put simply to receive the report as previously. Councillor Thompson, all those in favour, opposed, carried. So we then go to 10.23, the rate-supported budgets, and I guess we would begin with questions of staff from members not on the committee. Do I see any hands of those who wish to ask? questions by members of the committee? All right, those wishing to speak from outside the committee to the proposed budget of the 2016 water and wastewater rates and service fees. Okay, hearing. Do you have a question of staff? Yes, okay, Councillor Thompson, please.
Thank you. Let me just grab my notes here, Mr. Mayor, sorry. I don't know. Okay. So, Mr. DiGiorno, every year it seems that we come to this particular issue. There is a number of motions about why we should be charging more and the impact of that. Could you basically just speak to the rationale in terms of the additional charges to industry?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, with respect to the industrial waste surcharge agreements, we are proposing increases to the base fees, as we haven't increased the fee since 2013. And those are part of the recommendations, or the base recommendations the staff put forward. And they're actually calculated on the true costs of treating those parameters at our treatment plants. With respect to the second component, there has been a change at Budget Committee, which changes the policy of charging for just the one parameter that exceeds the highest to include all parameters that exceeds. And that's an area that we hadn't done a lot of investigation on in all of the review. We do know what the aggregate is, but we have not investigated the impact across all of the different companies. There's about 200 companies, 260 companies we have surcharge agreements with.
I'm sorry, you said you don't know what the aggregate is?
We do know the aggregate number.
What is the aggregate number?
The aggregate increase would be about $1.6 million in additional revenue.
Right.
What we haven't had a chance to do is analyze company by company, as well as taking a look at the storm component as well.
Would it not make sense to actually undertake that work? And I ask you that question based on some of the information that I've received from industry. I have here a document that shows one company, they say that for them, the cost would be about $300,000. And so you're saying we don't really know what the impact would be on individual companies. And you're also saying that perhaps that's something that we need to be looking at. So there's a necessity to take some time in order to look into this. Would you agree?
Through Mr. Mayor, I did answer some questions at committee about the impact to individual companies. And we were able to just take some sample examples of ranges. We do know that for certain companies, there could be some big increases. We know for other companies, there won't be much of an increase. It all depends on how many parameters that they exceed in the industrial waste surcharge agreement.
Yeah.
And the volume and concentration of flow.
So it's also been brought to my attention that at least this one company, and this company is actually in my ward, just to be clear, they've been told by your staff that they need to put in a $4 million retention pond to obviously absorb and retain the flow of water on site, which was not something that they had been asked to do in the past. What would be the impact to jobs and to obviously the company's cash position, if you will?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that's been the challenge of administering this program for many years, and a companion report that you have before you in this committee is looking at the competitiveness and the cost of doing business within the city for manufacturers. With respect to achieving a balance, that's what we've been trying to do in water. So we do know that water is for the most part, in many industries, not a large input cost, but for some companies, companies that use it and it's integral to their process, water is a larger cost for operations. And with that group, we've been trying to work with them to find ways to lower their costs, either by using less water, by taking advantage of water efficiency, but where they have overstrength agreements, if it's a treatable parameter, we do provide them the cost for us to treat, and they can look at other options.
I just wanted to be clear. We're talking about major users here and the impact, and this $1.6 million that it's been attributed to, the cost to them. The major industries aren't the only ones who are actually allowing effluents and other things in the water. I mean, do hospitals do that? I don't know, gyms in the city and others as well? I mean, do residents actually allow for the pollutants to flow into the water as well? And are they charged a specific direct surcharge as well?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, no, not residential. The program is specific to industrial waste surcharge agreements. When you look at, though, the issues that you're raising, the large water users, there's many of them that also have an industrial waste surcharge agreement with us and access the Block 2 rate. There are many other companies who are just on the Block 1 rate, are not large water users, but also access the industrial waste surcharge agreement. So many smaller companies and a lot of food processors, for example, are clients using the industrial waste surcharge agreement.
Okay, those are all my questions, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Thompson. I had Councillor Bylaw with some questions of staff.
So this is something that affects... Okay. Lots of energy today, high energy. So this is something that affects about 200 people, 200 companies in Toronto, correct?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, on an aggregate analysis, we have about 260 industrial waste surcharge agreements. We suspect that the policy change, the looking at charging for each of the treatable parameters, would affect about 130 of those companies.
So 130. And what's the cost that for these 130 companies?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the cost would vary from company to company.
In general. So
in general, an aggregate level would be increased about $1.6 million in total.
So on average, it could be $10,000, $12,000 a company? But we don't know, right?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, we've seen ranges from tens of thousands of dollars to some companies could be several hundreds of thousands.
But with $1.6 million, it's safe to say that no one is going to be more than 1.6 million.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that's correct. That's the aggregate total.
So could we do some, and the chances of having the majority to having 160 of them with a big number, it's also very limited because there's only 1.6 million that we have to work, right? So could we, instead of saying we're going to continue paying for polluting, saying if there are any companies that will be hit by over 200,000, let's say, because of this new implementation, that we have our economic development program working with them, because we definitely want to keep these jobs. We definitely want to keep these jobs. But is there maybe another way to work with them that we can make it an easier transition for some of these companies while we still bring this program into full-fledged and paid for?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, and yes, the recommendation does look at phasing that in over 6 years, so that does lessen the impact, allowing companies to adjust over time. I just want to be clear, the companies are not polluting. We're treating their waste. It is discharged into the sewer at higher strengths, and we treat it. So it's not polluting, it's reflecting the true cost of providing the full treatment. That's what this program is designed for.
So you're already phasing it in for all companies or for ones that would have a hit greater than a certain amount?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the recommendation that's before this committee that came from Budget Committee was to phase in all companies that are impacted for the multiple parameter charge now. So it would be a 6-year phase in for anybody that's faced with an increase with this change.
Okay.
Thank you, Councillor Barlow. I had no other questions of staff from members of the committee, and so that could move us to those from outside of the committee who wish to speak. Do I see your hand up there, Councillor Layton? Yes, thank you. Okay. Yours as well, Councillor Davis? Okay, thank you. I'm sorry, Councillor Carroll as well. Right. Go ahead, Councillor Layton.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor and Executive Committee. This is the 74th time I've made this speech to a committee of council in my brief 5 years as a member of council. The 75th time I've been keeping a tally. I've also been keeping a tally about all the organizations, large and small, who have made this recommendation to the city. So let's start back in history. The Walkerton inquiry resulted in a set of recommendations that recommended full cost recovery for water polluters. Following that, the Auditor General of the City of Toronto made the recommendation to move to full cost recovery for all water polluters. Following that, the Canadian Water and Wastewater Association, lovingly called the Association of LUES, made the recommendation to all municipalities to move towards a full cost recovery system for water polluters. Most recently, the Environment Minister of Ontario made the same recommendation to charge water takers the full charge and cost of water that are used. We have then received a report from the general manager himself to the city of to council in 2013 or 12 or something like that, making that same recommendation, bringing to light the fact that we are not charging 130 companies the full cost of treating the water. So, explained very briefly, we have a limit of the amount of pollutants that a company, that any water user can put out into our water system, because we need to treat it to maintain the provincial and federal standards for water effluents. We need to treat it. We are required as a municipality to treat it. We're not the ones putting it in the water, but we're required to treat it. So we set caps on the amount and concentration of chemicals that can be pollutants that can be released into our sewer system that we then are required to treat. We then charge back, we allow for a handful of businesses to go above those bylaw numbers. So we could tell them, no, we're not going to let you go above these concentrations. And then they would have to deal with it themselves. And if you've been here for one of my 72 times asking questions of staff, you'd know that it would cost them an exorbitant amount more. If we said, we can't take your water because it's too expensive for us to clean up, so you have to deal with it yourself. That externality the business would have to absorb. They would just have to absorb, because they're not allowed to dump it in the lakes and rivers. They put it in, and they couldn't put it in our sewer system because we have a bylaw saying you can't put it in our sewer system in those amounts. But we have a program to say we will let you go above the amount that we currently allow anyone in the City of Toronto to put out into their system, into the sewer system. You can go above that, but you got to pay for it, because it costs more for us to take it out. We've spent money calculating how much more per kilogram of that chemical it takes to take out. And it's in the matter of fractions of cents, sure, but it adds up when there's a lot of it. But right now, we only charge for one of the parameters if they're releasing multiple parameters. Y'all with me here? So what we're actually doing now is not collecting the amount of money it's costing to treat the waste. We've been told by everyone that that is what we should be doing. The argument has been made on several occasions that because of a competitive advantage, we want to give a competitive incentive for businesses to stay in Toronto. And we have voted. Now, the first time we voted on this, it was turned down by one vote. But we have voted year after year to say, of course, it'll kill those businesses. It's like, where it's so expensive to do business in Toronto already, it would destroy those businesses. We got to protect those businesses. And most of council has taken it as gospel. But it's not. And we paid a consultant to go ahead and do a study to say, where is our competitiveness as it stacks up to other municipalities in the region, across Canada, and across North America? And in most categories, we actually do pretty well. And where we're closer at smaller industrial operations, where we're a little bit closer, we're not the most, but where we're a little bit closer, it's not the cost of water that does it. It's the cost of electricity. So at Budget Committee, we moved that we work with the Toronto Atmospheric Fund, the organization that is central to Toronto to achieving greenhouse gas emissions and energy reductions, and doing a great job, getting that organization to work on a program to help businesses be more competitive from an energy point of view. But it's not water that's making us not competitive. So I would say it's finally time. We have the proof in front of us. Let's just move ahead with this policy now.
Thank you very much, Councillor Layton. Councillor Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was quickly trying to actually pull up the rates that are contained in the consultant's report that is in the agenda today. That shows that Toronto's water rates are very competitive. They're mid-range. Mid-range. And this is the first time we have had such an in-depth analysis of the competitiveness of our industries in Toronto with respect to water. And I think it puts, for the first time to us, a very clear case for the good work that we have done to actually reduce the cost burden in terms of water on our industrial and commercial companies in the City of Toronto. What we're doing is we are subsidizing companies when we allow them to exceed the parameters. And for anyone who has a ward that is on a river, a watershed of 6 watersheds in the City of Toronto, we have something called combined sewer overflows. And every time we have a heavy rain, we have pollution that goes into those creeks and rivers. And our E. coli and the other substances that are in our water, in our storm system, which combines with our sanitary system, goes into those rivers. And if our industrial companies are not maintaining and treating their stormwater and are provided the capacity to actually put more down the sewer, the sanitary system, then those pollutants do go into our communities. What our head of water, our Auditor General, the Environmental Commissioner of Ontario said to us is move to full cost recovery. We are providing an additional ability for these businesses to put heavier concentrations of these substances into our sewers. And we are treating it. These are treatable parameters, but they should pay for it. And so what the recommendation was to do it over 6 years. Move to full cost recovery. That's what it is, full cost recovery over 6 years. And we have full cost recovery as the fundamental principle behind almost every user fee in this city. The second thing that's important to note is that we are reducing the burden on businesses through the special Block 2 rate. And what we said to them, if you have a special Block 2 rate for water, you must meet all of the other public policy objectives we have as a city. You must meet the sewer use bylaw and make sure that you are good corporate citizens. And what we're doing here is saying this is one other obligation, and we're asking to move to that over 6 years. I think the water budget before us, as you will see, and we've just heard from the city manager, one of the other largest capital pressures we have is the Toronto water budget. And I think Lou would probably agree that there are many billions of dollars of unfunded cost pressures, particularly from basement flooding. We started out to do 25 EAs to look at basement flooding in the City of Toronto. We're now moving to a total of 65 EAs. We haven't even begun to look at the additional costs associated with the capital infrastructure requirements that will be needed for that work. First, we had flooding we've had flooding that has hit every former municipality and legacy area of the city, and we have to finance it. And so I think it's really important to adopt, and I want to commend the Budget Committee for the recommendations that have come before you. They listened, they responded, and they have put forward a set of recommendations that I think are prudent. I know that 8% rate increases is not something everyone likes to discuss with the residents, but it's necessary until we have new ways to finance
Thank
water
you,
infrastructure.
Councillor Davis. Councillor Carroll is next.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My reasons in Budget Committee, when the motion by Councillor Layton was supported, my reasons for supporting it were twofold. Financial, of course, which has already been described, but also the timing. The timing here is especially important because we really need to think about when we do anything that impacts business, what are the offsets that we offer? And of course, we do offer one this year in extending the favorable rates to additional businesses. We're balancing the impact on the economy. But we're asking for polluter pays because we're asking to take a business approach. There are many on this executive and many on council and at large who propose that we think of ourselves as functioning prudently and wisely like a business. We are a business. We are a corporation. And this corporation, under the Clean Drinking Water Act, this corporation functions under polluter pay. We are going to spend $1.15 billion in capital this year, and you're going to spend $440 million in operating this year because we are required by law as a municipal corporation to treat our water, to deal with our water, and not to pollute Lake Ontario or the water system. That's required of us as a corporation. What we're saying is we need to provide the most reasonable rates, and of course they are reasonable. They are right in the middle. It's on page 42 of the presentation. Councillor Davis was having trouble pointing you to it. It's page 42 of Mr. DiGeronimo's recommendations that show you that we are slightly below the median and well below Richmond Hill, 3,454 per million units large industrial. We're at 2.2. We're doing pretty well. And we're extending that to a greater range of businesses. The offset is it's time, like our corporation, to ask other corporations in this city to be polluter pay. That's why our water plants cost us so much, because we have responsibilities, regulatory responsibilities, not to pollute. And it costs us and our residents and our businesses dearly every year to do that together. What it's costing businesses right now, because we're picking up the tab for some of the damage, the pollutants that happens to water, because we pick up that tab collectively, we're asking these businesses that do pollute individually through their own practices to pick up a little more. That's all. That's all. We're not going to drive them underground, and we're not going to stop FDI from happening because many of them are coming here from other countries where these same regulatory constraints are in place. We remain competitive. We're picking up a regulation that exists elsewhere, and as we ask it of ourselves and of our ratepayers every year, we're asking it of a few businesses.
Thanks, Councillor Carroll. Councillor Perks.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. First of all, thank you very much to the Budget Committee for their hard work on this and to city staff. What's come to this committee is something that I can support and hope that all of you can. I want to address specifically the water surcharge agreements. I know that there's going to be a vigorous debate on that issue, and some members of council have already spoken out on it by framing it as a jobs versus the environment debate. That's actually a profoundly false debate in this instance, and I want to address myself to it, and I will not make any claims about the environmental need. Instead, I want to look at why it's important just using classical economics. In classical economics, firms are more competitive when they innovate. And the more innovative they are, the better they can compete globally and sell their product at a profit.
and therefore employ people. It is a well-known truism that any waste product that leaves a plant gate that is not product they sell is lost money. Anything that comes into a plant and doesn't leave as product for sale is wasted expenditure. That's why pollution prevention technologies have been actually leading and transformational in making industry more efficient and competitive in many nations. An example I'm familiar with, because I worked on the environmental impacts of this industry for years, is the pulp and paper industry. Through the 80s and 90s, there were serious problems with pollution, particularly dioxins and other organochlorines coming out of pulp and paper mills. The Scandinavians reacted by having very tight regulations which forced those pulp mills to innovate and reinvest in cleaner technologies. The Canadian industry did not. The Scandinavian industry blossomed, gained market share, and employs more people than it used to. The Canadian industry did not invest and lost well over 100,000 jobs in those 2 decades because their products were not produced as cost efficiently and instead relied on lax environmental regulation to allow them to continue to be wasteful. Further, Canadian mills did not see the same level of investment as the Scandinavian mills through a process known as cash cowing. The profit came simply from a lack of investment, but you can only do that for so many years, as we heard from the city manager just a little while ago, until the bill comes due. And when the bill came due, the mills were not competitive and they were closed, and that's why the jobs were lost. The same is true for industries discharging into our sewers right now. If we set a regulatory framework that forces reinvestment, that forces the highest standard of efficiency, internal recycling, closed-loop technologies, we are forcing them to continue to invest locally here and to become more internationally competitive and efficient. On straight economics, this isn't jobs versus environment. This is about whether we set a regulatory environment that encourages investment and efficiency and competitiveness, or whether we continue to be lax and have the industries here be cash cowed while investments are made elsewhere in those international corporations.
Thanks, Councillor Perks. Now moving, I believe, to members of the committee who wish to speak, and I had Councillor Thompson. And did I see?
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Just get my time. I actually have a motion. I'd like to ask staff to put the motion forward, please. The motion's on screen. I'm asking that this particular matter be referred to the General Manager of Water and Wastewater, and also the General Manager of Economic Development and Culture to essentially conduct some research on the impact of the proposed change to the surcharge formula on individual companies, taking into consideration the proposed storm water management charge that is to be brought forward, and to report back for the 2017 budget. Mr. Mayor, members of council, we've heard the conversation that has taken place here, and we've heard from many who have spoken. It appears to me, and the numbers speak for themselves, what we're actually talking about here is actually 5%. The industry that's actually being discussed here, the 160 companies, they're not polluting 95%. 95% of what's actually going into a sewer system is actually not by this particular group. It's 5%. Now, I reflect on the numbers that I've seen. We've seen them paying over the years 9% in terms of increased water rate. Now we're going at looking at 8%. We've also seen, with respect to the surcharge rate, that's gone from 3% up to 37% for some of these companies. I have one company here in my ward. This particular surcharge rate will actually hit them for about $300,000. It actually has an impact. I've actually had experiences with not only Mondelez, but Dad's Cookies, Nestle's, in terms of water charges and so on, and the impact that they actually would have on those companies. In fact, Nestle's itself on Birchmount closed down. That was over 300 jobs in my community. So I'm looking and I'm hearing from the general manager from Water and Wastewater. He talks about the discharge, the overstrength that's actually in the system. I get it. We want to reduce it. We want to impact that. He is not suggesting, and I know many members of council here have talked about pollution and all the pollutants that they're actually putting in the water. He has actually referenced this, and he actually made it clear with respect to what he was talking about. So it's being made to castigate the industry. I think that what we need to do is to understand the impact. Clearly, there's no doubt in my mind that we want to get to 100% where there is not any discharges that are actually taking place by the industry. But it's a question of how we do that. It's a question of impact. It's a question of it does have an economic impact, in my view. And so, Mr. Mayor, that's why I'm actually moving this particular motion, that we ask both the General Manager of Economic Development and the Manager of Toronto Water and Wastewater to conduct the research to look at the impact. At this point in time, we have no idea what the individual impact will be on companies. I'm very fortunate that I actually have a company that I can call in my ward and say, what is the impact of this to your business? And they've given me some information. So the reality is that there is an impact to industry, and I think that we ought to at least afford ourselves the opportunity to garner the information, which is what I'm seeking to do with respect to asking both those managers to report back in the 2017 budget process, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Thompson. Pardon me, I had Councillor Crawford to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I guess we traditionally look at the opening of the budget process as when we start the operating budget, and this year is actually December 15th. But in fact, we've already started the 2016 budget process with the rate base that are coming before us. And I want to thank the staff and, of course, the Budget Committee, who have been working incredibly hard over the last couple of months to bring these reports and recommendations to executive and then off to council after that. Reason we bring them at this point, because they are the rate base, they are the utility services that we'll be providing to the residents of the city. And we want to do this so we can begin the rates starting January 1st as opposed to March when we do the operating. So that's traditionally why they come before us today. These three budgets, now the Parking Authority we've already passed, but these two budgets that are before us are pretty much self-sufficient. They do not have an impact on the operating except with solid waste, and we'll talk a little bit about that when we get there. But they really rely on the costs that have been provided to the residents of the city. And it's interesting when we had the presentation from the city manager talking about some of the pressures that we have on capital across the city. Well, in fact, when you look at Toronto Water, there is no pressure, because what we have been doing over the last number of years has been charging the residents. And understandably, when you're looking at, there's no pressure on the operating side of it. There is pressures, what I was about to say, there are pressures with regard to what residents have been paying with increased fees. We've been doing 9% over 9 years, and understandably, that hits the pocketbooks of residents. We are now in the process of doing our second year of an 8% increase that we had talked about, and when Water brought it to us, what they said is, for us to fix the capital problem, for us to deal with our basement flooding, the state of good repair, we need to increase the rates a little bit over the next couple of years. So understanding that, yes, there has been an impact to the pocketbooks of the residents of the city, but what we are getting out of that is a water system that by 2024 will be completely, our state of good repair will be finished by 2024, which when you look at where we may have been and residents who have owned properties over the last 10 years, we had an issue, we had a problem. I get complaints from residents in my community about, traffic problems. Traffic problems are caused by people actually going into the streets to fix and a lot of it has to do with our water infrastructure. So they understand that the fact that we have these capital pressures, we are charging a little bit more for our water, but we're seeing the results. And I think that's what I know people in my ward definitely see. We see these results, and that is a good thing. So, and just to give some numbers to the Toronto Water budget. They're projecting a $1.1 billion a year, or $1.1 billion a year in revenue this year. They're going to be doing a capital contribution of $719 million, with a capital budget this year of $849 million. Their capital budget over the next 10 years is $11.5 billion. And again, when you're looking at wastewater, $4.7 billion. And just with the basement flooding protection program, we're going to be investing $1.64 billion into renewing our basement flooding. So overall, Mr. Mayor, I just want to thank staff, thank the members of the Budget Committee for this, and I want to move the motions. Oh, just one more thing on Councillor Layton's motion. Yes, it did go through budget. I guess when we had the discussion with staff, we had the debate, we did feel that with the information that was provided, we felt it was warranted to pass it and bring it over to executive. Now, the information that we didn't have in front of us was about the impact of the stormwater management process that we're going to be going into, and I know Councillor Thompson's motion actually indicates that we need to look at the impact of the stormwater management fees that will be coming in 2017 on the impact. That information was not before us during budget, and that was the reason why we decided to move it forward to executive. And again, with his amendment, it does change, and it may change some of the information that the executive or budget committee members had heard. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Crawford. If there are no other speakers, I would just like to say a word or two on this. Oh, I'm sorry, Councillor Ainsley, please.
Thank you. Sorry about that, Mr. Mayor Tory. I have a motion that I'd like to move that I've been working on in conjunction with Toronto Water and the Toronto Region and Conservation Authority. It's actually, there was an issue at the last Budget Committee that it got improperly worded. That City Council included Toronto Water capital contribution toward the following project identified as a priority restoration project by the Toronto Region Conservation Authority and identified as shovel-ready as part of the 2016 Toronto Water capital budget, with funds from the Toronto Water Capital Reserve as follows: $2 million for the Scarborough Bluffs West project environmental assessment, with a total project cost of $2 million cash flowed over the 2 or 3 year life cycle of the project. This follows up on work that we did with Toronto Water and Toronto Region Conservation Authority on the eastern part of the Scarborough Bluffs with shoreline remediation, stormwater management, control, shoreline regeneration. This is the next phase that we would be doing in conjunction with the Toronto Region and Conservation Authority, protecting the shoreline along the Scarborough Bluffs, and then further out into Etobicoke in future years. But this is part of that work. I think it's very important, not only for the residents of Scarborough, but right across the greater Toronto area, and I'd ask my colleagues to support this. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Ainsley. Councillor Barlow, question of the mover. Yeah.
Just quick question of the mover. So what impact does this have on the capital project of water and waste management?
So this would be, this is within their budget. It's part of the environmental assessment work. So it's to do the environmental assessment. It's not to do the actual capital work on the shoreline with the Conservation Authority. It's doing the environmental assessment. The Toronto Region and Conservation Authority would be doing the work in future years. But I have to get the environmental assessment done first.
And this is part of their capital budget, so why do we need a motion to put it back if it was already part of their capital budget?
Sorry, it wasn't part of their capital budget, and it's being added, brought up from, it's below line. I'm asking it to be brought above line.
So what project is going to go below line?
I don't think there's any project going below line.
It's coming from the capital reserve, according to the motion.
Okay.
All right. Okay. If no one else is lined up to speak, I'll just put the clock on myself. And I want to start off by thanking the staff, as others have done. And I want to say, with regard generally to the rate-supported budget for water and wastewater, that I think we have been advantaged by transparency here and by the cost of treating the water and the capital being really the budget that's presented to people and the rates being set accordingly. And I think we also see the capital actually being spent in this area to a greater extent than we see elsewhere, where it's budgeted and then the work is actually done and the money expended. And that's not to say you spend money for the sake of saying you spent it, but rather that you can see a degree of accountability for what's budgeted and what actually goes into the ground. The second thing I wanted to say, more in the context of the surcharge issue is that, and this is really dealing with some of the comments, for example, made by Councillor Davis. It is true to say that a lot of our water rates, for example, are mid-range, whether we're looking at industrial or at consumer water rates, and that may be so, but that can't be taken in isolation. And the point that I wanted to make in particular with respect to this decision we're making in particular about the industrial water full cost recovery principle is that you have to look at these things overall. You have to look at these things overall. And I am prepared to say that I generally would be supportive of the principle that's advanced by a number of the speakers here this morning, including Councillor Layton, that people should pay in an amount sufficient to allow us to fully recover the costs. However, I don't think you can do that without knowing what those costs are in advance of imposing these additional obligations on these businesses. For example, if you want to take the example of our water being competitive, which was cited by Councillor Davis and saying, well, it's not a problem as a result to do something about that, that's not the only cost that's covered by these competitiveness studies that were done for us. And there are other costs. For example, I remember reading about hydro, where they say those are not competitive, or those have been growing very quickly and putting these people in a difficult position. These people, by that I mean companies who are trying to preserve and create new jobs inside the City of Toronto. And we've had acknowledged today, based on what I understand to be a relatively small sample of the companies where we've been able to do the calculations, that the impact of the changes being proposed by Councillor Layton are in the hundreds of thousands of dollars. And that's based on a small sample. And I can only say that when I was running a big company, and I know from others I've talked to over time, obviously, who are fellow business executives, the greatest enemy of investment, the greatest enemy of job maintenance, let alone job creation, the greatest enemy of future investment is uncertainty. And uncertainty can be created by surprises that come from government regulators who say, we've decided to change course here, even if it's right in principle, and we're just sending you a bill for several $100,000. I've been told by companies in this city presently in industry who would be affected by this that several $100,000, while it sounds small, it depends on the profitability and the size of that business. And if you just sent them a bill for several $100,000, sometimes investors right in the city, sometimes, quite frankly, decision makers elsewhere would just say, no, thank you. And their response to that would be, adios, we're going to go somewhere else. And we're going to either rely on some other plant somewhere else to do this work, or we're just going to close this one down. And so I think it is just basic common sense responsibility for us to do the work that Councillor Thompson's amendment suggests, because I acknowledge from reading the report that some people are going to end up actually better off as a result of this. And they'll end up, because of the combination of the stormwater charge and even full cost recovery on the industrial side, they will end up better off. And that's terrific. And there will be some who will end up worse off. And I'm simply making the argument we don't know who those people are, and I think it's important we should know who they are so that we can have a very specific discussion, especially with the ones that are hard hit by this, to make sure that we find a way to not have those jobs disappear. I'm not going to feel much better as one decision maker here at City Council if we adopt the full cost recovery principle and then chase a bunch of jobs out of the city. Now, I asked the question because I was concerned just in the last few minutes when I saw Councillor Thompson's motion had the 2017 date in it, and I'm told the reasons for that are twofold. Number one, we've only done a small sample of the companies and determined of that small sample which ones, even from that small sample, will bear additional costs in the hundreds of thousands and which won't. And secondly, of course, we don't know yet what the impact of the stormwater charge would be, and that Mr. DiGeronimo needs the time to sort of complete that work and bring it back to us. So I can tell you from me, dependent upon making sure we have some plans to help people who are hit hardest by this principle, I'm not rejecting in principle and will not reject in principle the notion of full cost recovery, but you've got to do your homework so that we're not chasing jobs out of the city. We can't afford to chase those jobs out. They are the lifeblood of our ability to actually raise revenue at any level of government and pay for all the social services and the transit and everything else, I think, as we all know. So those are my comments. I will support both of these motions here and the main motion as amended. And I think that would bring it to an end unless there's anyone else on the committee. And we're ready for the question on the motions first and then on the main motion. Motion number one by way of amendment is from Councillor Thompson. You see it on the screens. Recorded vote.
On the amendment by Councillor Thompson, all those in favour? Councillor Ainsley, Councillor Berardinetti, Councillor Crawford, Councillor DeGiorgio, Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong, Mayor Tory, Councillor Palacio, Councillor Thompson. All those opposed? Councillor Bailao, Councillor McMahon. The motion carries.
The second motion, which is to do with the Toronto Water Capital Contribution for the Scarborough Bluffs West Project EA. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. That brings us then to the main item as amended, and all those in favor? Opposed? Carried unanimously. Thank you very much. So that brings us next to the the solid waste, I believe. Item 10.24, and so we'll get started on this as best we can. And are there questions of staff from members outside of the committee? Did we have deputants on this? No, there are not. No. They were heard at Budget Committee, right. Are there questions of staff from members outside the committee? Questions of staff from members of the committee? Councillor Minnan-Wong? Deputy Mayor?
Yes, so the solid waste budget is in some ways linked to a future decision at the Budget Committee we're hearing with regard to rebates and the extra large bin. And so for some of us who are concerned and yet undecided whether we want to support eliminating that rebate, can we support this report and still have the flexibility to decide at a future date whether we want to support the elimination of that rebate?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the short answer is yes, you can support the solid waste budget that's in front of you today, which will put into play its action plans for 2016. The issue of how you fund it or support it out of a property tax system with a subsidy, you can make that decision later on as part of the entire property tax discussion. Maybe if the CFO or the Deputy City Manager wants to jump in to elaborate, but this is separate debate.
Mr. Mayor, that's correct. The rebate question will be canvassed in the tax-supported budget, not this budget. This budget's agnostic to that issue.
This doesn't create a hole that there's some sort of imperative that we have to fill by getting rid of the rebate.
No, Mr. Mayor, it does not.
All right, that's fine. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Minnan-Wong. Do we have other members of the committee? Councillor, yes, I'm sorry, Councillor Ainsley, yes, you did.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Tory. I wanted to ask about, so we're looking at increasing the rebate on the bins. On the recycling side of things, often I get complaints from my residents that they've got their bin, they put the bag full of recycling on top of it. It doesn't always get picked up. Are we looking at reviewing that, or like we're trying to decrease the amount of garbage we're putting out at the curb, increasing the recycling? What are we doing to help our residents at that end of things?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. If I understand you, that sounds like a missed pickup or service issue as opposed to a policy issue. If that is the case, please call us and we'll make sure that that item is picked up. So with respect to the fees, what we're proposing, we're not talking about the rebate. I heard you say rebate. What's before you is not that issue. It's the fees that we charge per bin. We're increasing each of those 3%. Just so we're clear on the language.
You're increasing the rate on the bins.
On the bins, the rate.
To get people to look at what they're throwing in the bins to put more recycling out.
No, that's the debate that we will have later on with respect to the property tax rebate and whether you could change that to incent people to do things differently. What's before you right now is a rate increase really to address the long-term capital needs for the division. The extra revenue that's being generated from this budget, it's not only the 3%. The 3% increase generates about $8.4 million additional money, which will go towards the capital program. But further to that, with the adjustments made in the budget, there's another about $6 million, just shy of $6 million, also going towards capital contribution. So the budget before you is designed to fund the long-term waste management strategy as well as upcoming capital pressures. The issue that you're talking about, increasing diversion or encouraging diversion, is a matter that can be addressed at a rebate time.
Okay. And I guess, sorry, and just the last question I just had around curbside waste. Like if we, so you have your bin, if you put something out beyond that bin, you know, you have to go to the store and get a bag tag and to pay for that. And then solid waste has another truck running around that picks up like large objects, like furniture, toilets. We don't charge for that though.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, no, that's included in the total fee structure that we've created and it's funded from the fees we generate. It's not a separate charge for that program.
Right. So then I'm just wondering if there's an opportunity when we look at cost recovery and helping our residents. One of the issues I just had a few weeks ago, one of my residents renovated one of their washrooms in the house. The city picked up the toilet, picked up the old cabinets, the washroom door, they were told wouldn't be picked up because it was garbage and they would have to take that to the transfer station. I'm just wondering if there's an opportunity there that if we're going to send that truck around for large objects, maybe we should be charging for the large object pickup or including a pickup fee for things like that, instead of telling people, we'll pick up two out of 3 items, and the other one you have to take to the transfer station and time out of your day.
Through you, Mr. Chair, or Mr. Mayor, the various programs that were developed over time to address specific needs. So some of the white goods pickup and the bulky items, for the most part, are picked up because they can be put through recycling streams. Construction debris, which you referenced, is not picked up. It's because it's a residual waste item. It's like garbage, and then we'll go to the transfer station. So there are very specific reasons of why certain items were picked up and other items were not. With respect to charging or creating an additional fee specific for pickup, that's something that, of course, can be looked at, but we would look at it in comparison to the cost to administer how you charge and bill for that. Sometimes, you know, a fee of $10 or $15 for pickup might cost you more to process the administration of that rather than having it in the total aggregate fee.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mayor Tory.
Thank you, Councillor. I have Councillor Palacio.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. With regards to the bin sizes, we have 4 different bin sizes, the small, the medium, the large, and the extra large. In terms of percentage of users, what are the percentage that we have, for example, for the small, the medium, the large, and the extra large? Do we have those numbers?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we'll get those numbers for you.
What's the amount, while you find that information, of the rebate?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. Here's the percentage breakdown. Small bins, the 26% of our customers use small bins, 41% medium, 24% large, and 8% extra large.
That's for 2015?
That's the 2015, yes.
What's the ongoing rebate at this point?
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
The rebate for all these bin sizes?
The rebates vary across them, and that item is not before us, so I don't have that information.
I do understand, but last year...
Through you, Mr. Mayor, just for your information, the 215 rebates are for the small bin, 227, the medium, almost 200, the large, 144.40, extra large, about 111, and bag only, 127. That's
Thank you.
15 rates.
Thank you. Last year, we had a 58% increase on the garbage bins. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct, after the application of the rebate.
Thank you. And in your report on page number 7, and the report states that that most likely the existing rebate will be eliminated or reduced. So that's part of the discussion because that's in the report. So my question to you is, when is that part of conversation going to take place? And as we're dealing with rebate aspect.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So that debate will start on December 15th after we launch the tax budget. The actual cost of the rebate program, $163 million, is funded from property taxes, so it's in the tax-supported budget. We will bring back options for council's consideration on what to do about the solid waste management rebate and how it would impact waste diversion and consumer behavior.
Thank you. A question that I'm usually asked by constituents is that the purpose of the property taxes was to cover for essential services like the Toronto Water, garbage collection, garbage disposal, and so on. So now we are trying to get rid of something that was endorsed by city staff in 2007. And City Council and Torontonians were promised that that rebate is going to stay to offset that amount that was taken off from the property taxes. How do we reconcile those differences in terms of perhaps some people say double dipping on the service?
Mr. Mayor, I don't believe that's a fair characterization. When we moved from a system of funding waste management entirely through property taxes to a rate-based, there were winners and losers. Some people were going to go up, some classes of customers were going to go down. The rebate then was brought in as a way of mitigating and phasing in sort of those increases and those big dips of people that would experience increases and those that would not, and also particularly on the commercial sector. I think at the time it was understood that we're doing a rebate now, but at some point in time, we will be looking at that rebate because you're not fully funded on through rates.
Thank you. I have one more question is, in terms of the diversion rates, there has been a lot of discussions going back to 2002 and to accomplish those diversion rates. Now, do you have the figures in terms of single families and multifamilies? What I'm referring to is homeowners in relation to apartment buildings. For the last 5 years, do you have those figures and how it relates in terms of the diversion rate and who is doing what and where the problem actually is?
That will be the last question. Thank you.
So we do have those diversion rates, and Luke can answer that.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, for single family, that's where we've seen the greatest success. It's about 68% diversion. With respect to the multi-residential, that's where we've had the biggest challenge. We're about 29% only diversion. So a lot of room to improve on the multi-residential side. We've known that. The challenges are dealing with the older apartment buildings and putting in place the systems to better recycle there.
Sorry, your time is up, Councillor.
That's fine.
And we're at time at 12:30 anyway, so I have another problem, but it's 5:39. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, just for your information, we will just finish this item up, which I don't think we have one more question, one more series of questions after lunch. And we may have a couple of speakers, but I'm not sure how long. I don't think it's going to take very long. So we will indeed start the Kingston Road item shortly after lunch, which is meaning I would say it's going to likely be 1:45 or 1:50 lunch. We'll be back for after lunch at 1:30. So we'll stand adjourned until 1:30. Thank you.
You have this book. My resident gave it to me to give to
I
you.
actually don't have it. Oh.
Would the members of the Executive Committee please come to Committee Room 1 for quorum?
In the interest of time, we will start. We have a quorum here, and I thank you very much for returning to be with us this afternoon. I have a number of members who've told me about various concerns they have about time with community meetings and whatnot, so I will only remind you, the old ads used to say for the LCBO, you are your own liquor control board, and you will be the governors in part of how we do getting our business done today, and hearing from all the deputies that have been kind enough to come and spend time with us. So what we have to do now is finish the questions of staff on the solid waste budget, and then see if there are speakers on that, and then finish that item, and then we move on to the Kingston Road item, and then we'll come back to the stormwater management item. I beg your pardon? Oh, sure. Yeah, Councillor Thompson has a quick release. Was it Councillor Thompson or Councillor?
Mr. Chair, yes, I've had my question answered as to, thank Mr. Sorkin for helping with that. So EX 10.3, review of the functions of Toronto's accountability office. I'm satisfied with my answer, and I'm fine, so I can release that item.
All right. Councillor Thompson has released that item, so I'm ready to call for the question on that to accept the recommendations in the report. All those in favour? Opposed? Carried. And may I just say, because Dean Sawson is here, who wrote the report, I was just speaking to him, and I don't know where he went, but he's here somewhere.
Over there.
There he is. And may I just say thank you to you and to all the other staff involved for a report that obviously prompted one additional question, which was answered, and now it's been approved and accepted. And we thank you very much for your work and everybody else involved. And thank you, Councillor Thompson. All right, then, did you have one as well, Councillor McMahon, or? No. Okay, so we're ready to then finish up on the solid waste budget, and we were coming. You had one question, Councillor Crawford.
Yeah, understanding the necessity for time. So 2 quick questions. The fees generated from the 3% you mentioned was 8.4 million.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, specifically the 3% rate increase generates $8.4 million.
Again, as part of the budget, what are we putting into our capital reserves to deal with our sort of long-term strategy and that you're going to be doing?
So specifically, the amount that's going towards capital contribution, which includes debt service and reserve, is about $14 million. So it's actually greater than that 3% increase.
Okay. And your long-term waste management strategy, that is definitely coming in 2016?
It is on track, yes, to be put in front of committee and council in 2016.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Crawford. Any other questions of staff or members of the committee? All right, were there then speakers from outside of the committee on the solid waste budget? I don't see any. Speakers from the membership of the committee, Councillor McMahon, Councillor Crawford. Okay, please go ahead, Councillor McMahon.
Thank you very much, and I have a motion, just a wee motion there that I'd like you to support. And I think this is a fantastic report. Thank you very much to all involved. And, oh, sorry, I'm already ahead, sorry.
We're on the, okay. Solid waste budget we're still on, right? Not yet premature? Okay, then we go to Councillor Crawford.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just very quickly, and the questions I asked were really relevant to what I was wanting to say. 3% increase in our solid waste this year. Majority of that's really going into capital. And we have as we've heard, from the city manager, you'll be hearing through budget, the capital needs and pressures that we have are intense and great in this city. And it's no different with solid waste. But I'm confident that staff have worked incredibly hard to make sure that they bring their expenses and how they manage that division down, but really focusing on what the real need is, which is really looking at our long-term capital strategy, which will be coming in 2016. And I think that's where we're really going to have a fulsome discussion on how we move forward with that strategy. And just to give an example, we have Green Lane. Green Lane's going to be full at this point by 2029. 2029. Now, it sounds like a number of years away, but in fact, it's not. That's going to creep up very quickly. And at our present diversion rate, we're going to hit a full Green Lane in 2029. We're going to need a long-term strategy to try to figure that out. But in the interim, there are a lot of things we can do. If we start diverting more of our garbage, we could probably extend the opportunity to use Green Lane for 2, 3, 4, 5 years. We don't know. That discussion is going to be coming up as part of the operating when we look at the bin rates and when we talk about the diversion rates. But I look at this more on an economic point and about saving money. So if we can extend Green Lane by 4 or 5 years, the amount of money that I don't know what the answer would be to that, but I'm sure it's significant. So when we're looking at how do we deal with our long-term strategy, we can turn around and spend a lot of money to think of an alternative. But one of the bigger alternatives we'll find in this strategy is how do we extend it? And that's where the discussion on the rebates and charging a little bit more on the operating side for people, or try to get them to divert some of the garbage that goes into the garbage could definitely benefit us. So again, I want to thank staff, thank the budget committee for the work they did on the solid waste, and I think that's it. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Crawford. Then I think in the absence of any other speakers, we're ready to call the question on the recommendations. There are no other motions or amendments, so we can just call the question on the approval of the staff recommended budget. All those in favor? Opposed? Beg your pardon? From the Budget Committee. I'm sorry, yes, recommendations from the Budget Committee. All those in favor, opposed, carried. And may I just extend my thanks as well to the staff for all their hard work on this and to the members of the Budget Committee as well. All right. That then would bring us to the item that is 33, what number is it called? 10? 1012, I'm sorry, just trying to find it here. 10.12, which is the acquisition of 3306 Kingston Road. And we will begin with the deputations, of which we have 9. And I will remind if there's any people, by the way, who want to combine their deputations into one, in the interest of time, I would invite you to feel free to do so, but otherwise we'll hear people one at a time. And you have 5 minutes, and the first is Andrew Tumulty.
I don't live in the immediate vicinity of the proposal of the shelter. I do, however, live in Scarborough. I'm probably about 10 minutes away from it. And the reason I came down today was that not only because I support this proposal, because I think it's the right thing to do, although I do, and I think it is that I want to make sure that there's a voice from Scarborough speaking in support of this. I was inspired to come down here because I read Edward Keenan's column in The Star a couple of weeks ago that talked about the community meeting for this proposal, where a lot of objections were raised, and a lot of objections that were raised were based on unfounded fears and of some pretty ugly stereotypes. And that really bothered me, that those are some of the loudest voices that come out of my community. I think we have to accept the idea in Scarborough that we are a part of this city, as we all are. People in Scarborough, whether it's their parks, their community centers, their schools, share an enormous benefit by being as close to a major downtown center like Toronto and thousands of jobs and thousands of residents. But if you're going to share in those benefits, then you need to share in those responsibilities. The people that are being looked after here are not the movie stereotypes of drug-crazed addicts that are out to threaten violence. These are men who have already chosen to walk away from living on the street, and they need a place to live. If this project was labeled low-income housing for seniors, rather than being tagged with the mark of a shelter, I have a strong suspicion that a lot of the objections would be a lot quieter and certainly, I hope, a lot less spiteful. People often cite property values in cases like this, and I think, again, people need to realize that part of their property values is because of how close to downtown they are. You know, the price of the same house in Trenton or Peterborough in Scarborough would probably be a lot less. And again, if you're going to benefit from something like that, then you need to share in the responsibility. The fact is that homelessness is not a downtown problem any more than mental health is a downtown problem or substance abuse is a downtown problem. These are human problems, and these are problems that need human solutions. I think the last thing I would just maybe want to add is that if people in this community are concerned about the reputation of their community by this shelter being proposed, I think they should be. Because frankly, I can't think of anything that would be much worse for a community's reputation than trying to throw poor old men out in the cold and using fear and lies and intimidation to do it. That's about all I have. I'd like to thank Councillor Crawford particularly for being a strong proponent of this proposal. I'd like to hope this committee does the same, and I hope City Council does as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tumulty. Are there any questions of this deputant? Questions from Councillor Crawford and Councillor Ainsley.
Yeah, I appreciate you coming out today to speak. Now, have you ever, you know, the existing residence is about 6 kilometers west, actually in the ward. It's been there for over 16 years, and there's been never an issue at all in that community. It's
precisely what I've read. Absolutely.
Very welcoming, very good neighbors, a school across the street, never been any concerns in the community.
Yeah, if you ask me if I want to live next to a seniors building or a motel, I think I'll take the seniors building every time.
Okay. And part of this proposal, even though it's not in the recommendations, it'll be as a letter that I've distributed to the committee, and a motion I'll be moving talks about the East Side Motel. That is right beside the Comfort Inn, and you're well aware of the reputation of the East Side Motel over the last number of years. And in fact, this proposal will actually get rid of the East Side Motel, which has been an incredibly big problem in the community. You're aware of that, of course?
Yes, of course.
Okay, that's all. Thank you.
Councillor Ainsley.
Thank you, through Mr. Mayor. Mr. Tumulty, so along Kingston Road, there's the Lido Motel in Ward 44.
Yep.
Family residence in Ward 43. And then this would be in Ward 36 along a long stretch of Kingston Road. I've had people have called my office and saying Scarborough's being inundated on Kingston Road with shelters and family, city-run facilities. Would you agree with that statement? Or if you look at 3, 1 per ward?
1 per ward seems like a pretty reasonable balance to me. You know, especially again, yes, in a very technical sense, that what we're talking about here is a shelter, but when we're talking about something that's primarily transitional housing for people that have already made a choice not to live on the street anymore, I think 3 is more than fair, and especially when we're talking about the sort of shelter that this is.
And would you be surprised if I told you 43 Division, which is in the east end of Scarborough, encompasses all 3 wards, including Ward 38, has one of the lowest crime rates in North America?
Nope, wouldn't be surprised in the slightest.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mayor Tory.
Thank you, Councillor Ainsley. And we move next to Councillor Thompson.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for being here today, sir. I'm just wondering, you recognize that there's a need for more shelters to accommodate residents in Toronto?
Sure.
Right. So the current shelter that is, as the councillor pointed out, is 6 kilometers away or something to that effect. What would you propose, or what would you suggest that the city do with that particular space? I understand that there are issues around renovations and so on and so forth, but my understanding also is that that particular facility is on the market for sale. Would you recommend that the city acquire that in order to build a shelter further to accommodate?
Again, yeah, if that's within the realm of possibility for the city, if that's a feasible plan for that building and for the city, I would absolutely support that, yes. I think, you know, again, it's a responsibility that I think we need to share across the city. I think, you know, when people talk about it, again, being a downtown problem, I think that creates a bigger problem of perception and of logistics than there currently needs to be. So yeah, if that facility there is feasible to be renovated and put into use as
or perhaps a new facility.
Yeah, that's something I would firmly support.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thanks, Councillor Thompson. I think that's all we have, and I appreciate very much your time and your willingness to answer questions, Mr. Tumblety.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Jesse McCauley is next. Jesse McCauley here? Okay, and then we would move to Heather Yule. Good afternoon, Ms. Yule. Like everybody else, so you have 5 minutes, and we welcome you to City Hall.
Thank you for allowing me to speak. I am no means trying to disrespect or otherwise other residents' concerns, views, or feelings regarding this matter. Just to be quite honest and blunt, I did reside in the Birchcliff community when the first residence was being brought forward. I was very concerned until I realized it was not an emergency shelter. This was someone's home. So these men would not be sent outside to fend for themselves from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. During our community meeting, there was a real estate specialist there who did say or indicate that the shelter would reflect our property values. However, at the time that the original residence back in Birchcliff, when I lived there, I was renting. When I went to purchase a home a few years later, I could not afford Birchcliff, so I had to move to Cliffcrest. And yes, Cliffcrest does have criminal concerns. Several weeks ago, one Sunday night, someone tried to break into my home while I was in bed. However, again, going back to Birchcliff, there was no indication that these men have got any kind of altercations or anything with the community. So I don't think they would add to our already criminal issues within our our area. Currently, I walk past the motel in question a couple of times a week, getting groceries, going to yoga, whatever. I can't see a point of changing my route for these gentlemen moving in there, as again, they've not shown any problem in the existing place. Again, they're senior, they age quicker on the street, they are seniors, they need a place to go. How empathetic are we to these men? How many of us will be in the very similar situation when we retire? The number of seniors retiring into poverty is great. And if we don't show people compassion now, who will be showing us compassion when we need it? I'm very much for this as it is needed. And I understand that as what's previously going on in Birchcliff, that these men will be screened. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Yule. Are there questions of Ms. Yule from members of the committee? Okay, well, thank you very much. We appreciate your time very much. Mr. Tom Maloney.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, councillors. Thank you for the opportunity.
And may I say before I begin how impressed I was with this morning's budget presentation and the discussion that followed. Our city is in good hands. I'm a little disappointed with the previous presentations. They are people who are living outside the area that the residence is moving into. Today, I ask you to focus on the main issue for the residents in our area with regards to the relocation of the Birchmount residents. And that is, while recognizing the important need to find suitable housing for these men, the establishment of a large social housing building for very needy people in an area that is already integrating at least 10 large social housing buildings. One of these large buildings already houses those who are basically homeless and in need of shelter. There is also the infamous Eastside Motel that Mr. Crawford referred to that should have been demolished years ago. Also, I'm not sure if staff report mentions there's a neighbourhood pub less than 5 minutes from the proposed location. To the east and to the west, there's a local school. I believe that the headline for our concern is not "we don't want," it is "we don't want because we are supporting enough already." As I begin, a point of clarification. Yesterday, Mr. Crawford in a CBC interview said, "We are simply relocating an existing residence." This is highly misleading. The existing residence accommodates 60 men in a fairly typical suburban area. The new location is scheduled to accommodate at least 120 men, many of whom we are told are transient, and I have already described the area they're moving into. This will no longer be a residence. In my opinion, it will be more like a large hostel. Just a very brief description of the neighbourhood where the building is going in. The hostel will be located in an area whose major boundaries are Bellamy, Markham Road, Eglinton, Kingston Road. This footprint is inside Scarborough Village, one of 13 Toronto neighbourhoods deemed high-risk priority by the city. It is approximately 0.9 kilometre by 0.7, 0.63 square kilometres, a very small footprint. As I mentioned, and I can't emphasize this enough, this is the crux of the issue as far as I'm concerned. Within this block, there is already a very high concentration of low-income properties. Simply put, this area is strained. I'm sure that Mr. Crawford understands this. As you would, Councillor Ainsley, regarding Morningside and Lawrence, as you would, Councillor Thompson, regarding Midland and Eglinton, and as you would, Councillor Berardinetti, regarding Pharmacy and Danforth. Regarding revitalisation of neighbourhoods, another quote from Mr. Crawford's CBC interview, "I have to look at what kind of city do we want." Well, we talk about the need to revitalise certain needy areas, and I congratulate the city for several existing successful projects. The city manager made reference to that this morning. It does so much for the quality of life. Surely you understand that revitalisation inherently means improvement. Long-lasting improvement should not be based on expediency. Could you please tell me how a large residence housing 120 transient men revitalises an area? As politicians, you are, pardon me, blatantly disingenuous if you support this motion and at the same time support the concept of revitalisation. The introduction of the new establishment would mean deterioration, not revitalisation. I am speaking as an almost 40-year resident of the area. I have for many years been involved with St. Vincent de Paul at our parish, St. Boniface. Already we do support many needy transient people, and we do care about those in need. At the same time, enough is enough for one small area in this vast metropolis. Regarding alternatives, yesterday Mr. Crawford said we are looking at a lot of city options. That is good to know. It wasn't highlighted at our community meeting. This proposed location has happened, at least in our opinion, very quickly. Even Mr. Crawford told us at the community meeting that the recommendation was somewhat of a surprise to him when he first learned about it. Why was the issue not discussed at local Scarborough meeting? Can the decision be delayed for this discussion to take place? I understand a large building in our area, the Scarborough Foreign Missions, may be on the market. How about one of several southern empty high schools? Could we not demolish the existing Birchmount residence and rebuild? How about the Pan Am Olympic Village? That's all from the top of my head. Why 120 residents? Why not smaller numbers? Staff must have some ideas. In conclusion, the issue is the placement of a large social housing establishment for very needy people in a small footprint where there is already a very high concentration of low-income housing. When casting your vote, please be reasonable.
I have to ask you to wrap up there, sir. I've lost track of time. I was listening carefully to what you were saying, and Councillor Thompson reminded me of the 5-minute limit. Yes, you actually went almost 6, so if you could just wrap up one sentence, and then we can be done.
At the end of the day, Gary said yesterday, I have to do the right thing. Councillors, is it morally right to place 120 needy men in one building? Is it morally right to place them in an area already deemed to be in need of revitalisation?
All right. Well, thank you very much for that. Thank you. And now, do we have questions of this deputant from Councillor McMahon?
Thank you very much for coming in, Mr. Maloney. So just to go back to something you were saying, we are supporting enough already. So do you believe there should be some sort of scoreboard as to how many low-income housing, social housing properties you have in a ward?
There should be balance.
Do you know that social housing providers like EcuHome, St. Jude's, Toronto Community Housing, the scattered homes are often, people don't even realize they're in their neighborhoods?
I think that's excellent.
Are you saying that providing homes for shelter and homes accommodation for people who are in need is not in your definition of revitalization?
I think if it's done properly, it can be all right. My whole point, Ms. McMahon, is that the area is already inundated with a heavy load of social housing. And I would hope our Scarborough councillors realise that.
And when you say done properly, what do you mean by that?
When I say what?
That you want it done properly.
I'd like it to be studied. I think this is a very rushed decision. I don't think 120 transient men in one building is a proper decision.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McMahon. We had Councillor Bailão.
Thank you, Mr. Maloney. So would you agree that we have poverty in all parts of the City of Toronto?
More so in some.
More so in some, absolutely. But do you agree that supportive housing should be integrated in all parts of the City of Toronto?
Absolutely.
So we agree on that principle, that we should have mixed communities and that we should build different levels of income in our neighborhoods?
Absolutely.
Would you be surprised if I tell you that the highest number of shelters and housing is actually in downtown Toronto?
I would not be surprised.
So not in Scarborough. It's actually downtown Toronto.
I'm not doing a Scarborough versus anywhere else, but I think you do believe that there is a fairly large segment of social housing in Scarborough that is perhaps more so than other areas of the city.
And when we create these housing, these projects, it's not only important the bricks and mortars, it's important the services that we provide and that come along with these services. And that's what we're trying to, the city is trying to put forward is not only bricks and mortars, is actually services to service the community.
Absolutely.
The community is there, so we just want to service your neighbors.
I don't know if they're my neighbours or not.
Well, they're 6 kilometers away from you right now, right? The
There are
existing
another
shelter.
60 coming that we are told may be coming from Seton House downtown.
Or from
Or from anywhere.
or
yes.
from anywhere as well, but servicing a need in the city.
Absolutely.
Okay. So you agree that it is needed, you agree that we should have mixed communities, you just don't agree on the location?
Because of the reason that I mentioned, that this particular area is severely inundated with social housing at the present time. I'm sure you have a pocket in your ward where there is a large segment of social housing. I don't think you would want another one superimposed on that. I think you would look for a location where perhaps it might be a little more balanced in your ward.
But when you locate services to actually help the people, those people that are in social housing or that need that social housing, isn't that what we're trying to create?
I have no question with providing services for people in social housing.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Barlow. Councillor Barnett.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you. Mr. Maloney, thanks so much for coming in. I know, so are you right in Birchcliff?
Pardon?
Are you in Birchcliff?
I live at Bellamy and Kingston Road.
Okay. And I know your area very well. I'm right around the corner. I'm down there running at least 4 days a week. So do you recall the Regent Park revitalization downtown?
I'm aware of it, yes. I follow it.
Do you remember that many of the residents were relocated down to Kingston Road? That under David Miller, that they were relocated from downtown to Regent? Do you remember that?
No, I didn't know that happened.
Did you know that there was public meetings held under Councillor Ashton at the time because many of those residents wanted to go back to Regent Park and they were never relocated back?
Okay, I wasn't aware of that issue.
And so now your concern, which is understandable, is that many of the residents are going to come from Seton House and be relocated back out to the suburbs and then never relocated back downtown. Is that your concern?
I have no idea where they're going to go. That's not part of my plan. It's just like, would you want something, a building such as this at Pharmacy in Danforth, knowing the needs of that area?
No, I completely understand and agree with you, actually.
Thank you.
And so my question is, are you aware that, so 60 of the residents are going to come from around the corner? So you're not really opposed to them. You're opposed to additional.
60 seems like a very reasonable number in terms of housing for homeless people, yes.
Okay. So your concern is the increase?
That's another concern. That's a secondary concern. A primary concern is the placement within the area.
Right. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Barnett. Councillor Ainsley.
Thank you, Mayor Tory. Mr. Maloney, I just wanted some clarification. You said earlier in your comments that there was 10 other social housing buildings like this in the area?
That's correct.
Can you name them?
No. No, there's a strip along Eglinton from Bellamy over to Markham Road. I don't know if you can picture that strip.
Yep.
Then there's the corner of Markham and Eglinton, and then along Kingston Road, there are 2 large buildings there. There's also the end of Bellamy Adonac Residence.
So you're talking about Toronto community housing buildings. You're not talking about residents.
I'm talking about buildings that are heavily socially subsidized. I don't know who's subsidizing them.
Right, because all the buildings that you just talked about are Toronto community housing.
Okay.
Right, they're not shelters such as the one that we're talking about now.
I'm not saying they're shelters. I'm saying the East Side Motel presently is a shelter, and also the Adonac residents. We deal a lot with them through our Vincent de Paul, and they are certainly people who are very much on the borderline. And it's fine, and they have integrated very well. My whole point is enough is enough for one area. As you would say for Morningside and Kingston Road, Morningside and Lawrence.
Well, I think, so so you don't think that the people, the men that go into this unit, residents, are going to integrate into the surrounding area?
I have no idea.
But you're against it just the same?
Do you understand the main point I'm making?
No, sorry, I'm asking the questions.
Yeah. The main point I'm making is there is a heavy concentration of social housing within a 0.63 square kilometre footprint.
Right.
I think that is sufficient in terms of one area for the city.
Right, but I think you need to understand there's a difference between Toronto community housing and residence for people like this, correct?
Yes, yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mayor Tory.
Are there others wishing to ask questions? I just wanted to ask a couple of questions, if I may, sir. Thank you for coming again. Have you been to the Birchmount men's residence?
I've driven by many times.
But you've never been in?
I've never gone in, no.
And have you had any other occasion in your charitable works or otherwise to meet some of the residents who live there?
At our community meeting a few weeks ago, there were a few people from the residents who spoke at the meeting. I talked with one of them afterwards outside in the parking lot.
Okay. I can only deal with those men. I have been there, and I've met with them and talked to them and seen the circumstances in which they live and understand a little bit about who they are. And I just, so dealing with them, because I can't deal with any possibilities of other people coming. Who knows what other people or who they would be. But I just wanted to get sort of at the nub of why you're concerned about people like that, who I would describe as older men who are actually not transient. They are people who have lived in this place, because I talked to them for quite some period of time. It's their home, but they're people who have issues of one kind or another in their past, largely, who would have difficulty finding somewhere else to live. And I just wonder why you're concerned about those people and their inability to be good residents and peaceful residents of the new location.
It's very possible they could be peaceful residents, Mayor. There's a lot of uncertainty in terms of the way this whole concept was introduced and wasn't properly explained. At our meeting, it was back and forth saying that most of these people will be in at the Comfort Inn as transients. They're there while they're being placed somewhere else. I'm hearing from you that no, they're there permanently. So as a community, we don't know, are the people going to be permanent residents? How sick are they? How mobile are they? Or are they people perhaps coming from somewhere else where we are looking for proper residence for them, which I support, because I think 120 in one building is far too much. To answer your question, 60 men at Birchcliff, it obviously seems to be working just fine. It's a very different kind of a neighbourhood than Kingston Road and Bellamy, Kingston Road and Markham. And we're talking about 120. A lot of people were even told it may go to 150, and we're told that these people are moving on. So that part we don't know.
Just one more question. Did you have any idea as to where else we might do this? I mean, if you had been to the residences I have been, you'd certainly agree, I'm sure, as most Torontonians would, this place is not acceptable. It's just not. In many respects, I could recite to you. But did you have any other ideas on where we might go if it wasn't
Besides the one I mentioned, I honestly don't know, but I'm sure Planning Department knows of many, many locations.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
Councillor Thompson, did you have a question for?
Just a quick one. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. You prompted me to ask this. Sir, with respect to the Birchcliff location, you're familiar with that location? Have you been inside? Have you seen it?
I just mentioned I have not been inside.
Okay. So my question to you then would be, I'm told that there was a interest by the owners to basically sell that property to the city, understanding that it needs to be either demolished and to be built anew. Would you support the advent if, in fact, the city were to acquire that site and to redevelop that site for proper shelter for the men?
At the Birchmount residence?
At the Cliffside, well, it's actually Kingston Road, isn't it? It's Kingston Road.
You mean the existing residence?
That's correct, yes.
By all accounts, everything seems to be working well there. I think it is a nice location. It is not surrounded by a lot of other needy buildings, and everything seems to be fine. Plus, it is a number 60, not 120 or 150.
Right, but just to reiterate, my point is that the parties who own that facility that has been leased to the city for some time recognize that I'm told that it needs a lot of work and perhaps it would be better to demolish and rebuild. What I'm asking you then is that whether or not you would support that particular concept of the city acquiring that particular parcel of land, rebuilding a new building on site to accommodate the men for that location, given the fact that you pointed out they've been accommodated quite well. There is a flow there. There is no intrusion. People have been very accepting of the men in that location. Would you support that site be redeveloped for this particular purpose, given the fact there's a need for many more shelters in the city?
That was one of the alternatives I gave in my presentation, Councillor Thompson.
Yeah. I just wanted you to restate it, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Thompson. Are there any other questions of this deputant? If not, well, thank you very much for your time, sir.
Thank you.
All the best. All right. We have next Alana Anderson from Wood Green Community Services. Ms. Anderson? Welcome.
Hi. Okay. I would like to speak in support of the initiative for the Shelter Support and Housing Administration to relocate a men's shelter at 3306 Kingston Road. I've been a resident of the Birchcliff community for 31 years. I am well aware of the original existing men's long-term housing that's there, and it's awesome. I currently work for Wood Green Community Services for the past 4 years. I am a housing support worker, and I keep the former residents of Tent City housed. And I know how important it is to have long-term housing shelters and everything like that. I use them every day. I know they're full. I know that there needs to be more of that, and many of my clients have been through the Seton House shelter system, and they're also aging as well, so they do need seniors housing. It is imperative we transform 3306 Kingston Road into a men's shelter. The location of this residence is also important, as our core city shelters are at capacity, and we can address the issue of homelessness that is affecting Scarborough as well. With Toronto market rent prices increasing and becoming exorbitant, and rooming houses are closing quite frequently, a shelter is a viable option for someone who cannot afford market value rent. Homelessness is quite an epidemic in the city right now, and for those men who only have an option of sleeping in a shelter or on the streets, we know what the right answer is. Thank you for your time.
And thank you very much for your time. Are there questions of this deputy? Thank you very much for taking the time to be with us today, Ms. Anderson. Danny Bourne. Hello, Mr. Bourne. You have five minutes.
Yes.
Welcome to City Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and committee. My name's Danny Bourne. I live in the current Birchcliff area, less than a kilometer from the current shelter, or the current residence. And I would like to speak in support of the initiative, the Shelter Support and Housing, to relocate the men's shelter to 3306 Kingston Road. As I say, I currently live about 500 meters. I walk by that current facility often, and I can attest to the fact that, to my knowledge, the residents there have had no detrimental effect on the neighborhood. In fact, I know some owners of businesses there that said they've been great neighbors. And in terms of property values, it's been recently reported that that particular area of the GTA has escalated faster in real estate prices than most other areas in the GTA. So it has not had a detrimental effect there. And walking by the facility often, I find it to be well maintained, and the residents, when they're outside, to be mannerly and courteous. Another perspective I bring is in my professional capacity. I'm a district chief with Toronto Fire Services, and that's my area. And I can say that the only time we ever have crews there is just to deal with medical issues that would be similar to any other seniors residence. And in fact, it's much more likely that undesirable activities are located in the current motel strip along Kingston Road, as has been mentioned. And I believe this is a great opportunity to rehabilitate and revitalize these anachronistic and misused motels that are currently along Kingston Road. This is a great, I think, a revitalization. And I think another key factor here is I've always found the staff there to be really, really professional, courteous, and very effective. And that's a huge difference between other social housing and these kind of shelters. There's professional staff on duty 24 hours a day that take care of the staff that take care of the residents and support the residents. So it's much less likely to have problems in the neighborhood because of that. My third perspective is, it's the second time we're going to hear the Society of St. Vincent de Paul today. It's kind of ironic, but I'm past president of the Society in Toronto Central Council, and we currently run, on behalf of the City of Toronto, 4 women's shelters. And just from my experience there, I am not overstating it when I say these kind of residents and this kind of services can be a matter of life and death for the residents. It's very serious, and it's a matter that this city needs to take seriously. So I applaud the the shelter administration's initiative, and I thank Councillor Crawford for his leadership on this because it's the right thing to do in the neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bourne. Are there any questions of Mr. Bourne from members of the committee or otherwise? Councillor de Beermaker.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Chair, and thank you very much for coming in today. If the shelter was to go forward, do you think the St. Vincent de Paul Society would be willing to work with the shelter and work with the residents or be involved in some way, like I'm the ward next door, like you are in many of our areas in Scarborough?
We have many volunteers in the area that would be probably willing to do so, and even on a staff basis. I mean, right now the city is it's nonprofit agencies such as the St. Vincent de Paul that run the bulk of shelter beds with professional staff, but you know, whether there'd be room for that here, I don't know. But on a volunteer basis, there'd probably be people who'd be willing to, you know, come in and work with the residents too.
Okay, great. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor de Beermaker. Any other questions of Mr. Bourne? Well, thank you very much, Mr. Bourne. Appreciate your time. Jean Stevenson, Madison Community Services. Not here, okay. Colin Kai, or Kai, I'm sorry, Colin Kai, former resident, Birchmount area. Mr. Kai. Welcome to City Hall. Thank you for being here.
You're welcome, Mr. Mayor, ladies, gentlemen, councillors. Yeah, my name's Colin Kai. I currently live in Midtown, but until my children were grown, I lived for 30 years on Lakeside Avenue, which is about a block from the Birchcliff residence. I was a resident there when the Birchcliff residence opened, and I read in the newspapers about the public meeting that was held regarding the proposed center, and it was deja vu all over again. It reminded me very much of the original community meeting to discuss the Birchcliff thing, and everyone was afraid of you know, kind of horrible things. So I'm here to see that you know, none of the fears came to pass in Birchcliff. The community, in fact, embraced the organization, and I think that's the answer here. Sort of a few days after all the vitriol regarding the proposal, the people who were closest to it were the next door neighbors. They came in, they ran bingo games, they ran, you know, they did things for Christmas, for Thanksgiving, etc. So they were the biggest supporters. The volunteers were the neighbors, and the closest neighbors were often the ones who were closest. So to conclude, there's no fear. The neighborhoods should participate if they're concerned. And then, of course, there's the old one, there but for fortune. So that concludes my comments.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kai. Are there questions of, yes, Councillor Crawford and then Councillor DeGiorgio.
Thank you. I appreciate you coming in. So how long were you at the residence, if you don't mind me asking?
Why? Well, I was on the board for about 4 years. I think I was chair for a year.
Okay. So when you're looking at the average stay of a resident there, how long, you know, would it be? 3 months? It's not, we heard the comment about being transient. In fact, most of them are there 3 months. In fact, 2 to 3 years, and a lot of them, it's their final resting place.
Absolutely, yeah. It varied quite a bit in my experience, and but these people were not hugely active. They were really looking for a place to, you know, often to spend the last of their days.
And you don't think there'll be any kind of negative impact on the community that the proposal is suggesting they go to in any way?
I think the experience in Birchcliff was that it was a net plus. It allowed people in the neighborhood and just right around there, south of Kingston Road, like all the way along Scarborough, it tends to be more affluent. And it gave people an opportunity to participate in these things and to actually, as often happens when you participate in nonprofit organizations, you get more out of it than you put in.
Okay, thank you.
Was there one other hand up? Councillor DeGiorgio, yes, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Typically, I understand that the existing building is a pretty dilapidated state. Is that a fair statement?
Well, I don't live there anymore, but I've driven by it a couple of times. It was never in good shape, actually.
Okay. In the context of revitalization or renovation, typically either a property is totally redeveloped or there's extensive renovations that occur that at the end of the day end up improving the quality of life for the residents. Would you agree?
Yes, if it was me, I would buy that property. I'd buy the 3 or 4 properties to the west of it, and I would develop. I imagine the piece of land allows you, I don't know, maybe 4 to 6 stories, and I would, you know, the city owns it, then expand the program of you know, the various social programs that the city needs to support, including the homeless issue. You know, the people who are not, for whom affordability is way down, the numbers that are off the affordability track.
Yeah, I think what I'm trying to drive at is that if you have a neighborhood that is going to receive some of these people, let's call them, I mean, they're apparently single older men, and if we somehow receive them in improved living conditions, an improved building, and then talk about increasing the number of people that we accommodate within that building. I know that you said when you were living in the old Birchmont area that the community embraced the original group.
Yes.
And so this new community that is being asked to embrace a larger group, but at the same time they've got improved living conditions for that larger group. Can you comment on, is the community likely to improve or embrace a larger group?
I would think so. I think the larger group is a bit of a kind of really a non-issue, because the way these funding things tend to work, as I understand them, is that the funding is sort of on a per capita basis, and so there would be more services, there'd be a nicer space that would be, I don't think the numbers would affect it. You're not talking about thousands, you're talking about maybe doubling 120. I think the community, current community, where this hotel is, could accommodate that fairly easily.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor DeGiorgio. Any other questions of this deputant? Okay, Mr. Guy, thank you very much again for being with us today. I appreciate that. Stella Pinnock.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Ms. Pinnock.
Mayor and councillors. I'm here, and this deputation is in regards to the Birchcliff resident. Sorry. In September 1999, the City of Toronto entered into a 5-year lease for the 1673 Kingston Road building that was a nursing home, and for a rent of $24,000 a month. The building is a 22,000 square foot and can house 60 residents. After the lease expired, over the last 11 years, we have met with the city on numerous occasions to renegotiate a new lease and have been given the runaround. The rent remains the same since 1999, even though market value has increased. Repairs and maintenance has been an ongoing concern between the city and myself. The lease specifies that the city is responsible for the interior of the building. The city has never had proper maintenance staff to tend to the daily, weekly, and monthly upkeep of the building. On occasions, I have been called to fix items that existed if they had a maintenance person on staff, I should have fixed it. I have obliged and continued to fix. I have continuously been called for repairs for flooring, bathrooms, painting, locks, hinges, push-out bars. These are what a maintenance person should be doing, and the city has not had someone there. They had a cleaner, and at times the place wasn't well clean. I've asked to talk to the managers about that. We met with the city about buying the property, and at one point, and the city in 2008, the city lawyer Barry Ditto and the facilities and real estate person from the city came with their lawyer, and at that time, we discussed the city purchasing the building. The sale, we agreed to sell the city the property. The city specified that, as this lease specified, they had the first right of refusal. However, the city never got back to us. Again, I met with the city on many occasions and have agreed to a list of repairs which I have done, and give me assurance that once the lease were completed, the city would enter into a new lease at market value. Number of repairs, some repairs have been done. Even this year, I have a list of maintenance, new bathrooms, and continue to do the repairs. I've spent over $200,000 in doing repairs. The city has put in on the roof, through a Skippy grant, they removed the air condition from in the basement and put it on the roof, which compromised the roof, and we had a number of, the architect and engineer said that is the reason, a number of leaking problems, because you don't put a new big air conditioner on an old roof, which is continue giving problem. However, it's been fixed. On November the 4th, at the request of official meeting by the staff of the city, I attended Birchcliff resident, and I was informed that the city is in the process of finalizing a new location and would be given 1 month's notice. The next day, I read in the papers that my husband showed me in the morning, said, oh, in the papers, on the GTA, that the city is, and that's the 5th, the city eyes East End Motel to replace Birchcliff resident. The city throughout this has not negotiated in good faith. I must add that 2 years ago, there was a proposal from the federal grant for renovation of shelters. And I met with the city. I called on several times asking to put in this proposal so that we can put in an elevator, because there's some older men who needs to go up and down the stairs. However, this was never done. Last year, I also discussed with the city some maintenance issues. However, we have proposed, and if you have a building, you need to put effort in painting it to look fresh, doing the work to make it look, you dress every day, just the same way a building needs to be maintained. This building is old, it's homely. However, the residents there would say, they're senior men, and my background, my first was at Seton House, where I did my field work as a social worker. The outdoor space lends itself to the city, to the residents, where they make a garden, and they do have, however, I would take this
I would
opportunity.
just ask you to conclude, Ms. Pinnock. That would be
Yes, I will.
30 seconds.
Said that the city, I am prepared to sell the property to the city, as the city needs 9 new shelters to revitalize, for the revitalization of Seton House. So
All right.
this is my deputation.
Thank you very much. Just we'll see here if there's any questions for you, but we thank you for your remarks. Are there any questions of Ms. Pinnock? Yes, Councillor Crawford.
Hi, Stella, how are you? So how old is the building?
Well, there are 3 wings. It doesn't show from the front, but the last wing was put in about 25, about 35 years. The last wing, there's the front old building, which was the old coach house, but there are 3 wings that there.
Now, would you agree, I've been in the building as of 2 weeks ago at actually Thanksgiving. Would you agree that it is in a deteriorating condition on the inside and really does not meet the needs of the residents in there? Would you agree to that, that it's in pretty rough shape?
Well, as I mentioned here, a building needs to be maintained, in that you need to, if a piece of the wall is kicked in by a resident or something, you need to plaster it, yes, and you need to paint it. So a building is like, you know, it needs to be maintained. You just cannot leave it and leave it there to deteriorate.
So as the leasee or the leaseholder, you have lived up to all of your obligations with regard to that facility?
The lease specified that the city should do, the city's responsibility is for the interior. And I have done all, I mean, the city, we have got 2 bathrooms, and they even put cement in the toilet in one of the bathrooms. How could you do that when you have men going to shower? I recently had to spend $20,000 and redo the bathroom, put in even a urinal for the men. I'm just saying, yes, you have to maintain the building. You have to have maintenance and paint to make it look fresh. When you go into a building, you have to refreshen it.
So you're suggesting that you would, first of all, you weren't happy, I'm assuming, when the city came and said that they were finalizing to purchase a new property somewhere. It sounds as if you weren't pleased with that because you would like the residents to stay in the present location.
No. Earlier the year, I met with Jack Harvey and Emishe from the city, and we went around the buildings and we were doing the repair. We are doing some of the renovation for them, which the city should be doing. I'm saying the city. I am not saying that. They said, okay, do it, and they will give market rent. They did not say they were looking for a property. Otherwise, I think.
So you had stated that you have had discussions and negotiations with city staff in the past to purchase that property. Is that
yes,
true?
yes,
And what year would that have been?
That was around 2008 or 2009, sometime there.
2008 and 2009?
Yeah, I think I have to go back and look at the exact date. They came in and they said they would purchase the building, and I agreed to purchase it for them to purchase it.
Okay.
They said they had, and I think even Jack Harvey mentioned there's somewhere in the file there's supposed to be some information on it.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. There are some other questions that I'm wanting to ask, but I'm concerned that they'll be confidential in nature. And I think we may unfortunately have to go into camera to ask some of these questions because this is something that's come up that I was not expecting.
All right. I just had one more. If anybody else have any of Ms. Pinnock? Mike, Councillor Thompson?
Sorry. Ms. Pinnock, how large is your building?
The building?
Yes.
22,000 square feet.
Right. And what was your rent that you collected on
$24,000.
24,000.
And this is since 1999. They have not given an increase.
I'm sorry, you...
Since 1999, when the city commenced leasing the building, the same rent remains, even though we've...
To current day 2000?
To current date.
So, and as part of your leasing agreement, did you agree to do all the necessary repairs? Because I'm a little confused with that. I thought that...
No,
Sorry, may I just finish my question, please? I was under the impression that typically in a commercial leases that you're responsible for internal work, or if any major work that needs to be done, that somehow was as a result of the need to improve the facility, there'll be either conversation between the owner and obviously the leasee, but in fact the leasee would be responsible for doing the bulk of any repairs and so on. Is that the agreement that you have?
The lease on page 4 states that the city is responsible for the interior maintenance and repairs of the building.
So when the question was asked by Councillor Crawford about sort of the facility itself, and you responded, you talked a little bit about the exterior, I presume that the question was predominantly pertaining to the interior of the facility. Are you then suggesting that that was the city's responsibility and not your responsibility?
It was the city's responsibility.
So the deterioration that we've heard that has been spoken about, did the city have a maintenance person, for example?
No. No.
Was there a company contracted?
No.
So how was the maintenance done?
They would call somebody outside of they'd call a contractor from outside, like, I mean, a simple thing like a toilet handle that broke, that they will call somebody outside the contract to fix it.
Can you tell me, Ms. Pinnock, the surrounding community in terms of the acceptance of the men who are residents in this particular facility, can you tell me about the relationship? I understand that there's a school close by. Was there an issue? Was there any concern from the school or the parents in the area about your facility or the facility that the city leased from you and had the men use as a shelter?
No, there was no concern about them. The men were accepted in the community.
Can you give me a little bit of history about your facility? So you said, how long have you owned the facility?
I owned the facility since 1998. It was supposed to be a nursing home. It was a nursing home, and we were planning to rebuild it for a culturally sensitive nursing home at the time.
Okay, and then the city leased it?
Yes, after, yes.
All right. So you've said here today that you'd like the city to acquire the property?
Well, yes, it's a home for the city. I mean, as a social worker, the city should acquire the home and maintain the senior residents around the area because it's a facility for them. They walk down the lake, they walk, and they have a beautiful backyard. They have a fish in ground in the it's a home. It's
Right.
for them.
So I just want to make sure clear, you have no objections with respect to what's being suggested here today with respect to additional facility at 3306 Kingston Road, do you?
No, I have.
You're not saying that by my
No, the city
property and
needs
not by this.
9 new shelters.
That's what I was getting
to
at.
replace the revitalization of Seton House. As I said, I did my field work as a social worker at Seton House.
Right.
So I know the need for the shelters for vulnerable homeless people. So the city do need facilities to accommodate people. Some of the men would be able to stay in the area because they pose no stress circumstances in life if you talk to them that they need a place to live, which is a home. And if you look at that building, if you've been into all the city shelters, they have a barrier between the staff and the residents. I can tell you, I'm a community person, that shelter does not, or that home, I call it, I shouldn't say shelter, it's a residence. There's no barrier between the residents as you walk in and the city. I think they'll have to do that up at the new building.
I just have
because-
30 seconds left, and I have one last question. Has there ever been any problems with respect to the men who are residents in the lease property that you lease to the city and the greater community? Is there a general level of acceptance of these residents in the community?
No, there is a general acceptance. When the smoking was banned, we worked to get them a gazebo outside so they could smoke. So they, could go out and smoke in the yard to make it look nice.
They're respected.
Yes, they are respected.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Thompson. I just had a couple of questions, and there's somebody coming on their way over to join us for part of this discussion. But Ms. Pinnock, I had a couple of questions. First of all, you made reference to the outside, and I saw the backyard when I was there. And the backyard is actually quite nice and does have the fish pond you talked about and some other landscaping improvements. Would I be correct, just when we talked about who was responsible for inside and outside, that they did that work, including a lot of volunteer work done by the residents themselves to make it the backyard you described?
Yeah, well, the residents are involved in doing something, and they with some of the staff and volunteers, they prepare the garden. One man proud to show me what he grow, and the fish shot. When the branches break down, I remove all the trees. The trees, were there, so we clear the area. I did all of that, so they could have the area cleared.
But they did a lot of that, and
Yeah.
you didn't. I mean, it wasn't somehow your responsibility. You didn't finance that either.
What
Fixing up the backyard.
I did fix up the steps and the railing. I did that.
But a lot of the rest of what you described, the fish pond and so on, was done by the
Well, they
residents and
did
paid
that
for, or by
themselves,
the city, but not by you.
No.
And then just going inside for a minute, I just wanted to clarify because there's a room in there that's quite a large room that I would have thought could be used for some sort of common space. But my understanding is it's been closed for a number of years because there may be mold or something worse in there that is not good for people to be in. I was in there and it did sort of have a smell that may be reminiscent of that. And is that something you're familiar with?
No, I don't know.
Nobody's ever talked to you about
No
that?
mold. The thing is, when you have a bathroom and you do not, the fan is not working. When men shower, they have 3 shower stalls. The city renovate the bathroom when they came in. 3 shower stalls, and the mold build up when there's no fan. So
This is not the bathroom. This is a room downstairs. I'm sorry, I forgot to reset the clock, but I'm basically done. But this is a room downstairs, not a bathroom. It's a
No room, because downstairs it's all done. We redo the downstairs room, so I don't know which room is downstairs. I was there just recently, and there's no room downstairs that is closed up.
Well, I was there 2 weeks ago too. And this
Well, the
room
only big
closed
room is the big room
not
where the
in
old air
use,
conditioner was, and then the city has some stuff stored in another room, and the back room are 2 washrooms that are completed.
Okay, thank you. We have some other questions that need to be dealt with, perhaps with staff, and we've got somebody, is the solicitor here? On the way.
Thank you.
Okay. So we have somebody that we need to get some advice from on their way here, so it'll be just a few minutes. Do we have any quick releases or anything we could do while we're just waiting? Because we just had, pardon me? A solicitor who's familiar with the file from Metro Hall, and they're on their way charging up York Street. So Well, what I think maybe we'll do is just put this,
I think that, I'm not sure if the clerks have the food waste motion.
all right, why don't we just
Are we good?
hold this down then for a few minutes, and
And
if
the
you can deal with the
stormwater,
food waste thing, if that's, is that going to be, we don't have any deputants on that, correct?
Okay, so there's one tiny change on the food waste, but if I also have a quick motion on 10.26, the Toronto Stormwater Management, but
We haven't dealt with, were you the one that held that, or are there, I
Mr. Crawford did?
just holding it as budget, Chief, just to,
Yeah, I mean, I can release it. I mean, it's not as if it's a big item. It's a report that'll be coming next year.
yes.
And I just had as I mentioned, a wee motion.
Yeah, I'm happy to move to that. We will hold down with your concurrence, the one we were on, 10.12, I think it was, and just pending the arrival of the person we need. We may have to go on camera, so I warn members of the audience, unfortunately, at that time, we'll have to ask people to leave the room. But having said that, let's, if we can, all agreeable to going to 10.26 then, because Councillor Crawford says he's prepared to release that, and he was holding it down, but Councillor McMahon had something to...
Sure, and I had just a wee motion, if we could.
That- All right, oh yes, that's right, just to follow the normal procedure. Are there questions of staff on 10.26? Was held down by Councillor Crawford, but he does not have any. Anybody else outside the committee or in? Okay, then people wishing to speak, and that would put Councillor McMahon first.
Sure. So here's my motion, and I've worked with Lou on this. He's fine with this. And just when we're talking about stormwater management, I think we need to include all of our hard surfaces. So we're just looking at investigating the potential of an additional charge for residential properties with parking pads. So I would like ask your support on that.
So this would just
And
be
it's an
added
investigation.
to what is a report that's being asked for, a funding model and so on anyway. This would add that to it.
Right.
Okay. Are there questions? Did you have a question of Councillor McMahon?
Mr. Mayor, and I know this is a bit of a breach of procedure. I didn't realize what item we were on. I would just like 20 seconds to congratulate Councillor Davis, who's been on this year after year for like half a decade to get this through. It has the potential to really support businesses and to help create better stormwater infrastructure so that we have a more resilient system to combat these longer and more severe storms that we're getting. So heading into Paris, having started down a path towards climate resilience is, I think, really an important thing. And just to acknowledge Councillor Davis's hard work on this and thank you. That's a great motion.
I'll take that as a point of gratitude, and I'll thank you very much for it. So, do we have any questions of Councillor McMahon as the mover of this motion, or other speakers wishing to speak to 10.26, members of the committee? All right, then we would have to deal first with Councillor McMahon's. Do we have her motion? Yes, there it is. We'd have to deal first with Councillor McMahon's motion, and all right. Sorry, question by Councillor Palacio of Councillor McMahon.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilor McMahon, are you familiar with new regulations that we have, for example, for parking pads, front yard parking of boulevard parking, where for an application to be approved, there has environmental components that have to be adhere to it. For example, EcoStone or materials that will allow the water penetration into the ground, and the green component as well. So we have already that kind of regulations that's very onerous on property owners.
Yes.
You aware about that?
Yes, believe me, I'm well familiar with the requirements. Parking pads are usually about a 2-hour debate at Toronto East York Community Council, and I'm well familiar that the parking pads need to be permeable. It is still, and I do support them in my ward, pending no tree issue, but it's still not the same value as complete soft surface. So I'm just asking for an investigation, that's it.
Well, that is, my second question with regards to that is, are you familiar that the main problem that residents are having is given the real estate and activity of there, many properties are being sold with making provisions that there are existing parking spaces that do not comply with it. And that's where the problem is, as opposed to those who are following the system, they're following the regulations, they're filing applications and complying with the bylaws. And perhaps we should go after those who are breaking the law or are misleading, and those who are buying those properties.
Absolutely, absolutely. I'm not saying which parking pads, legal or illegal. I'm saying parking pads, and I'm happy to take that offline and explore how to bring illegal parking pads into compliance and receive the revenue from that we're not receiving right now.
And my last question is, local community councils have the delegated authority to deal with this. And, for example, I am in the Etobicoke York Community Council, and we're very cognizant about the nature of the problem and how to deal with that. So wouldn't this kind of motion take away that delegated authority that community councils have under the City of Toronto Act? Should this kind of motion go to the local community councils as well?
I don't believe so. I work with the general manager of Toronto Water, and so if you don't want to support the investigation, that's your prerogative, but it's just an investigation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Palazzo, and thank you, Councillor McMahon. Other questions coming from Councillor Thompson for Councillor McMahon?
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, through you to the councillor. Councillor, there are areas now, such as my ward in Scarborough, where there are no such things as parking pads. Does your motion, do you think it creates perhaps a backdoor opportunity if someone were to say, I'm prepared to or willing to pay a fee to ask the city to basically allow them to put a parking pad on their front lawn, for example? Does that motion?
Not at all, not at all.
So to be very clear, if I were to propose a friendly amendment that basically stated that, for example, where parking pads are allowed, because they're not allowed in my area.
Sure.
Would that be okay with you?
That would be fantastic.
Just to clarify it, because it seems to me there are people who come and parking on the soft surface, they'd love to do that. They'd say, if the parking pad is allowed in your area or elsewhere downtown,
Sure.
they should be permitted to do that too. So I'd like to amend that, if you don't mind.
Okay.
As a friendly amendment.
That's fine, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Thompson. Any other questions of Councillor McMahon? Okay, then I think we are, and I'd asked previously for any speakers, and I don't think there were any on the, okay, I'm sorry.
Mr. Mayor, just take 30 seconds and say I'm not going to support the motion because this would not go over well in my ward. Having said that, I'm not a proponent of parking pads, and I wish Councillor Carroll was here because we struggle with this issue every North York Community Council meeting. I know the Deputy Mayor has a hard and fast position on this, and from the perspective of Public Works and Infrastructure, parking pads, I think we should be looking at how we ban them. We have in certain parts of the city. Paving over a city is never a good thing, and what happens is we end up, when people pave their lawns, the water has to go somewhere. It ends up going into their basements, neighbors' basements, and then the city's blamed, or the finger pointing comes towards the city. So it also eats up parking on the streets because it can take up to, with the curb cuts, it can affect 2 parking spots on streets. And I won't go into a number of other reasons why they're not great, but I won't be supporting this just because I think we should be looking at a bigger picture approach on this and how we try to minimize the impact of parking pads by looking at some type of ban on parking pads. I also think that my understanding is a lot of people try to get parking pads when they're trying to sell their homes because it increases the value of their property significantly. And I'd love staff to come back at some point with information on the increase on property value when you add a parking pad. So I'll leave it at that. Thanks.
Councillor Palazzo to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will not support this recommendation either, Mr. Mayor, for the simple reason that local community councils, they do have, under the City of Toronto Act, delegated authorities to deal with this. City Council has recognized in the past and has made changes to it. The last one was on July 2010, where the bylaw was further amended to ensure that any parking pads do comply with friendly environmental and guidelines, for example, in terms of creating 60% of green space within the private approach, 50% of green space within the public approach in terms of materials, EcoStone or interlocking, in terms of downspouts to disconnect all of that. So there has, in terms of planting trees or making contributions in lieu of to increase the tree canopy for the city. So city staff has been done an excellent job in terms of implementing and ensuring that every single parking path, for example, or the ones that are illegal, that fall into it. So I think that we are taking care of it. We are working very progressively, and this kind of motion somehow will undermine some of the good work that is taking place already. And if it's the will of this committee to embrace this kind of recommendation, I will strongly recommend that this be also sent to the local community councils for input. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Palacio. Were there any other, Councillor Thompson?
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, the reason why I amended the motion, which is to reflect the fact that, in particular in my area, and I know Councillor de Beermaker's area as well, we don't have parking pads as such. We have, obviously, driveways where people park. There are many people who would love, actually, to have the opportunity to be able to pave over the soft surface and put, concrete, cement, asphalt, whatever, other than grass in the area. And so that's why I moved the motion, because I guess downtown and other areas perhaps are unique, and there's a need for that. So local councillor is suggesting that and so on. So, I don't actually have a problem. I'll support her because of her community and so on. But in amending the motion, it reflects the fact that we won't actually have it in Scarborough, in my area, and perhaps in other areas in Scarborough as well, and maybe across the city. So it really does address that concern, quite frankly. So I don't have a problem supporting it. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Thompson. Any other speakers on this? All right. How are we coming along, by the way, on is our solicitor arrived on the scene? Do we know? Okay. Not yet. Okay. They're not coming from the North York Civic Center. It'll be a long walk. Okay. We are then ready to call the question, I guess, first on, and there's no amendment that Councillor Thompson was a friendly amendment already made to, so it's just Councillor McMahon's motion then. So that would be voted on first. All those in favor of the motion by Councillor McMahon? Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4. You want a recorded vote? Okay.
On the amendment by Councillor McMahon, all those in favor, Councillor Ainsley, Councillor Bailao, Councillor Berardinetti, Councillor Crawford, Councillor McMahon, Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong, Mayor Tory, Councillor Thompson, all those opposed, Councillor DeGiorgio, Councillor Palacio, and Councillor Robinson. The amendment carries.
All right, and that would bring us then to the main item of 10.26 as amended. All those in favor? Opposed, if any? Motion is carried. Okay, so that being done and the solicitor still not being here, we would go next, I think, to, what was the other one that was mentioned? Are you ready on the food?
Did the deputants? Yes, they're ready.
It's quite a long, Deputy Mayor says it's almost evolved into a community council meeting. I have no comment to make on
I
that.
think we're
The deputant on the food item is not here. All right. Is that true? They're not. The person's not here.
I don't know.
But if the deputant is not here when we call the item, then I guess that's unfortunate. So item 10.36. Where are we going with that? Do we have questions of staff from members?
I just have a motion, but are we sure the deputant's not here, Valerie?
Valerie Tarasuk, Professor, University of Toronto.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
This is on the subject of
It is. It's about
whereabouts
the
of the professor.
deputant.
Yeah, pardon me?
The deputant is prepared to withdraw and not speak, so we can advance this item.
Okay. She doesn't seem to be here in any event, so that's fine. There we are. So that would bring us then to questions of staff on this item. Are there any questions of staff by members not on the committee? Are there any questions of staff of members of the committee? All right. Are there then speakers on the matter of 10.36? Councillor McMahon.
Well, I just have a motion. Okay.
Mayor Tory,
Yes.
if I could,
Oh, I'm sorry. I went through. I didn't see your
my
hand.
apologies.
No problem. Did you have a question or a
May
speech?
have been catching up on some sleep. That
Of course. Yes, congratulations.
no questions, just to speak very briefly.
That's fine. Will you go ahead and do that then?
In support of the referral, this is an initiative that's been undertaken by the National Zero Waste Council, which the City of Toronto is a member. This is a national organization that's been working not on diversion, not on what to do with the residual, but on how do we keep waste from entering the waste stream in its entirety. So that means circular economy. That means diverting waste from ending up in a green bin, a blue bin, a gray bin. This was an initiative that was launched based on a study done by the Conference Board of Canada from the Food Working Group, of which my colleague, Councillor Shelley, was participated in for, Councillor Carroll, participated in for several years. I only recently took on the role. This has passed now in 10 municipalities across the country from Vancouver to Halifax, and including most of the municipalities in between, Calgary, Edmonton, I think Winnipeg, several municipalities in and around the Vancouver area as well. I'm happy to say that it passed in those locales. There have been questions about what kind of food is diverted, how does the network of distribution then work, and how do we support organizations on that diversion and make sure it gets into the right hands. One of the big issues that's come up is this notion that this would be and this would help solve our poverty issues and our access to food and the food deserts in our community. I just wanted to make it very clear that this is not the intent, nor was it ever the intent of the National Zero Waste Council to take this on as a solely social responsibility piece. This was about diverting organic waste from landfill. There's a hilarious clip from a comedian in the U.S. If you ever get a chance, if you YouTube it, food waste, it's probably the first thing that comes up, and it just demonstrates how much, literally millions of meals every year that are coming off shelves because they're approaching a date that the retailer doesn't want to sell them by. Or from a manufacturer as offcuts or just loss in their system, that it needed be. But we certainly don't want that to be unhealthy food or spoiled food going to these organizations just to take care of it. So I'm happy to see it go back and get some review from some of our own local organizations to make sure that it suits their needs.
Thanks, Councillor Layton. Just before we go on to Councillor Fragedakis, could I just ask, Councillor Carroll did come and speak to me first thing this morning and said she couldn't be here until after 4 o'clock, and everybody went to try and resolve this. And I just don't want to feel like I've kind of called it because we had time to deal with it, and then she comes back at 4 o'clock and says, what happened? Did you all talk to her about this? Or, we did. So she's going to be cool? We're not doing... Perfect. All right, then. I'll take your word for it, sir. That would bring Councillor Fragedakis to the floor.
So I'll be very brief, and I'm very thankful that Councillor McMahon has agreed to take carriage of this and that we've come to some kind of agreement. I just wanted an opportunity for the Toronto Food Policy Council, of which both Councillor McMahon and I are a member of, to have an opportunity to deliberate on this matter, which we have not done. And I know that others have done a lot of work on this issue, but we just want a fulsome discussion with all points of view and to see what the latest research shows, and then for it to come back, and then this council can decide what it wants to do next. So with that, over to...
Thank you, Councillor Fragedakis. So that completes speakers from outside the committee, I believe. Anybody else? Okay. Speakers inside the committee, I had Councillor McMahon to speak.
Great. So we'll just put up the motion, and I thank Councillor Fragedakis for her solid work with Toronto Food Policy Council and jumping in with this idea with both feed, and Councillor Carroll and Councillor Layton for bringing it forward. It definitely is a serious issue that we need to address, so I'm thrilled we are. And here it is. We worked it all out. Everyone together. We can work together. Here it is. I'd like your support.
Thank you. I had Councillor, who just had their hand up now? I'm going, there it is, Councillor Ainsley. I wrote it down, and then thank you, Councillor Ainsley.
Just, you wrote down the guy from Scarborough?
No, I wrote it down in Ainsley, and then I just sort of didn't look at my own pad and forgot who it was.
Sorry, Mayor Tory. I just want to speak about 2 points. The first one, we talked this morning about our landfill capacity. and how we could extend it longer. And I think when you look at the amount of food that we get wasted, edible, perishable food that goes to landfill, that's a huge issue. And secondly, even in my ward, in my local area, when I talk, I'm in grocery stores for different reasons, for different events that I hold, and I hear stories from staff that work in those stores about the edible food that they're not allowed to give away, that ends up in the garbage. When they have even staff in those stores that are working, they are going to food banks, local food banks, because they can't support their family, and they're working in a store that's throwing out food. I have other stores where they talk about bread that gets thrown out or fruit and vegetables, and they're not aware that there's a food bank right around the corner in, often that operates in one of our Toronto Community Housing Corporation buildings. It's within walking distance, and it's an easy drive for them. So, I think this is a huge issue for us as the largest municipality in Canada, and with our issues around poverty reduction, that we need to be looking at and exploring and making sure food like this doesn't end up in landfill or in our green bins and turned into free compost that our residents fight over 6 months later. And they don't understand it's made from food waste. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Ainslie. Other speakers on this amendment or on the main motion? Okay. Hearing none, then we would then vote first on the motion by. No, it's a referral motion, so I guess that's all we have to deal with that motion alone then. It's a motion by Councillor McMahon you have on the screen in front of you. All those in favour? Okay, recorded vote.
On the motion to refer by Councillor McMahon, all those in favour, Councillor Ainslie, Councillor Bailao, Councillor Berardinetti, Councillor Crawford, Councillor DeGiorgio, Councillor McMahon, Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong, Mayor Tory, Councillor Palacio, Councillor Robinson, Councillor Thompson. Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you. That's that item. Thank you very much. The solicitor is here. All right. Just for the benefit of the ladies and gentlemen who will be asked to be excused momentarily, sometimes if you aren't familiar with this, there are matters that it would be adverse to the city's interest to have it the subject of a public discussion. Might concern our legal interests or might concern some other matter, and it's quite constraining as to when we can do this, but there's an instance here that might be entirely proper, is entirely proper for us to go into camera, which means really just us and the relevant staff people stay here. So I think on that, there's likely to be such a motion. Is it coming from Councillor Thompson or moved to go in camera? Moved by Councillor Crawford. All those in favour? Opposed? Carried. Let me just see if I can do better getting some people to put their hands up. I couldn't honestly say that was carried except by one. All those in favour? Opposed? Carried. So might I ask that then we'll have to excuse everybody except the relevant staff people and the councillors, of course, from the room. And by the way, I don't think we'll be all that long, so for those who are coming for another item, we just did. So don't go far. If you're here for another item, we're going to get this dealt with as soon as we possibly can.
Sorry, John.
Sorry. All right, how are we doing for committee members here? There's Councillor DeGiorgio, and who else is filing in? So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Good. All right. We were then, and thank you for your indulgence, ladies and gentlemen. We're now back in public session, and we're still dealing with the same item, which is the 3306 Kingston Road, and we're dealing with questions to staff by members outside of the committee.
Just a point of order, Mr. Mayor. Yes. I've just been informed that there are 2 petitions. Now, do we accept petitions at executive, or is it just City Council? There's just been somebody that's been sitting in the audience for a long time, didn't realize there was a process, but I'm just wondering if we could... Okay, anyway, well, if you can speak with the whoever it is that wants to bring in the petitions, yes. I think we should accept them.
That's fine. They don't speak, they just present the... Jennifer will deal with that. And thank you to the person that brought the petitions for your indulgence. Now, we were moving then to questions of the staff by members not on the committee. You don't have any of those, Councillor de Bermig. You're just here to grace us with your company. Oh, fine. All right. Questions of staff by the members of the committee. Councillor Crawford.
Thank you. I guess it's probably to Shelter Services. Why are we here? Why are we looking at purchasing this particular property to relocate? Just in general terms, I know I've had this discussion with staff over the last 3 years about the deteriorating condition, and again, this has been the outcome. But you can just sort of go over the process of how we got to this recommendation.
Okay, through the mayor, Councillor, there are 2 ways of answering a question. One is more generally contextual, and the other is specific to the Birchmount residents. The contextual one is back in April. There was a report that was adopted by Council talking about the shelter infrastructure needs in the city, and that report identified that a combination of needing to meet the relocation needs of some existing shelters and the growth in the system, we could be looking at trying to find up to 15 sites over a few years. That's the general, the contextual. We've got our eye on that all the time. It's very challenging. In specifics, we have had a very successful program at the Birchmount residence for a number of years. That building, frankly, has outlived its capacity to accommodate the program. The cost of accommodating the program through repairs, renovation, rebuild on site, from our perspective, warranted actually looking at other options. Real estate found the Comfort Inn for us. The price was right. The configuration is right. It is a building that, with some renovation that we are budgeting for, could accommodate the Birchmount program seamlessly. In a much better, more dignified living environment, and in fact could provide additional capacity for either or a combination of more residents or other programming. And in fact, we're talking with long-term care homes about how to partner with enhanced programming for the men. So those are the specific and the general routes by which we came to this property.
Thank you. So the residence, this is defined as a transitional residence, where the ultimate goal is to get these men into long-term care housing. So can you just talk about the average stay that a normal resident would be at the residence? What's the, I mean, 3 months,
I'm told that the average for these gentlemen is up to 2 years, which for the shelter system is quite long. But these are older men. We work with them, and there's a number of routes that they can take. In some cases, some of them do find their way into long-term care homes. In some cases, some do find their way into supported living. And in some cases, this is their final place where they live.
Okay, and there is 24-hour supervision with the men?
Yes, there is.
Okay, and as part of, now it's not in the recommendations, but as part of this proposal, and I wrote a letter to the executive, Part of what we're looking at doing is negotiating with the East Side Motel, which is adjacent to the Comfort Inn. Is that to purchase that and to look at other use for that? So is that still, of course, we're still following up with that? What's the state of negotiations?
That real estate can answer that.
Sorry, can you repeat?
It's with regard to the East Side Motel. The recommendations are not in here. I know that's more of an as of right. We don't have to get council approval. But can you go over the negotiations that are taking place to acquire the East Side Motel?
Okay, so we have an offer presently in the hands of the owner of East Side Motel, so they're going over that offer. We think they're going to accept it. We in real estate think the two parcels together actually make a better parcel at the end of the day for, I'll say, the ultimate uses that could be placed on the site. And then eventually, when the city no longer needs the property, we actually have a better development property to sell at the end of the day.
So, and I'll be moving a motion when we get to that, to look at exploring all those opportunities that you mentioned, including looking at, 3300, 3306, and abutting properties for even a potential redevelopment proposal in the future. And you'll be looking at that?
Yes, we would.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Crawford. Just so you know what we're doing on these petitions, there's some complication with regard to those petitions getting in front of us, and they don't end up in front of City Council. And for the sake of all the time the person's given to sit here and wait, not knowing they couldn't do that, I was proposing to vary the procedure to let them depute here for the 5 minutes if they wanted to, because they'd spent their time and brought these petitions, and they will be over there available for people to review. They are otherwise not in a position where they can be circulated. Does the person wish to? I guess we'll find that out in 1 second, because we'll do it right now if they're going to do that. Thank you for your patience. We're just doing a little variation in the process, sir, because out of deference to the fact you spent all this time waiting. And so if you'd just like to make some comments, not specifically reading us the petition or the names, but rather just commenting on what the gist is you would have said on the list of deputants, you're more than welcome to do that in the 5 minutes that everybody else got. And could you just tell us your name, if you would, be so kind?
H-A-I-L-E. And I want to say good afternoon to the mayor of Toronto and the councillors. I was not prepared anyway when I came in, so my speech is going to be very short and brief. What I want to say is we do care for these homeless people or senior men, but we also understand the need. But what we are opposing is that the place they are being located, we don't think it's a good location for them. Mainly, the area had problems many times before, like prostitution and drug activity are very, very common in the area. So moving these single men to that location will make the situation worse. And many times when I drive in that area, there's many prostitutes who ask for clients, and that's not good. But having this single man come in that area, I think the area will be much worse in terms of drugs and prostitution. At the same time, like one of the speakers was saying, the area is really concentrated with community housing. Adding to that, it might make the area a little bit, more concentrated of community housing or government support people. So we're not opposing that, these people have a placement, and we do care, but the location is wrong. That's all I want to say.
Thank you very much, sir. Are there questions of this deputant? Okay, well, hearing none, we'll thank you very much for your time and your patience today, and we appreciate that very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. So we now revert back to questions by members of the committee of the staff. Councillor Crawford having completed his. Any? All right, then we would move to speakers from outside the committee first, and that would be Councillor de Beermaker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I've just come to the Executive Committee as the neighboring councillor. I represent just north of Eglinton Avenue. Councillor Crawford's on the south side. To lend my support to the staff recommendations and to what I think Councillor Crawford and to Councillor Crawford's recommendations, which I think will be a great benefit to the community. Change is always difficult for people, and I thank all the deputants for coming. But when I look at the before and after picture, as somebody who's lived in Scarborough my whole life, my sense is that some of the deputants that came today, if their relatives came to visit them from anywhere in the world, they wouldn't tell them to stay at the Eastside Motel. They would not. It is not a place that the gentlemen that were here would take their wife to celebrate their anniversary in any way, shape, or form. You might rent a nice hotel room in downtown Toronto, but you're not going to take anyone that you actually like to the Eastside Motel. So I think if there's anything in that area that hurts your property values or damages the image of a very, very beautiful community, you know, somebody who's lived in that general area my entire life, I can tell you those motels do not add to the positive and uplifting image of Scarborough that we all want to shine out to the world. They have been a burr in the side of some of the local residents, again, who probably tell their own kids not to walk past that motel. So for Councillor Crawford to come forward and to say, let's take the two motels, let's, we'll see what his plans are, but let's consolidate that block of land and move in senior citizens that need help. Some of them who may be from Scarborough, some of them who may be from Etobicoke, some of them who are from North York or downtown. I actually think, again, nets out for the community, a much better community. So when people say, well, this may be the wrong location, well, I actually think it's the right location, and I can only say that, again, as somebody who's been in this area for a long, long time and knows the challenges of locating a shelter for anybody anywhere in the city of Toronto. But I think that this neighborhood will be more comfortable, more pleasant, have less drug activity and less prostitution after the old guys move in than they have now. I've been to the current shelter as well, and most people don't even know it's a shelter. When you walk or drive along Kingston Road, sometimes out in front of the house you'll see some retired gentlemen. You can't really tell that they're homeless. They don't carry a big sign. You see some elderly gentlemen sitting outside chatting. Sometimes they're chatting with each other, sometimes they're chatting with neighbors, sometimes a person with a dog is walking by, and they sit and chat about dogs. It is a peaceful, charming community, and the friends that I have in the current location who live very close to there have never said to me once in all of the years I've known them that they've had a problem with the shelter that's there now, and it's been there for over a decade. So I think moving some of these elderly gentlemen down the street will be good for those gentlemen. They need our help. It'll be good for the residents, and I think, again, we net out ahead in this. I have shelters in my ward. I've approved affordable housing projects in my ward, and I know some of my residents, if this was a halfway home for young teenage men, I'd imagine there might be some people concerned saying these young, strong, viral people are going to be jumping over fences and running up and down the street, and who knows what they may be doing. But these gentlemen won't be sprinting up and down any of the streets in your neighborhood. These gentlemen will not be climbing over anybody's chain link fence. These gentlemen will be healing themselves and resting and getting the support they need in a shelter and in a supportive environment that, for the good fortune, doesn't happen to be one of us or one of our fathers. But I think that this is a good location, and I'm very glad that Councillor Crawford, I'm going to say, is going to push the envelope to make sure that this facility, which is in and of itself a positive, is actually going to extend outwards a little bit, is going to sprawl outwards, take out the East Side Motel, and actually clean up that neighborhood to a great extent. So, Mr. Chair, I have full support from me as an adjacent councillor for the initiative and for the councillor's motion to help his community even more. And finally, Mr. Chair, I think some of the folks who back onto this actual site will like it when we're finished. When we clean up those two motels and we put these elderly gentlemen in there, the people directly adjacent to this property will have better neighbors than they do today. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor de Bearmaker. Speakers from outside the committee, Councillor Layton.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. And I'll just speak very quickly, both in support of the recommendation in front of you and in support of Councillor Crawford's work on this matter and continued work on this matter. Having just gone through, I don't know this neighborhood very well. I'm from the west side of town. But I have gone through this very similar process very recently, just a matter of weeks ago, with having a very similar dialogue in my community, in that case for what would be classically called a shelter, an emergency shelter, not more of a residence, of a permanent residence. And I'm observing some of the very same things, some of the very same, my apologies to Councillor Mammoliti, who is sitting here. I jumped in his seat here. One is that it's just the wrong location. We wish we could be more accommodating, but it's the wrong location. Well, we've had this debate, and our debate has a bylaw that sets out where we think wrong locations are, and that's on residential streets and in direct proximity to other shelters. This does not go against that bylaw. This is in fact supported by the bylaw. And that's important to note because everywhere in the city we have schools, there was a mention that there was a couple schools within several blocks. I had 2 schools within a block. There was a notion that that it might disrupt parks in my ward because there's a park behind it. Well, just about every residential street in my ward, and probably most of the ones around the city, have parkland associated with them or close by. They have residential properties close by. They have, the gentleman earlier raised that there was a pub down the street. Well, if we took out every location that didn't have a pub down the street, those are places I probably wouldn't want to live, but there probably isn't very many locations that are on main streets that don't have a restaurant with an alcohol license at them. So what we'd be doing is essentially restricting us to a handful of spaces around the city. And the fact is there's never going to be an ideal location for all things for all people. And what we have to do is look at the impacts that it would have based in relation to our bylaw and make those judgments. In the case in my neighborhood, as I think I'm seeing in the case with Councillor Crawford, there's actually some, part of it is an ideal location in that you're activating a space that hasn't been used for some time. You're giving it and breathing new life into it. The second is that the process didn't involve enough time. And yes, we would all like to sit down on numerous occasions and have a lengthy dialogue about this, but I explained it to my community. We do it in much the same way that we facilitate the purchase of services for the city. And that we have our staff set the guidelines for it. We set the higher policy objectives. They review those guidelines and give us recommendations. And they give us the best recommendations they have based on the guidelines that we set forth. And they try to give us the most cost-effective options that are available. And that's what they're doing essentially in this case. I don't see that more time will make us determine that this is an unsuitable location. And at this point, more dialogue can be had about how do we have a better integration. That's what, now that the discussion is finished at this forum, I hope that Shelter and Housing Support will work with the local councillor as they're doing with my office to help make sure that the community is ready to invite these men into them. And the third is on the perceived impacts. We read a little bit more about what the actual impacts of facilities like this and similar ones are across the city. And when you look at the actual impacts they have, I have 4 homeless shelters in my ward. At my public meetings, I was saying I had 3 because I forgot I had a rather large men's shelter in the ward because I have never received a phone call. Not only for that one I forgot about, but for any of the others. The fact is, in 2011, when there was a proposal to close one of the shelters, my communities came out pushing back and saying, what are you doing? We have a women's shelter here that's functioning well, that is integrated in our community. Don't disrupt that. So I'm very actually honored and proud that I count on Councillor Crawford as a friend and as a colleague, and that he has been standing up so strongly in support of the men at this shelter, and also to make sure that it's properly integrated into the community. But it makes me particularly proud that even though we sit across the aisle on some issues, that this one in particular, I think that he's right on the hitting the nail on the head on.
What aisle? Okay, we have speakers then. Any other speakers from outside of the committee to speak to this matter? Okay, speakers from the committee. Councillor Crawford.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a motion that I'd like to move. That City Council requests the Chief Corporate Officer at the General Manager, Shelter Support and Housing Administration, in conjunction with applicable divisions, to help develop a comprehensive plan for 3300 and 3306 Kingston Road, which would include exploring opportunities with abutting property owners in potential future development proposals, and that City Council requests the General Manager, Shelter Support, Housing Administration to establish a community liaison committee associated with this project and establish a review with the community at a minimum of 6 months after the relocation. And then that City Council delay closing of the purchase of the 3306 Kingston Road until no sooner than January 2016 in order to review all options related to the larger development acquisition in the area and the net benefit to the community. That motion was worked in conjunction with staff, so they're absolutely supportive of that. We are relocating an existing men's residence that meets the needs of senior men 55 and plus. We're doing it because the building that they have been in since over the last 15 years is deteriorating to a point that the quality of life for these senior men is in jeopardy. I have been there many, many times. I've had the opportunity to meet these gentlemen. They could be your brother, they could be your uncle, they could be your father, they could actually be you, where you've had some issues and problems in your life, you've had a bit of bad luck. And I'm thankful that we have a program like this that gives these senior men the sort of dignity and compassion that they absolutely deserve. And I appreciate the community's concerns. We did have a very difficult meeting a couple of weeks ago where a lot of people came out in opposition, and there are petitions, and some people came here. And even with what we've been getting from in writing, I understand the concern that the residents have. In fact, if I hadn't had the opportunity to really understand what this men's senior residence was all about, I would probably have the same concerns. But I don't have those concerns, and that's why I do support moving forward on this particular proposal. It is in an area of my community called the Birchcliff community. It is probably, when you're looking at the real estate values, an up-and-coming area that is the real estate values have gone up over 25% in the last year or two. It has been a part of the community. It has been a neighbor. A lot of the men, in fact, they volunteer at the local food bank. They volunteer and work with the local churches. I'm heading down there, I believe, next week to do their annual Christmas tree lighting with them and with children in the community. So it's very much a part of the community. And I have no concerns at all that this facility in the new location down where the Comfort Inn will be of any concern to the community whatsoever. And that's why I am supporting this. When I spoke with staff a number of years ago, it was probably about 3 years ago, when I'd seen the deterioration of the present building, I said, we got to think about the men. Please go out and look at all options and look at all opportunities. They did come back to me a couple of months ago with this proposal. And I understand the community's concern that we didn't have the proper kind of consultation, and I respect them in that. But this did come forward. There is an opportunity to purchase the Comfort Inn, and with minimal renovations, be able to house these gentlemen, and probably more seniors, I think, as staff have mentioned. So I think it's a positive, and I'll thank Councillor de Bearmaker for the comments, because I firmly believe that this will be a positive addition to the community. Because what we're doing is actually, and this is part of my conversations with staff, is I have some serious concerns about the East Side Motel, which is adjacent to this property. And if anybody knows that area, you know the East Side Motel. I had the opportunity to meet with the new MP, Bill Blair, just after the proposal came out, and he commented that his division, his police officers are continually there with contentious issues, with illegal activity. And the fact that we're getting rid of it and demolishing the East Side Motel will actually benefit the community greatly. This is a transitional home. As some of the, people are concerned, and rightly so, but not necessarily true, that, these men are going to be loitering, they're going to be around the community, they're going to be, bothering the kids at the local school down the street. Absolutely not true. There is a school right across the street from the present men's residence, and there is no concerns. I do not know of one concern in 15 years that has been happening. But these men are there pretty much, from 6 months, 2, 3, 4, even 5, 6 years, and some of them, this is their last resting place. And this is their last home, and, so I don't see any concerns at all. What we are doing around revitalization in the community is an absolute key to this particular area of the city that I represent. And in fact, I don't see this hindering or slowing down the revitalization, and that's why I brought forward the motion I did, is we're still looking at those revitalization and development opportunities, and I'm confident that those opportunities will be there, even with the location of the men's residence. So again, I do hope I get the support from executive. It's been a tough process for myself and the community, but at the end of the day, it's the right thing to do. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Crawford. I have Councillor McMahon next to speak.
Thank you very much. If I had $1 for every time I heard a resident say, I'm not opposed to condos, TTC, bus garage, or a shelter, but just not in my area, I would be one rich lady. It's a shame that in 2015 we are still thinking this way. Look around you at what's going on in the world. We are so lucky, so very lucky to live in such a peaceful country, to have a roof over our heads, to have food in our bellies, and to have a safe, warm place to sleep at night. Why wouldn't we want that for the rest of the Torontonians? The beauty of Toronto is our mixed neighborhoods. So we need to stop fighting them and start embracing them. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor McMahon. Councillor Ainsley.
Thank you, Mayor Tory. I'm going to be supporting the recommendations being put forward in this report and by Councillor Crawford. As one of the three councillors, we've kind of got Kingston Road, myself, Councillor Moser, and Councillor Crawford. One of the things that we've been working at for a long time, and our predecessors as well, has always been cleaning up Kingston Road. And one of those, the remnants of the glory days of Kingston Road, probably 50 years ago, when the 401 didn't exist, was the hotel strips up and down Kingston Road. We've been working very hard at, avenue studies, changing the zoning to get rid of the motels, which we've been doing very successfully. And, we've been very proactive about it. And I want to thank Councillor Crawford because he's getting rid of the East Side Motel, which even in my ward you hear rumors about, and you talk with the police officers about from 42 Division that they have a lot of concerns about it. And, you heard the comments, even Bill Blair, the chief of police, is well aware of it. And, this is one mechanism that we're using to get rid of it. In another aspect of my life, I'm a scout leader. One of the things that we do is we deliver the Toronto Star Foundation Santa Claus boxes. We operate out of the Scarborough Baptist Church, which is just down the road from the current site of the shelter. And, I get a lot of opportunity to talk with residents when I'm at the church almost every weekend in December. And I was talking with them last weekend, and I said, do you have any issues with the men's shelter down the road? And, everybody I talked to said, they get more complaints about the parties and the noise from the local Legion, which is a block away, than they do of this men's shelter. And on any given weekend, as Councillor de Beermaker said, you know, if you're going by this shelter, there's 2 or 3 gentlemen sitting out in front of it on Kingston Road. And for myself, for the longest time, I actually thought it was one of our long-term care seniors' homes. I didn't think it was a men's residence. You know, I have people that live in this community. I asked them about it, and they don't have any concerns about it at all. You know, it's well integrated into the community. There's no issues. I know the pub owner down the street from another former life when I used to sell snack food. You know, I know him. He doesn't have any issues with it. So I think when you're looking at, you know, replacing it, moving it down the street to the former Comfort Inn, getting rid of the East Side Motel, turning the Comfort Inn into a shelter. So, you know, if you're going to have, you used to have 3 men sitting out on the street or sitting on a bench watching the traffic go by or engaging neighborhood or children as they're going by, coming home from school, and you have 6 people sitting on the shelter further down Kingston Road because we doubled the population of the shelter. I really don't have any issue with that. And on another level, you know, in the largest city in Toronto, I think it's embarrassing that we have shelters, that we have, you know, our seniors. It's bad enough that we have shelters, family residents. I have a family residence in my ward. Further down, there's a women's shelter. Closer out in Kingston Road in Councillor Moser's ward, we have the Lido Motel. I think it's embarrassing that we have to put our residents in such facilities as that. But it happens. It's not, they fall through the cracks. There's a multitude of health issues that go on, but we have to have strong, safe, vibrant communities where we try and take care of everybody. And if we have to have a residence like this that helps fill that need, I think that's an important part of our community. And so I'm very supportive of the recommendations, and I hope everybody else supports them as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ainsley. I have Councillor Bailão to speak.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to thank everybody that came and spoke on this issue, the ones in favor of the shelter and the ones that expressed their concerns and their fears and their anxiety. And I think that the only thing is we unfortunately hear that too often, so I think we need to do a better job of explaining that most of these shelters are well integrated into the communities. But I think that you have a local councillor that has demonstrated through this process that he doesn't take these things lightly, that he is actually listening to these concerns and is going to be working with the shelter to ensure that they continue to be well integrated into this community. And the reality is, when we talk about revitalization, well, we can't talk about revitalization only about our streets and our bricks and mortars. We can't keep pushing this problem from one councillor to the other. We have to talk about the revitalization of people's lives. And that's what these places do. It's giving an opportunity for somebody's life. So when we talk about revitalization, you can't have revitalization having these places in our city. You know, people are at different points in their life, have different pressures in their lives, and we need organizations, so there's shelters and supportive housing and so many other nonprofits and governments out there to support and to revitalize our city. So when we talk about revitalization, let's talk about, yes, beautiful buildings and beautiful streets, but let's talk about our citizens as well, and that's what we're talking about here. So I congratulate our local councillor and Gary, because I know he's going to be paying close attention not only to the improved building and facility that is going to be providing this service, but to ensure that these are good services to revitalize the lives of those residents and to continue the revitalization of your community.
Any other speakers from the committee? I would just like to say a word, if I could. I had, and it really follows along some of the comments just made by Councillor Bailão, I had the opportunity to visit this building, and it's one of the great privileges of this job and one of the great educational experiences to go to place after place, and we've all had the experience. And Councillor Crawford will back me up when I tell you that when I went in there and started to talk to the men, and by the way, to the wonderful staff who are men and women who take such good care and such sensitive care of these men, that one of the men ended up being someone who knew my father and his twin brother, my uncle. And I was bursting to ask the question, which I didn't ask, as to how somebody who clearly knew them, and you remember him, all of his dialogue with me about things they'd done together and places they'd been and so on, ended up in this place. but it just proves that you never know. And he was there together with the other people in that residence. I can assure all of the people who were deputants today, and I thank them, as did some of the other councillors, for coming. These were men, I had the chance to talk to them, and they've clearly had issues. Some of them would talk to you about some of the issues they'd had, but they were men today who were thankful for the fact that they had this place to be. I was very glad that this man who happened to know, I was glad they were all there, but I was glad that this man in particular who happened to know my dad and his brother were there, and he spoke with great pride about how they'd fixed this garden up in the back and took me out to see it. And that was something that they had done, I think, on their own with a little bit of help perhaps from the city. But I was glad they had that place to go. That there should be such a place, I think, going along with the comments of Councillor McMahon, is consistent with our values. But the place, such as it is today, is not consistent with our values. It's not consistent with the standards that we would see as being acceptable in this city, given everything that we have going for us, which Councillor McMahon outlined quite thoroughly. So I think this gives us the opportunity to do something very positive overall. I think the motion that Councillor Crawford moved today gives us the opportunity to look at this in a broader context and do something that overall is going to be very positive, including the East Side Motel, which by it being gone is going to improve the neighborhood by itself. And I would just say to some of the deputants who are concerned, trust that man, Councillor Crawford, because he's got a good heart and he has spoken to me about this a number of times and fully understands that what he's trying to do here is to improve the neighborhood overall. Trust all of us. I mean, there are times when we do things, I suppose, that cause you not to be able to trust us, but I think this is an instance in which our hearts are in the right place and we're trying to do the right thing for these people and for the entire neighborhood and for the entire city. And that because you've come here today and expressed concerns about this, we will be more careful than ever to try to make sure that we produce what will be, I'm sure, a good result overall. With the East Side Motel, I'm sure, gone, and with new residents there that's going to consist of these people who I can tell you are just not people who are going to be justifying any of the fears that people often have when these kinds of things happen. So I will be, and I just want to commend, finally, Councillor Crawford for standing in there. It's hard. These things are difficult. I haven't had the experience as a local councillor, but I guess a lot of these as the mayor, that sort of almost as if I'm representing the local area, and I know that it's difficult because there are different points of view and different concerns people have, but I just know this particular councillor will see to it that those concerns are addressed and are constantly in the minds of all of us, not just himself, as we go forward with this. So thank you. So are we ready then for the question, Councillor Steiner?
Can I just make a comment? If I
Sure.
I'm supportive of the initiative that the councillor has here, and I think the comment you made about knowing people in the shelters as well. As I think many of you know, I served on the board of a youth shelter with 3 shelters in the city now for well over a decade, probably longer than I want to count the years. But I remember when it was opened up in the North York area in a very residential community, and the residents came out and they were really concerned about what these homeless youth, what they would do, and they'd be breaking into their homes and having drugs and all these problems, the same issues you hear. And they're just youth, because these are just people. And the issue came up when the same people that were saying it was funny, because I got a phone call from a neighbor of mine up in the Bayview, Leslie area where this is at, who said he needed some help because it was his daughter that was in the shelter and she had to move on because they had a time limit. It wasn't someone from all different parts of the world with problems. He had family problems, and many of the people that were there, the youth that were there, had those issues. And as you said, it's just people that are in the shelters, and I think it's something we have to do, and I can appreciate what we're doing, and I think it's reasonable. If I look at this in a little more wholesome area, the problem I see that we're doing is we're buying an old building, we're going to fix up an old building, and in 10 years it's going to be an older building. And that, where I feel we've been successful, where I serve within the shelters I'm on, is they have all new facilities. Over the years, we found city land, we're able to work with city funding, and we built a new facility. This is a case where it would be nice to see this work further through the system, where maybe in the organization we're looking at putting together for the real estate work together and the other divisions where maybe one where you could actually redevelop this property more in something like the Red Door has downtown, where it's part of a development potential and it revitalizes the area, and I know you're talking about that. And I think that could be one where we could do an even better project for that community. And I think we're missing that because for what we're spending on this, we're going to end up with an old building fixed up for the short term. The other area that I find a little disconcerting is what our new city manager said today. The projects you have and how you're going to fund them. This is housing, but it's 100% funded by property taxpayers in Toronto. And it's a shame that this has to be paid for only that way and that our federal and provincial partners aren't in sharing the cost of providing housing for people that can't afford it themselves, in particular older people that are homeless and need a shelter. And that has to change because the property taxpayers of Toronto through this council, as we've all said, who have the concerns for the people that are in this situation, need to know that the other partners that they elect at the federal and provincial level are here and are providing funding and will help with these projects, because not only should it be a new facility, it should not be 100% funded by the City of Toronto. Otherwise, we're doing the best we can for that community and those people at the present, and I'm supportive of that, but I hope in the future we can do as good or even better on these projects.
Thank you, Councillor Shiner. Any other speakers? Otherwise, I think we're ready for the question first on the motion from Councillor, request for a recorded vote. So we'll move to motion 2.
On the amendment by Councillor Crawford, all those in favor? Councillor Ainsley, Councillor Bailao, Councillor Crawford, Councillor DeGiorgio, Councillor McMahon, Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong, Mayor Tory, Councillor Palacio, Councillor Robinson, Councillor Shiner, Councillor Thompson. The amendment carries unanimously.
And then on the main motion, as amended, recorded vote as well.
On the item as amended, all those in favor, Councillor Ainsley, Councillor Bailao, Councillor Crawford, Councillor DeGiorgio, Councillor McMahon, Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong, Mayor Tory, Councillor Palacio, Councillor Robinson, Councillor Shiner, and Councillor Thompson. The item as amended carries unanimously.
Thank you to the staff, thanks you to Councillor Crawford, and thank you to all the people who came forward with different points of view today. Those will not be, we'll keep those in mind as we go forward. All right. I wonder if I could get your indulgence. I don't know how long it was going to take because I'm not familiar with what concerns there were besides the 2 deputants to deal with the tree. Because Councillor Mammoliti has been here patiently for several hours and he's got something, a residents meeting to go to, and I think it looks like it could be relatively straightforward. So we have 2 deputants. Yeah, this is EX 1011, 10.11. We have 2 deputants. Is Mr. Dimitraz here from the Urban Forest Council?
Yes.
Mr. Dimitraz, welcome, and you have 5 minutes. Thank you for coming.
Thank you very much, Mayor and councillors. I am here to reluctantly support the fund. I think this tree is the largest and oldest red oak in the city. It is striking, it is majestic. They say 250 years old, but that is such a conservative estimate. I would put it at well over 300. It's a biological monument. This particular tree, all oaks hybridize. And you've got red oaks hybridizing with black oaks, you've got white oaks hybridizing with bur oaks, and oftentimes what you have is no true sample of an individual species. This particular tree has been here for so long prior to European settlement in the city that its genetic quality lends it to propagation and promotion of the red oak species. It's demonstrated that genetic superiority. It has survived the ice storms. It's survived many, many other storms. It survived the flood of 1850, which wiped out Weston on the west side of the Humber River. It's worthy and deserving of protection. Culturally, I'm not sure whether any of you have seen Edith George's presentation. There was a webinar that was hosted by the Ontario Historical Society. She went through a myriad of previous owners and their contribution to Canada to add a cultural component to this particular tree. I'm not going to go through each one, but just highlight a few. And the first, it was settled by an Irish settler, and he fought for the Loyalists in the rebellion of 1837. You've got the Hamill family. They owned the Wheat Sheaf Tavern in Toronto. This is the oldest tavern in the city. You've got the Gardners, and 4 of their family members are the Order of Canada for philanthropic work. You've got the Crangs, who are master builders, and one of the Crangs was responsible for the building of the Air Canada Pavilion at Expo 67, the Metro Toronto Convention Centre, and the Arch Tower of Dubai. You've got the Nicholas family, who basically put in a drainage to allow for the lowest part of that particular rear yard to take any flood water and disperse it. He also installed weeping tile to allow for watering the tree in droughts from his driveway all the way to the back. So culturally, he's modified and helped that tree. And the just previous owner, Doan, 2 of her family members fought for the rebels in the war in the rebellion of 1837. Historically, I'd like to put things into perspective. This tree was a sapling at the height of the French colonization in North America. The province of Quebec went all the way down to Louisiana at the time. It was a juvenile tree during the French fort construction, and they just found the foundations at the exhibition grounds. It was maturing through the Treaty of Paris that saw that province of Quebec turned over to the British, and so on and so forth. You've got the first British treaty in North America with the Mississaugas, and the Constitution Act, which created Upper and Lower Canada. Governor Simcoe moving the capital from Newark or Niagara-on-the-Lake to Toronto. It was mature by the time of that particular rebellion that I mentioned, and up to Confederation. This tree is still a mature tree. It has not started a decline. It is a magnificent sample, and I recommend its protection. And I commend the city for adopting the urban forest, the policy statement on the urban forest. I commend them for changing the definition of a heritage tree for the 3 tree bylaws. However, in one of the staff reports dealing with this item, it was mentioned that a tree can be dedicated through Ontario Heritage Act and also through the Forests Ontario Tree Program, Heritage Tree Program. That's not true. The Heritage Tree...
I ask this to be your last comment, because we're 5 minutes.
Okay. It's basically a recognition program. And so basically, it's important that the city start looking at passing bylaws recognizing heritage trees as deserving heritage recognition. And this is the reason why we're here, because if we had that heritage tree bylaw in place, we wouldn't be here. Homeowners would know on title that what the situation was. Somebody bought the property and wants to develop it or whatever, and here he's told that, oh no, it's a tree that's protected by Forests Ontario. He wouldn't have known that. It's not on title.
All right, I have to on that note, thank you. It was a very, very interesting presentation. I learned more about the history of this, and I've been to see the tree, and it is a sight to behold. Quite an incredible sight. Thank you, Mr. Dimitraz. Are there any questions of this deputy? Yes, Councillor Doucette.
So I'm joining staff today. I was thinking I might get more money this way. But, so you're talking about how the city should have a policy to designate our own heritage trees.
Correct.
How do we start that? Would it mean more staff? Would it go through preservation department?
It would go through preservation, and it's already started, but it was abandoned. And that's a shame.
So just very quickly, in probably 30 seconds, how could we start this? Where do we start? Because this isn't the only heritage or significant tree we have. This is the one before us right now, but we have many across the city we should be looking at proactively protecting.
You have many across the city, and not every one should be designated as having heritage value. There are certain ones that stand up above the rest. And the city should be able to recognize this and be proactive rather than reactive. We're here today because of a reaction.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Doucette. Thank you. Any other questions of Mr. Dimitriz by members outside or on the committee? Well, thank you very much for your time. Appreciate
Welcome.
that. We had Eileen Denny, the president of the Teddington Park Residents Association. Is Ms. Denny here? Yeah. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mayor Tory and members of Executive. My name is Eileen Denny, and I'm the president of Teddington Park Residents Association. And TPRA is here to support the establishing of a dedicated fund to provide for the maintenance of this almost 3-century-old red oak and to acquire the property on which this tree stands. The fundraising is feasible, and there are a number of ways this can be achieved. For example, online crowdfunding, donation matching by the city, or setting up a charitable fund, all with flow-through tax receipts. The red oak at 76 Coral Gable Drive is of interest to the public that extends beyond its local community and its ward where it's located. We ask that a modest maximum donation be set to allow the participation of all members of the public to contribute to the base fund. However, TPRA believes the establishing of a fund is not enough on its own to protect and preserve this legacy tree. TPRA asks the Executive Committee to consider 3 additional requirements, and that is designation, establishing a bylaw, and to amend the OP and zoning bylaw at the time of acquiring the property as parkland. And these requirements are specified as follows. Take the necessary steps to designate the red oak under Part 4 of the Ontario Heritage Act. This red oak is a living monument at almost 3 decades old. Its locations near the historic trade route Carrying Place Trail used by the First Nations of North America. Designation at the municipal level is needed to recognize the tree's cultural and historical significance that warrants the city's added stewardship and distinguishes this tree from other protected private trees. It is the right thing to do, and this action will inform us of what we value and wish to pass forward onto future generations. The bylaw, with the intent to protect, preserve, and maintain the red oak at 76 Coral Gable, with specific reference to the administration of the dedicated fund to provide for the maintenance of the red oak and the acquisition of property. The identified experts that will care and maintain the red oak in accordance with good practices. The identified steward or stewards of the red oak. Report on a quarterly basis on the health of the tree and the financial position of the dedicated fund to Parks and Environment Committee. Identify these requirements under this bylaw in addition to the protections accorded to heritage trees, private trees, city trees in the city's tree bylaw. Include a clause that amendments to this bylaw will be made with notice to the public to allow sufficient time for representations to be received and considered prior to presenting final amendments for approval by council, and to add any other clauses necessary to ensure the proper stewardship of the red oak. And lastly, and when the city does acquire the property, an amendment to the OP to designate 76 Coral Gable Drive as park and to amend the zoning bylaw to reflect the same. TPR believes the dedicated fund, the enactment of a bylaw with a specific intent and purpose of protecting, preserving, and maintaining the red oak with the lands at 76 Coral Gable Drive designated as park will ensure that this red oak survives for future generations to marvel at and bask in its legacy. TPRA encourages you, Mayor Tory, and members of Executive to support our recommendations, and that is my submission.
Thank you very much, Ms. Denny. And are there any questions of this deputant by any members of council? Okay, well, we thank you very much for your patience and thank you for your contribution. So that would bring us to questions of staff by members outside the committee. Are there any questions of staff? Councillor Mammoliti?
I just want staff to verify that we've come up with an agreement in language that would change the recommendations that you currently have to executive to a much suitable phrase that sets a clear direction that you work with a third party to raise enough funds to buy the site outright and to turn it into a city parkette eventually.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the councillor's correct. The intention of the recommendation is to work with a third party to raise funds, to acquire the property, the property with the tree, to maintain the tree, and if we reach that goal, then the property would be, potential to be converted into a parkette.
Okay, and at no cost to the taxpayers, we feel that a third party at this particular time can raise the funds to be able to do that.
No cost to the taxpayers, that's correct.
Okay. Then to speak, Mr.
Thank you, Councillor Memon. Any questions of staff from Councillor Doucette?
Thank you very much. Under our present private tree bylaw, is this significant tree protected?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that's correct. The tree is designated a heritage tree and is protected under the bylaw.
And the new owner of this property understands, as the owner of the tree, what he can and cannot do to this tree?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that's correct. Our understanding is that the owner is aware of the designation of the tree and its protection under the bylaw.
One of the articles I read was saying that he wanted to chop off some branches to remove it from across the top of the roof. If the branch is more than the 30 centimeters, he has to get a permit. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So it would be treated like an individual tree kind of thing?
That's correct.
But he can prune the tree itself up to, what's it, 35%?
That's correct. So under the bylaw, a homeowner, a private homeowner can prune the tree if the limbs are not in excess of 30 centimeters in diameter. After that, there has to be an application because it's considered a tree injury.
I don't know if you can answer this or not. Are there any building permits on this property to demolish the house, renovate the house, or change the footprint?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, not to our knowledge.
So right now, this tree is as safe as it can be?
That's correct. We have no building permits that we've been made aware of, nor has there been an application to remove or to injure the tree submitted.
Thank you very much.
Other members of council who wish to ask questions of staff? Those then wishing to speak yes, go ahead, Councillor Manley.
Mr. Mayor, I'm hoping you'll take carriage of the motion that, or Councillor Palacio, one or the other, I think, that you're about to see. I don't have the final version of it, but I'll read it off the screen if you so wish. The City Council direct Toronto Office of Partnership in consultation with the General Manager, Parks, Forestry and Recreation and the Treasurer to work with a third-party organization to take responsibility to raise funds, maintain and help the city to acquire the 250, it should read 350-year-old oak. I'm sorry, that needs to change. 350-year-old oak tree at 76 Coral Gable Drive for the purpose of a parkette, and the report back in the first quarter of 2016 on any actions required to assist the third party in undertaking the endeavor. Mr. Mayor, you have had the fortune of visiting the site with myself, and I think we can all agree that in this particular case, the city needs to do something. We all agree that the taxpayers perhaps shouldn't be funding this, that we have been chosen to find a mechanism that will help staff raise the money so that the city can acquire the site. There's been all kinds of speculation, all kinds of hearsay on this site. There were people that were saying the new owner of the house wants to sell, they don't want to sell. Well, Mr. Mayor, you were there and you heard it directly from the horse's mouth, so to speak. The owner of that site respects the tree, wants to save the tree, and is prepared to sell that particular house and the lot to the city. That is there. We both heard that. We also spoke about me having a public meeting, Mr. Mayor, which I did, and the immediate neighbors to this particular site would love to see a parkette. I've got the mandate to move this motion today, as I shared with them, and they're looking forward to seeing a parquet to save that particular tree. The only concerns they have is that if it does become a parquet owned by the city, that the city would respect, the boundaries and would make sure that they're protected with fences and that sort of thing from the tourists that'll obviously come. And they're also recommending that there be gates put up so that this tree is protected at night and that nobody can come in and kind of, in other words, there'll be hours of viewing of the tree eventually. So those are the sorts of things that we heard at the community meeting. So we've got the full direction from the community to do this, and I am solidly in favor of this particular direction. It is a spectacular vision for anyone to look at, and this is coming from myself. You don't often hear me come here and talk about what we should be doing to save the tree. And in this particular case, this tree has more rights, in my opinion, than the homeowner, than the house, than anyone else in that area. It is the oldest oak in the city, and we should respect it as such. The only thing that you don't know, Mr. Mayor, and I talked to staff earlier, is that there's another misconception, and that is that maintenance of the tree as currently observed through our policy doesn't really exist. In fact, we can't spend city money to maintain any private tree. So we just can't do that. So we have to acquire this land, and in a hurry, so that we can water this thing. I received a note from the previous owner, and she had told me that she watered this thing extensively every single day. That maintenance has stopped since the acquisition of the house. So there's more urgency than we think to be able to maintain this tree. I again want to publicly thank Edith George, who's a constituent of mine. I've said all along that sometimes you don't agree with each other's politics or where we stand politically, Mr. Mayor. The only thing I've had in common with Edith George is the name George, quite frankly. And now we have this in common. So we're pushing for the same reasons. We both agree, the community agrees, you agree. I think this executive is probably going to agree, and then council's going to agree. And let's just raise that $750,000 so that we can turn this into a rightly deserved tourist attraction as well. You're going to see everybody who loves red oaks coming to this particular parquet eventually, and it'll be a stop in Ward 7 finally, and then we can start arguing about what kinds of money deserve to be made up to York West
All right,
around this.
you're at 524.
We'll deal with that at a
Stop you right
different
there
time.
before you get off into a
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for your support, by the way.
You're most welcome, sir. Thank you. We've got Councillor Doucette and from a membership outside the committee, so we'll start with you then. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I want to thank staff. Staff have been so proactive. As soon as we heard that this tree property was up for sale, they were in there. They were looking at the tree. They were talking to owners. I want to thank the media. The media got this out. So therefore, it has changed ownership 3-4 times since we originally heard about this. But because the media is out there telling people what this tree was about, I think that's really also helped protect it. Possibly the first people who bought the property didn't realize the significance of this tree, and then they probably realized through the media that they weren't going to be able to cut it down. That might be why they sold, I don't know. But right now, we do have an owner who does love the tree. They're renovating the inside of their house. They're making it into a family home. I think our priority should be getting into policy a Heritage Tree Act for the city, so that we can protect all of our significant heritage trees, not just go and be having to be reactive for each time one comes up. I think we've done a great job protecting this tree. I really do. It is stunning. And yes, if you're ever near Ward 7, please go visit. It really is absolutely a mammoth tree. So as I say, I think we've done a great job where we are now. I think the publicity, I think it coming to council, I think people talking about it is what saved it. And having a conversation with the owner, with forestry going out and talking to the owner, explaining our bylaw, that yes, you can trim it, but you can't do this, but you can do that. I do agree with Councillor Mammoliti that we should be encouraging this owner next summer to water this tree. The previous owner actually has a grate in the driveway where she would put the hose pipe down, and the hose would then get to the root system. If you've ever looked at this tree, it is 36 inches away from the back door of the house. I am absolutely shocked that the tree is still there, because I think if you built had a tree growing now, a new tree growing, you would probably have moved it by now, because the house got in the way kind of thing. This tree also has a sister tree just down the street, which is also stunning, which has gone through some issues with some dead wood, but again, the owners there are protecting it. Both of these trees are private trees, so that does tie the city hands. I do appreciate that completely. But what I'm just saying is, I appreciate what we're doing moving forward. I don't think we are in as much of a panic as we were in the beginning. But I would like to see that if we had an owner of any of the heritage trees who couldn't afford to prune it for the dead wood, if it had dead wood, or if we had another ice storm, in some way we could help, step up and help. I don't want to be opening a can of worms because we have a lot of significant trees across the city, but this one particularly is stunning. But as I say, I want to thank staff. They went into action immediately, and that is why I do believe we still have a beautiful tree standing there. It is still healthy, and we actually have an owner who loves the tree and respects it and knows what their rights are. So I want to thank every organization, every resident who sent a letter to us over the last few months. I got a stack of them. And I want to thank people. And it's not just Toronto residents. It's not just residents from Ontario. It's not just residents from Canada. We've had letters from Scotland and other areas who understand the significance of these beautiful old trees, and they do agree we've got to preserve them and protect them. So thank you, everyone, for getting involved. As I say, if you haven't seen it, I think you can go and see it at least 4 times a year, but it changes with each season. Thank you for your patience, Mr. Mayor. Appreciate this, and thank you to everyone on executive for listening.
Thank you, Councillor. Other speakers on this? Oh, yes, Councillor Palacio, I did have your name down. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to move on behalf of Councilor Mammoliti the following motion. And one change that was made there is 350 years as opposed to 250 as it was originally put there. First and foremost, I want to thank Councilor Mammoliti and Councilor Doucette for bringing the notice of motion to City Council, and to you, Mr. Mayor, for your leadership on this as well. Even though that this item was deferred over and over again, but I think that sense of persistency is got us where we are right now. This is a very healthy and magnificent tree that has stood the challenges of major storms, floods, and time, literally speaking. This tree, I've seen it, it stands tall and strong and beautiful, and it should be the pride of urban forestry. Now, in terms of maintenance, and I think that's one of the key for the preservation of this beautiful tree, is that if this tree was in city's hands, there is no doubt in my mind that the city will do everything humanly possible to extend the life of this tree for only God knows for how many more years. So I wholeheartedly support this motion, and hopefully that, and I'm going to ask for a recorded vote on this one, and I hope that it's going to pass unanimous. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Palacio. Questions on the motion or any other people to speak? All right, I think then we're ready for the question, beginning with I guess it's really just the one motion now that deletes the earlier one and replaces it with this. So we're ready to have the question on that. All those, and Councillor Palacio already asked for a recorded vote, so we'll have one.
On the item as amended by the motion by Councillor Palacio, all those in favor, Councillor Bailão, Councillor Crawford, Councillor McMahon, Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong, Mayor Tory, Councillor Palacio, Councillor Robinson, and Councillor Shiner. Carries unanimously.
Thank you, and thank you to all concerned, the councillors and everybody else, the staff. Much appreciated. Now, I think that would then bring us back to dealing with the items that are remaining that have deputants, and there are 2 or 3. We're making good progress. So that brings us, I think, then to 10.4, translation services for members of council. And Mr. McGuire, who was here earlier on, I don't know if he's still here. Mr. McGuire, going once, going twice. Yeah, he'll send a deputation? Yeah. All right, that's fine, thank you. Then that would bring us to Mr. Glavick.
It's a rooster, not a chicken, just so you know. Okay.
You're on, sir.
Okay, since my laptop's not working at the moment, you should be having translating, but I have translated for the federal government years and years ago. Professional translators are very expensive. Instead of, there's a part where it says that you'll use your assistants. You should use, what's Councillor Ainsley? Damn it. My Councillor Ainsley, he could use his assistant or somebody local from the community that speaks the local languages. I speak Spanish, Croatian, German, Italian, and Greek. Woohoo. There's nobody with those languages in my ward. It's mostly South Asian. But where's the other one? All the city services that the councilors provide should be translated, like I've been saying for years, instead of just English, because not everybody speaks English. My father has about 8 languages in his head. English is not one that he remembers. He's a senior. In my ward, there's a lot of seniors who speak 0 English, other than yes, no, hello. Please don't go with professional translators, and don't outsource it to California, where all the what's called the outsourced translators are. There's local people. You can create jobs in Toronto, especially youth employment, for this translation. And that's it. Please don't outsource it. Hire local.
Thank you, Mr. Glavick. Are there any questions of this deputant? All right, there are no questions. Thank you very much for your patience, Mr. Glavick. We appreciate your being here today. Are there questions of staff by members of council outside or inside the committee? Okay, hearing none. Are there any members of council wishing to speak to this item? If not, I will then ask for us to call the question on the recommendation, which is to ask the city manager to report back on an updated multilingual policy. So I'll call the question on that. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Okay, then next would be 10.6, the Weston Community Cultural Hub. And again, there are 2 deputations on that. Tim Jones from Artscape. Mr. Jones, welcome. Always nice to see you.
Need 2 seconds. I've got a little power.
Show and tell.
There we go. Good afternoon. I'm here to talk about an extraordinary collaboration that involved the city manager's office, I think at least 8 city departments, probably more than that, Toronto Parking Authority, a number of developers, including the Rockport Group and Woodburn Property Group, many members of the Weston Community, Artscape, and it's the collaboration that's led to the proposal that's before you today. This project has been talked about for a long time. It's really been talked about as part of a number of strategy sessions that the city has done, along with partners such as the Urban Land Institute, on the revitalization of Weston. and has benefited from work that we did with the city, published in 2011, looking at how the arts could be used as a catalyst for the revitalization of what we then called priority neighborhoods, and specifically what we could do as a catalyst in this area in Weston. The project really involves this area at Lawrence and Weston Road and the sale of a surplus Green Pea parking lot and its reuse as part of a development alongside a very innovative collaboration with a neighboring property at 33 King Street. The project components of the Community Cultural Hub, which is the main community benefit flowing from this development, include an 8,300 square foot creative programming space, 12,400 square foot outdoor programming area that will be home to the local farmers market and many other things, as well as 26 affordable artist live work units, affordable housing for artist-led families. The project also incorporates 370 units, new rental units that are being built by the Rockport Group on the Toronto Parking Authority site. And amazingly, the neighboring property at 33 King, which you see there in green to the left part of the screen, has a 30-story apartment tower. And in the podium, there's a grocery store that was built 30 years ago and never occupied. And so what this project is going to do is to revitalize that asset that's been really a derelict part of the site. And as you can see in this next image, the architecture is a bit brutalist rather. You know, the project really involves creating the artist live work spaces along the perimeter of that space, and an 8,300 square foot community programming space that we're now in the process of designing. These facades will be transformed. You can see at the top there the existing facade and how it will be opened up through both the community cultural hub and the residential units. Features like an outdoor artist courtyard that will be actively programmed but also publicly accessible, and a really fantastic new farmers market area that will be home to all kinds of other programming activities. There's also the Rockport development that includes 370 purpose-built rental units that are a key part of the whole equation. It's worth noting that Metrolinx is also building a fantastic pedestrian bridge that will connect this project to the adjacent residents of the village of Weston. As is always the case with Artscape projects, we've been through an extensive process already, but we're continuing in the months ahead to build the vision for this project from the ground up with the local community. This process is guided by a local steering committee and involves engagement of residents really to understand what are their needs from a cultural point of view, but what are also their dreams and aspirations. What will result, we are confident, will be a unique facility that really is designed to support those ideas. I want to really say a few words of congratulations, first of all, to Councillor Annunziata for her unbelievable leadership around this project. Also to the city manager's office, in particular John Livy, for really going to bat and insisting that this is something that we should do. Sean Gadden, who's here with us today from the Affordable Housing Office, has demonstrated amazing stick handling ability as we've worked through the various city departments. And many, many different departments have touched this project. The Rockport Group, I think, have been a phenomenal collaborator. They've been very patient through this process as we're really creating something that I think is going to have a profound impact on the community. You know, we see this at Artscape as a bit of a prototype, and we would love to work with the city and other partners to replicate this kind of model in other parts of the city. We think this is an opportunity to be a catalyst for the reimagination of some of our inner suburbs, and also to address sometimes the divide that we talk about that pits the downtown against the suburbs. We think this is a way to actually help knit the city using culture as a catalyst to do that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jones. I appreciate your being here, and I'm sure Councillor Annunziata would appreciate your words as well. There are other questions of this deputant? Thank you. Thanks for being here and for your patience. May I ask Mr. Tony Flynn to come forward? Well, Mr.
Good
Flynn,
afternoon, Mr. Mayor.
you have 5 minutes, and we welcome you.
Thank you. And members of the Executive Committee. My name is Tony Flynn. I have an extensive background in community education, community development, and community organizing. I'm a former governor of Seneca College, one of the largest post-secondary institutions in the country. I'm a program coordinator for approximately 30 years at Seneca College, doing programs in the community, from Falstaff to Ontario Housing Developments, Humber Heights, Flemington Park, through our innovative program, College Without Walls. I'm certified in DACOM through Ohio State. I'm a graduate of Humber College Community Studies program. I worked at Storefront Humber. Now, I just want to give you this context. In many other organizations, I was a member of the United Community Fund, allocations number 11. I've worked extensively in the Weston area as a program coordinator and community development worker, consulting the BIA. In 1978, I received funding to do a major study on Weston called Weston Town Center. This was the beginning of our proposal to start the farmers market, which I conceived as an artificial commercial anchor. At that time, Weston had 17 storefronts that were vacant, and the BIA had just been initiated. I came up with an innovative way after doing this study. The study was, I hired 3 students, an MBA student at York University, and 2 other students, a Ryerson student, whatever. And we did a complete analysis in community education and community development, in community economic, social development. It's very, very important to know what makes the community tick. Mr. Mayor and members, I'm convinced that the proponents have no idea of the complexity of the community that they're dealing with. The average income is $15,000 on Main Street in the 8,500 housing units there. There's 2 polarities in Weston, one on east of the tracks, which is the former management for the former industry. That's where they lived. It's an immigrant settlement area. I know a little bit about intercultural communication and training as a former member and representative of Seneca College in CETAR, Society for Intercultural Training and Research. I did the first, received with the assistance of Roy McMurtry, the former Attorney General, and the former Ministry of, Culture and Multicultural Development Branch. I did the first training of Metro Police in intercultural training and research. We trained 5,200. I received a $33,000 grant. Weston is very, very complex. And my concerns are 2 regarding this, what you have, this proposal today. It's being presented to you as the final financial model. I see many, many flaws in it, both from the programming aspect. They just had a public meeting approximately a month and a half, 2 months ago. People their aspirations and their dreams. That's not how you develop programs. They have presented you in their report a deficit of $200,000 per year for the next 15 years in the programming alone. Ladies and gentlemen of the executive and Mr. Mayor, I project that to be closer to $350,000 to perhaps $500,000 a year. I operated a campus, 2 campuses just down the road, the Dufferin campus and the Lawrence campus, for 15 years. And I did the cultural programs there. It is a and we close the campuses. It's extremely difficult to run those programs in that area. Humber College on Wilson Avenue at the Sheridan Mall, their campus there is for training, and it's heavily funded by various federal and provincial training programs. That's to help people with resumes, et cetera.
I'll have to ask you to wrap up, Mr. Flynn.
Okay. Mr. Mayor, there has been no consultation on this proposal, on the funding proposal. There has been, and the previous speaker stated, there has been community engagement. We need community engagement.
All right. We'll have to stop you right there.
So I'd ask you to defer this decision for 3 months to
Okay.
February.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions of the deputant? All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Flynn. Are there any members of council or of the committee or not who have questions of staff on this? Councillor Shiner.
Is there an annual, I was reading it, shortfall in the funding?
Through Mr. Mayor, are you referring to the projected operating?
Yes.
They are forecasting a shortfall in funding. That's why we're proposing that we set up a community fund. That's, the developer will be contributing and Artscape will be doing fundraising as well.
So to make this work, it's subject to Artscape raising funds? For the
Initially,
operation?
yes, and then as the area gets reinvigorated and there's additional investment attracted through the catalyst that this project will infuse into the area, we are anticipating that there'll be additional users that are going to be booking the space and additional revenues that Artscape can then put towards the operation of the hub.
Was it 10 years that you were forecasting the shortfall for?
We anticipate that the fund will carry it for 15 years. So they've done some sensitivity analysis. So they're, if our projections aren't right, it could expire sooner. But if the area does get reinvigorated and additional users come in, it can maybe get sustainable before that.
Juliana, how much do they have to raise to make this work then for the 15 years? What's the shortfall, total shortfall in funding?
The shortfall that we're anticipating, the $3 million we anticipate should carry us through the 15 years.
And the $3 million is coming from the fundraising that Artscape has to do?
And part of it will come from the developer. I believe it's 1.25 million from the developer and the 1.75 from fundraising. We're also going to be monitoring the situation and working closely with Artscape. And if we anticipate that we're running into issues, we'll be reporting back to committee and council on what we would propose to help make it sustainable.
Oh, that's the question on this. The what if? Because we've all tried to help nonprofits before, and when they go into problems, I think there's an arena out in the West End, is it, that we have? It comes back to us to try and solve the problem. So I'm supportive of the initiative, know how much work is there, but I really want to know about the what if. How is the what if being covered? Because I don't want to see it coming back to us.
So, through you, Mr. Mayor, in this particular situation, the organization that we're working with, Artscape, has a good reputation, and we believe they have the capacity. We're very comfortable with the capacity that they bring to this project. This is part of a larger revitalization of the whole area, so we're not just talking the investing in one arena, it's investing in an entire community.
So what you're telling me is that you're confident that we're not going to see this come back to us for a request to top up the funding because there's a shortfall.
So there's never any guarantees in life, but yes, I am confident.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Shiner. Okay, we have Councillor Ainsley, questions of staff. Or are you wanting to speak? I thought you had your hand up. Okay, I wrote it down. The last time I didn't. All right, Councillor Menon-Wong, Deputy Mayor Menon-Wong has some.
I just want to follow up, because I think Councillor Shiner raised a good point. What would be the annual shortfall once the community hub opens? What are you projecting it to be?
So on average, Initially, when it starts up, there's going to be some challenges. On average, we figure they're going to need a $3 million cushion to cover them over 15 years. That's $200,000 per year.
So we're short 200 a year, and you're saying that the model that you're presenting is you're saying this is not going to be a pressure on our operating budget, that you're relying on somebody else to raise $200,000 a year.
So the developer is contributing $1.25 million, and Artscape is going to fundraise $1.75 million. As a city, we're going to be monitoring the situation closely, and there's a recommendation that we will report back
The developer is giving 1.2 to operating, correct?
towards the community fund, and that'll be used to help fund the deficit that we anticipate in the earlier years for the hub.
So the balance, you are imagining that, and hoping that Artscape's going to commit to that.
That's correct, and Artscape has a very good reputation and capacity for that fundraising. They've proven that in the past.
But we've never done this before yet, have we? Have we done this before? I mean, it seems like an interesting arrangement where we're starting to it's an interesting precedent, and it's something I think that this committee has to carefully consider as just a general policy when we start looking to third-party fundraising to cover off our operating expenses. That's not an arrangement we normally look at, is it?
So Artscape has contributed equity to other projects. This project itself is rather unique. We're taking an entire...
Mr. Mayor, I'm asking a different question.
Okay.
It seems to me, and I think Councillor Steiner's raised an excellent point, when we just, are we going down the path where we're going to be relying on other organizations to cover off our operating shortfalls?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, we're fairly confident that we're not going to have to come back to committee and report that there's going to be an operating shortfall.
No.
We anticipated it in the early years, and therefore that's why we structured a fund to help cover those deficits until other businesses get attracted to that area.
Are there other so maybe I'll be more specific. Are there other examples where we've relied on third-party organizations to cover off the city's operating shortfall?
It's good.
So I want to make it clear
is that what we're doing?
It's not the city's operation. It's not.
Oh, this is Artscape.
Yes.
I see. All right. And can I ask a different question? If they don't,
Clock is still running. You have 2 minutes left.
this is important.
Please.
So if they don't make their if they don't get their money, then what happens? Then will they come to the city asking for us to backfill the balance? And
So as I explained, we're based on the business.
I understand your confidence,
Yes,
but
they
let's say
may-
your
they may
confidence is not well-founded.
So we
Or let's say
understand
you're
there's risks,
disappointed.
and we have a recommendation in the report that we're going to monitor the situation with Artscape, and if we anticipate that the city may have to get involved, we're going to formulate a plan, and we're going to notify committee and council and come back with a model on how we can make this sustainable.
And does the city?
As I say, there's no guarantees. I can't guarantee you, but we're fairly confident that this will work.
Okay, so in this community hub, does the city has do we have an interest in this? Do we have an interest in this, in the property itself?
We do. So,
In the community hub?
Yes, Councillor. The city would have an interest in the event that Artscape ceased to operate the hub.
Okay, do we own the?
No, it's on a lease. It's on a 50-year lease, as well as the Artist Lib workspace is on a 50-year lease in the existing building at 33 King Street.
Okay.
I'm
going to take a careful look at it. I may have questions that comes.
Yeah, I mean, through the chair.
Councillor Shine has raised some very interesting questions. Deserve some careful scrutiny, Mr. Mayor.
I had Councillor Bailão with questions for staff.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, this is one of our priority communities, correct?
that's correct.
So this is an area where we actually are under-serviced in a lot of our social service, city services, and so on, correct?
That's correct.
So is this replacing actually some of those services? Are we creating services to this community through a partnership with the private sector, the nonprofit sector? Is that what we're doing here?
That's correct, and
So for 15 years, we might not even have to put anything in operations. We're just running a risk. That is what is costing us to increase the service level to this community, which we need to do. What is costing this city is the risk of having to come in and help them operate it.
there might be a risk, but I think that the benefits in terms of what we're doing for the community far outweigh that risk.
So if we didn't have this partnership with the private and nonprofit sector, do you think that the city would have to come in and actually operate more programs in this community?
We would have to come up with, we'd have to invest more city dollars, yes, if we want to improve.
Okay, so this is a private, nonprofit, city partnership that is delivering services to a community.
That's correct.
Okay.
Thank you, Councillor Bailão. Are there any other members of the committee or otherwise members of council wishing to question staff? Okay, speakers. Councillor Palacio, I have to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Shiner. Councillor
I
Bailão.
believe that my compliments to city staff to begin with. I believe that city staff has done an incredible job on this file and all the due diligence that's needed. And that's including all the stakeholders and within the private and public overall. One thing that as a member of the local community council, the topic of your community council, we deal with this item and we had a special meeting. It was an evening meeting actually that was well attended. And at the end, there was an overwhelming level of support, not only from the community overall, but, and of course, the local city council, Nunciara. She's been very passionate about this, and unfortunately, she's not here today, as you may know that her mother passed away. But the support, there was a unanimous support from the local community council. So from that perspective, I think that the overall message from the community and from the stakeholders is that this project is an excellent project. It will be the catalyst for community revitalization, and it will create a win-win situation, not only for the local community, but also for the city in terms of the assessment base, in terms of bringing something new to the community. So from that perspective, I hope that this committee will support the recommendations that are before us. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Palacio. I have next to speak Councillor Shiner. Oh, okay.
Mayor Tory, I am completely supportive of the initiative that's in front of us. And I raised the question about the fundraising just to be sure that on the public record, our staff expressed the confidence that I believe they have in Artscape to do the job of the shortfall, and that Artscape, I believe, will be able to do it and do that fundraising to make this go. But I felt it was important to bring that publicly. I recall the last time I was here, I had some questions about being able to get this done, and our friends are here from Rockport Group. And I want to note in here that we're not done yet, because in the report, it comes back to say that we have to have this commence construction by the July of this year. I see the head shaking. And the work that has gone into this project so far to make this happen in an area of the city that really needs this cultural hub has been tremendous, and I can't say more for the staff in the city, Sean and all the city staff that have worked in it, Sean from the Affordable Housing Department, and everyone else that has been involved in this. It's great to see that this project's moving forward, and if you read through it, there's all types of funding that are going into this, and as my friends have reminded me as well, that this is an investment into this community of $90 million that should bring life back into it, not only in the hub that's there, but the residential development, the affordable houses that are housing that is part of the component here. I think it's 3.9 million we're looking from the other levels of government, plus our own contribution, plus contributions from the developer. I mean, this is the type of project that you look for in the cooperation between all the different agencies to make this happen in a part of the city that really needs it. The fact that all this work has gone into it is absolutely terrific. I commend everybody for it. If there's one area that I see a problem, is how much work we all had to put into it to make it happen. Because projects like this should happen easier within the city. Look at Sean, he's actually chuckling over there. He wasn't yesterday when he was talking about some other stuff with me. But these projects should be easier to get done in the city, not as difficult as they are to get done. The coordination that we need between I think it was Sean said, 44 divisions within the city to make this happen should be easier to get to happen. It's the same type of issues that we run through when we're dealing with some of the projects that we're dealing with through Build Toronto. And the fact that the coordination and the ability to get these projects together isn't as good as it should be within the city. And you and I have talked about that a little bit as well. It has to be. It's more than just getting a development application into the city and getting it reviewed. That has its own perils. It's getting an idea, which is what developers or others often have, into the city, coordinating that idea through the divisions in the city that want to see it happen, getting the approvals in place to make it happen, and then get the permits in place. Because I see the smiles over there. Permits in place. Do you know the Herculean task it is to take this report now in December and say we're ready to go and send this to council and actually be able to start this development in commence construction in July? That is huge. So although we've come to this stage, I have to tell you, I'm looking for the cooperation that still will be needed to get this project going and commenced as it was asked to by July, or this project's going to fall apart. But more than that, we have to start to look within the city how we can see more projects like this work and coordinate our abilities to do that internally through many other areas, because it just takes far too long and far too much work to get great things done here, and really special things are taking even more time to get done. So if you need a move of the recommendations, I don't know if they've been moved yet, they're gladly done. I'm supporting them, and I'm supporting this initiative completely, and I trust in all the partners that are here. I believe they'll do an absolutely wonderful job of making this happen if we can help them make it happen and get this into the ground by next year.
Thanks, Councillor Shiner. Councillor Bailão.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think that what we have in front of us is city building at its best, and it's truly about stretching our dollar. Like Councillor Shiner said, it's a $90 million project. Well, let's keep in mind that the city is coming in with $10 million, and we're getting affordable housing, we're getting revitalization of the community, we're getting community space, we're getting operations of a community hub in here, and we have partners that are strong partners from the private sector, from the nonprofit sector. I mean, let's not forget Artscape has about a $12 million budget. So it's a strong partner that we have with many other projects across the city, and that have joined us in this part of the city that is taking the arts world and a huge improvement to a part of town that needed it, but has not been in contact with this kind of organization yet. And so we hope that this is going to have a huge impact. I think that it is true we need to thank our staff, because when we have a report in front of us that is signed by 3 deputy city managers, I think it clearly shows that there's been a lot of people involved. I know that I haven't been at the community council, but I would be kept informed on how this was proceeding, because I think in the Affordable Housing Office this took many hours and efforts to make sure that this was going to happen. So to the team through Sean and Juliana and Levy and Deputy Manager Levy and Deputy City Manager Rossini, I think thank you for believing that we can be innovative, that we can revitalize our communities, and that we can do it in an effective, efficient, and human way, because what we're doing here, again, it's touching people's lives in this part of town that has for many, many years stayed away from the limelight for way too long. So we're hoping that this is going to re-energize them, revitalize them, and shine some light in all the power and potential that Weston has in our city.
Thanks, Councillor Bailão. Any other members wishing to speak? I'll avoid speaking by simply saying I adopt all the comments made by Councillors Bailão and Shiner, and we should vote for these recommendations.
I really wish Councillor Nunziata was able to attend. I'm looking forward to her speech at council.
We will.
I think we should acknowledge her hard work with staff on this because she put in a Herculean effort and has been looking forward to this for a long time. And it's unfortunate she's unable to be here today to give her comments because I think this one we'd love to hear them.
Absolutely. It's come a long way under her leadership, and Rockport as well, and our own staff, of course. Thank you. And Artscape. If you wish, we consider it asked for, and it shall be received. So,
On the recommendations, all those in favor? Councillor Ainsley, Councillor Bailão, Councillor Crawford, Councillor McMahon, Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong, Mayor Tory, Councillor Palacio, and Councillor Shiner. The item carries unanimously.
thank you. That brings us to 10.13, I believe, and that is the City of Toronto Declaration with the right on the right to a healthy environment. And we have some 8.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, yes.
If there are no speakers, because I think people will speak at council, I would release the open door that Councillor Ainsley hold for me with a small amendment. So this is item 10.18. And if we can just, if nobody has any questions.
Councillor Shiner had informed me, and he's right there.
He also has an interest on
he
the
has
item?
a motion of some kind.
Okay.
So,
Okay.
so thank you for trying that, but maybe we can deal with it fairly expeditiously anyway. So back to 10.13.
No, I can deal with, you're talking about the open doors?
Yeah. I
can deal with it. Councillor Bailão? It's just a simple motion for reporting, and we can get rid of it.
All right, yes, I remember that. Councillor Shiner says he can deal right now with that motion, and probably we won't have a problem just dealing with it.
Sorry, staff can just put up the motion that I had on the open door policy?
Councillor Bailão has one too, I guess, and so we'll put
I'm
yours
fine
up.
with it. If you want to deal with it now, I mean, my motion is just... I said I'm fine to deal with it now.
All right.
If we can just put the motions up, I'm...
So do we have Councillor Bailão's motion first? Councillor Bailão, your motion will go up first then? There are questions of staff. I presume we've done with that, and we're going to then move right to speakers and to this motion from Councillor Bailão.
Yep, the motion is just to reinforce our ask of the provincial government for their land, to make it a bit stronger.
Right. Thank you. Any questions of the mover? Any other comments on that? Otherwise, then we go over to Councillor Shiner, who has a motion. There it is.
So my motion is just to get an annual progress report on it. I think this is something that we all agree we have to continue to monitor. I know that there's a lot of work that we have to do to make this happen. A lot of sites in the city where Build Toronto can and will contribute. I think they've shown a new attitude in the last short year or so towards affordable housing. I think we have to, though, be careful that the targets that we have in there of, I think it's 1,200 units a year, that's based on a third contribution towards a lot of the funding. And that's one of the reasons that I want to continue to monitor it, because I don't want the city to be considered not meeting its targets if we don't get funding from the other levels of government and we don't do the full numbers that we're expected to contribute to housing. I think that's an issue that we have to be careful of. It wasn't the promises that the city alone would provide all those affordable using. It's the shared funding to be able to carry out the tasks that we want to be able to do. And I hope that as we come back and report on an annual basis, we'll see what else is available. So mine is to get an annual report only and let it go forward from there.
And the motion provides for that. Are there any other people wishing to speak, members of the committee? All right, seeing none, we'll deal with the two motions then. First, the motion by Councillor Bailão with respect to the provincial government of the land. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Next, the motion from Councillor Shiner requesting an annual corporate-wide report. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Those are the two amending motions. That brings us to the main item of 10 point, what number was that? 18. All those in favor?
I have a recorded
The item
vote.
as amended? A recorded vote? Okay.
On the recommendations from the Affordable Housing Committee as amended, all those in favor, Councillor Ainsley, Councillor Bailao, Councillor Crawford, Councillor McMahon, Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong, Mayor Tory, Councillor Palacio, and Councillor Schreiner. The item as amended carries.
Thank you very much, and thank you for dealing with that. Now we'll come back to 10.13, the City of Toronto Declaration on the Right to a Healthy Environment. We have some 8 deputants that are listed here. I don't know if they're all still here, and I apologize for, thank them for their patience. Kimberly Todd from the Blue Dot Movement. I see there's 2 from the Blue Dot Movement. I would certainly encourage them if they wanted to do so to combine forces here, Carrie Correal and Kimberly Todd, but that's up to them. They're listed here separately. Are you Miss Todd?
Yes.
You're most welcome. 5 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. Dear Mayor Tory and Toronto City Councillors, thank you for this opportunity. I am a Toronto resident, and I'm here in support of the right to a healthy environment. I would like to begin by acknowledging the land that I stand on, the land of the Mississaugas of the New Credit First Nations, the Anishinaabe people. For fear of this being a tokenistic gesture, I ask that we all keep this in mind today and remember that we are all treaty people, and as such, we have a responsibility to the land. In the words of Rupert Ross, the most important measure of success is measured not by monetary gains, but rather by one's ability to enable all life forms to thrive. Growing up, my family and I would spend our summers at my cottage. This is where I spent my time walking barefoot over sand, rocks, and dirt. My cottage is the place where I would marvel at the stars overhead, soak in the sun's rays, swim for hours on end, and gorge myself on wild blueberries. It is where I've always felt a sense of boundless freedom. It is a place that continually inspires and teaches me about the sanctity of life. However, this place that I loved has a sad past and is the reason I joined the Blue Dot Movement and is the reason why I support the right to a healthy environment. My cottage sits on a lake that sits on what was once a dead lake. A lake that, as a result of a large smokestack in Northern Ontario, had become so toxic that it killed off all the fish within its boundaries. This was a silent atrocity, and I recall no one speaking out for the species that inhabited and suffered from this destruction. However, given half a chance, nature will thrive. I'm happy to say that over 20 years later, that lake is no longer dead, but rather a lake teeming with life. Every summer, my dad drives on the road we built, the road that leads to the lake. Every single year, the road gets narrower and narrower. Trees, grass, and bushes encroach on the brown dirt road, and every year my dad shakes his head at how our road conditions are worsening. On these trips, I smile to myself in the back seat at the resilience of nature. It is a marvel and a thing of beauty to lay witness to. It took over 20 years for the lake to recover. What is the scope of that loss? I can tell you, over the span of 20 years, I never got to experience a black cormorant flying overhead. During those years, I was robbed of the opportunity to see a blue heron's nest. For over 20 years, those skies were almost emptied of birds. I never had to worry about a crayfish scuttling over my feet. I can only now appreciate the magnitude of that loss after witnessing a thriving ecosystem for the first time in 20 years. The culprit of this destruction was the Sudbury smokestack, and it was just made taller so that the toxins wouldn't directly impact Sudbury, but are still being spewed out into our air, and I'm sure destroying other beautiful ecosystems. We are nature's progeny, and however awe-inspiring her resilience is, alone it is not enough. We need to be her voice, to speak for the fish, the bees, the birds, the animals, the trees, and ourselves. For the right to breathe clean air, to drink clean water, eat safe food, and respect nature in all her majesty. So I've joined the Blue Dot Movement to stand for the right to a healthy environment so that the destruction of a thriving environment, like the lake my cottage sits on, never happens again. In the words of Martin Luther King, there comes a time, and the time is now to stand up collectively to bring forth the rights to a healthy environment in Toronto. And I ask you, the representatives of the people, to make us proud today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Todd. Are there any questions of the deputant? Councillor Ainsley.
Thanks for coming in today. I just wanted to ask, I'm sure you've seen the recommendations in the report. Is there anything you would add or suggest that we need to add, or Does it all look good to you?
And I just think that we desperately need the right to a healthy environment because the way things are going in terms of climate change and everything that's happening, that this is a vision. This is a vision for Canada. And there are, I think, 100 other countries that have already passed the right to a healthy environment. Bolivia, it has my favorite right to a healthy environment because it actually protects the rights of Mother Nature. And so I think this is a most desperately needed step in the right direction, and Toronto is so crucial. I started the Ottawa Blue Dot movement, like the Ottawa chapter, and we went to meet City of Councillors, and the first question they asked is, where does Toronto stand on this? So we desperately need you guys to pass this.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other questions of Ms. Todd? All right. Thank you very much, Ms. Todd. We appreciate your being here. Rosa Costanzo.
Thank you, Mayor Tory and Council, for the opportunity to speak about the right to a healthy environment. There is a quote from William McDonough, a thought leader for sustainable design and the founder of Cradle to Cradle. Who is the leader on the ship crossing the ocean? Everybody comes back with captain, navigator, and helmsman, and he says, no, the leader on the ship is the designer of the ship. Because you can be the best captain in the world, but if the ship isn't designed to be seaworthy and you get caught in a storm, you're going down. His point is that leaders must become designers and designers must become leaders. This quote captures the essence of why I left my position as a marketing director to become an environmentally responsible interior designer. I am responsible for designing healthy and sustainable indoor environments where individuals can thrive. As a designer, I can lead this change by being an environmental ambassador. Doing the right thing is important to me because I want to be part of the cure and not part of the disease. As government officials, you have the responsibility to design and lay the foundation to build a sustainable future within the fabric of our communities. Canada is not a world leader when it comes to environmental rights for our citizens. The Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms does not recognize our right to clean air, fresh water, and healthy food. In fact, based on a 2013 report by the Centre for Global Development, Canada is ranked last out of 27 countries for environmental protection. Over 110 countries recognize their citizens' rights to a healthy environment, but Canada is not part of this list. Natural ecosystems are being destructed at an alarming rate. Ecosystems that indirectly support human well-being by providing air and water purification, pest control, and climate regulation. Our communities, neighborhoods, towns, and cities are all part of an ecosystem. Just as humans coexist in community, the interrelationship of environmental communities is crucial in protecting and sustaining each species, each of whom plays a key role in providing a healthy ecosystem. Together, citizens and council can stand collectively to recognize how essential natural ecosystems are for healthy communities. Canadians look to our leaders to remove barriers and improve quality of life by truly protecting the health, safety, and welfare of all citizens and future generations. We must recognize that a healthy environment is essential for healthy cities. Therefore, we look to you as leaders who have a say in designing laws that support environmental rights and to pass a municipal declaration that respects the fundamental human right of our fellow citizens to live, work, and play in a healthy and safe environment. I present this as an opportunity to council, an opportunity to say that the City of Toronto, its citizens, and council want safe and healthy communities. This is why I firmly believe that this committee should send the motion for environmental rights back to council for a vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Costanzo. Are there any questions of this deputant? All right. Well, thank you very much for being here and for your contribution. Ms. Marianne Gallinger, or Gallinger. You're right. Did I have it the first time? Yeah. Perfect. Thank you for being here. You have 5 minutes.
Okay. Good afternoon, Council and Mayor Tory, and thank you for letting me have this opportunity to speak to you today. My purpose for coming here is to support the Municipal Declaration of Environmental Rights. I wanted to share with you why I felt this was important. I am a born Torontonian with the good fortune of having grown up at the Scarborough Bluffs, the last remaining geological record of the previous ice age. This is truly unique in North America, and I'm very proud that I've had this opportunity. I first became aware of issues with the environment as a child in the 60s, where the buildup of phosphates and green slime and dish soap bubbles in the Great Lakes became very evident. It's the first time that I felt concern for the beautiful community that I was growing up in. I continued to notice the pattern of our environmental impact throughout the decades. But the aha moment was a recent trip to British Columbia, where I looked into the tide pools that I had taken my children to just 10 years ago and saw blackened and now scarce marine life instead of the amazing bounty and beauty, color and variety that I so proudly shared with my children. And my concern grew. I was appalled by the climate change deniers and appalled by Canada's lack of commitment to carbon reduction targets as per the Kyoto Accord. I am appalled by Canada's scorecard and its progress for reductions that they did commit to. And I want future generations to enjoy what I've had the privilege to enjoy: abundant fresh water and food, clean air, amazing forests and wildlife, all that Canada has been and should continue to be. I want to be proud of Canada and the global community with respect to our part in working towards reducing our global warming impact. It is who we are and what we stand for. And I'm not alone in this thinking. There's not a single person that I know who does not believe that we should have the right to a healthy environment. I recently have been encouraged by the federal government's support in their approach to environmental issues, and in your support, Mr. Tory, as I saw your interview yesterday. I'm encouraged that we are making a step in the right direction. There are more than 90 communities, almost 100 communities, and I believe we would be the 100th, across Canada, representing millions of people who've already convinced their leaders to adopt a policy in principle for clean air, clean water, clean food in the form of the Environmental Rights Declaration. It is notable that Vancouver and Montreal are among them. Toronto has shown strong leadership in setting a very significant carbon reduction target and establishing the subcommittee on climate change mitigation and adaptation. By supporting a municipal declaration recognizing the right to a healthy environment, the city would further demonstrate its commitment to its residents. So I'm asking you today to support the Municipal Declaration of Environmental Rights so Toronto can show leadership on this issue. We are the largest city in Canada, and I'm a firm believer that our support can make a difference. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ballinger. Are there questions of this deputant? Okay, well, we will thank you very much for your being here today and for your patience and for your comments. Faisal Mullah, David Suzuki Foundation. Welcome, sir.
Good afternoon. It's an honor to have an opportunity to speak to you again, Mr. Mayor and members of the Executive Council. I'm going to speak very, very briefly because I don't think I can say anything beyond what we've already so eloquently heard. And along with these fantastic deputants, you will have all have received hundreds and hundreds of emails that have arrived in your inboxes in the last 24 hours. Over 2,500 local residents of Toronto have emailed you, urging you to do what 100 other municipal councils have done, which is to adopt a declaration for the rights of a healthy environment. I want to speak just very briefly about the declaration itself. As you know, this is a declaration that is aspirational in tone. The staff have done the due diligence that's necessary to look at what will be the consequences of passing this declaration. They have come to the conclusion that it does not, in their expert opinion, bind the city financially. It does not impact the existing work, the very impressive work, programs and policies of various city divisions and committees. Conversely, by passing the resolution, you will help to draw attention to Toronto's impressive programs and policies to promote environmental stewardship and the health of well-being of local residents. From our successful efforts to cut greenhouse gas emissions, investments in public transit, to our renowned parks and recreation programs that connect Toronto citizens, especially young people, to nature. Most of us intuitively understand that the environment is key to sustaining the health of our residents and our communities. It's key to sustaining the prosperity of our local economies. This is a very important aspirational commitment that the City of Toronto can make, and by doing so, you'll be joining dozens and dozens of like-minded communities across the country. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Mr. Mula. Are there any questions of Mr. Mula? Again, thanks very much for your time. Appreciate it. Ms. Ilona Valkov. Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Ilona Valkov. It's an honor to be speaking to you all today about something that's very important to me. I'll start off by saying that I was born in the Republic of Moldova and spent 11 beautiful years there. Moldova is by far the poorest country in Europe, and very few people know of it. But it is real. I have very fond memories of visiting my grandparents in the countryside. They used the land around their houses to grow fruits and vegetables for consumption and made canned foods for the winter. Water wells were found everywhere, giving everyone access to the purest underground water supply. It all showed me that a healthy environment is abundant. Take care of the land, and the land will take care of you. Perhaps it is thanks to those experiences that I feel a strong connection with nature and a disbelief when I see and hear all the harmful things that are done to this planet in the name of profit. The water wells I now have so much appreciation for were heavenly until pesticides became common practice and began to contaminate the soils that naturally filter the water. Humans have created so many things, especially in the last century. What if we turn this creativity towards designing a lifestyle that doesn't harm our own means of survival? My studies in sustainable design showed me that there are plenty of ways to build more efficient systems. With responsible use of technological advancements, we can design and implement systems that function in harmony with the earth and all its bounty. When I finished university, I began to focus a lot of my time on creative reuse of materials that would otherwise end up in landfills. And I'm now working on building a social enterprise that works to divert perfectly good materials from the waste system. I know that we can do so much better. I know that a waste-free system is achievable, and I know that a clean energy future is not just a dream. In fact, there is an urgent demand for sustainable change worldwide. We can see it in all the illnesses and allergies derived from unsafe drinking water, polluted air, particularly evident in communities located near industrial sites. We can see it in the supermarket, where just in the last few years, eco-friendly options have appeared for just about every product. We can see it in the growing request to stop environmentally destructive practices all over the world. On Sunday, 785,000 people rallied all over the globe to show the world leaders that the people want a 100% clean energy future. The simple fact is that we need to take care of our environment, at the very least, because it's our only supply of water, food, and fresh air. The well-being of Canadians and people worldwide depends on it. As a world-class city, Toronto has a unique opportunity to become a leader in sustainable change, to set an example for communities all over Canada, and to maintain Canada's reputation as a role model for the rest of the world. Mayor Tory, this is a chance for you to show that healthy, sustainable communities are important to you and Torontonians. A declaration for the right to a healthy environment is a starting point that can set the pace for development of clear guidelines to make sure all Canadians have fresh air, clean water, and safe food. Please respond to the people's request for our government to prioritize the environment by sending the motion of environmental rights back to Council for a vote. Last but not least, I want to point out that you can't spell economy without the eco. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Valkov. Much appreciated. Any questions of the deputant? Well, hearing none, well, thank you very much for being here. Franz Hartmann, Toronto Environmental Alliance. Mr. Hartman.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor and councillors from the committee. On behalf of our 55,000 supporters, the Toronto Environmental Alliance urges the Mayor and other members of the Executive Committee to adopt the staff recommendations, including adopting the City of Toronto Declaration, the Right to a Healthy Environment. As the staff report notes, this declaration will not expose the city to any additional legal risk nor have any financial impact. So you might ask, why should the Executive Committee and Toronto City Council adopt a declaration that is largely symbolic? Because symbols are extremely powerful, especially when our mayor is about to go to Paris and wants to show world leaders and citizens of the planet that Toronto takes environmental issues seriously. And because the City of Toronto has never said to its residents that we have a right to a healthy environment. These rights will not carry the same legal weight as the rights covered by Canada's Constitution, but they are as important to the future and the security of our city and our country as our constitutional rights. Think about it. Without clean drinking water, without access to safe and healthy food, without clean air, people can't survive, let alone thrive. A healthy environment is as important to our city as a foundation is to a building. Toronto needs to proudly acknowledge this reality, especially days before our mayor goes to arguably the most important environmental summit we have ever seen. While this summit is specifically about climate change, fundamentally, it is world leaders, business leaders, and civil society leaders coming together and recognizing that a healthy environment is the foundation of a vibrant economy and a healthy lifestyle. Scientists, politicians, and business leaders increasingly acknowledge that harming our environment is no longer an option. There's an emerging understanding that not protecting our environment, specifically not curbing carbon emissions that cause severe weather events, flooding, and air pollution, will have a huge financial, environmental, and social costs. Put simply, the cost of inaction is dramatically greater than the cost of action. And world leaders are realizing that creating a global society that protects the environment and our environmental rights by building a low-carbon future and economy is a huge job generator. It will improve our health, which means lower healthcare costs, and it will make for a happier life. So let me cite a local example to prove this point about the cost of inaction. Remember back to the July 2013 flood and the December 2013 ice storm? These are two examples of the type of severe weather events climate change will bring. And those two events alone cost Torontonians $1.3 billion in property damage, in insurance claims, and government overtime. That was the equivalent of a 51% one-time residential property tax increase. In other words, if we do not act and prepare our city for severe weather events and reduce carbon emissions, the $1.3 billion we lost in 2013 will be a small taste of what we will have to pay if we don't start protecting our environmental rights. So acknowledging the right to a healthy environment, as the declaration in front of you does, is simply acknowledging an important reality. We must protect our environment if we want our city to survive and thrive. Finally, I want to address Mayor Tory directly. Torontonians support actions by you and City Council that will help turn our right to a healthy environment into real actions. Over the past year, T has collected over 4,238 letters from Toronto residents. They're in these boxes addressed to you. Their message to you is very simple. Fulfill your campaign promises and improve public transit, reduce waste and toxics, improve air quality, and get the city ready for climate change. You, Mr. Mayor, publicly supported a number of our key actions to support a healthy environment. Torontonians support a right to a healthy environment. They join the countless other Canadians and growing list of municipal governments who, thanks to the David Suzuki Foundation, have expressed their support for the right to a healthy environment. So I urge you and members of the committee to support the staff recommendation and adopt the Right to Healthy Environment Declaration. Please, send a signal to Torontonians, to world leaders in Paris, and to the other citizens of our planet that Toronto City Hall understands the importance of recognizing our right to a healthy environment. Signal the world that Toronto is ready to join the global effort to unlock the incredible economic prosperity and happy and healthy lives that will flow by taking care of our environment. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hartman. Questions of the deputant, Councillor Layton?
Two very brief questions. I will point out that this didn't need to come here because we could have just passed it to council and not not had these two very brief questions. One is that number 3 of the declaration says that the city should strive to take a precautionary approach, evaluate cost-effective and legal permissible measures, endeavor to prevent the degradation of the environment, and aim to protect the health of residents when making decisions that could impact Torontonians' health and their environment. Do you believe that that statement is consistent with the executive committee decision not to undertake a polluter pays principle in relation to effluents dumped into our sewer system?
Ethically, I believe completely. Whether or not legally it's in contradiction, that's something for lawyers to decide.
So section 4A of the declaration says that the city shall have a more equitable distribution of environmental benefits and burdens within Toronto. I would take it that that would mean the financial burdens of cleaning up one's waste.
Yeah.
Do you think that's consistent with the executive decision earlier today to circumvent the polluter pays principle?
Yeah. Again, ethically, I believe it probably is not consistent, but legally, as the staff report notes, this says this declaration adds no additional legal risks. I would say, though, on that note, that I think that the decision made earlier today was premised on an old way of thinking, which is that environment and economy somehow or another in contradiction, as is becoming increasingly possible as President Obama and leaders across the planet are telling us. That's not the case. In fact, the best way to develop a thriving economy is by making is by doing what's good what's good for the environment.
And I believe that this declaration does in fact make that observation in 4J, which says seek to attract and invest in green business, green energy, clean tech, and the jobs of tomorrow. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Hartman. Are there any other questions for Councillor Robinson?
Very quickly. I'm going to just zoom right down to a very micro issue. Sorry about this, but it's just an email. I'm getting lots of emails because of it's fall and leaves and leaf blowing. In some neighborhoods, some of my neighborhoods, it literally never ends. Sometimes there's 2 or 3 on one lawn. And so A, they're very noisy. And B, some of their landscape companies out there are not really using technology that's up to speed. Does T have a position on the toxins that spew from leaf blowers?
Yeah, I mean, it's completely unnecessary. I mean, 30-second anecdote, many years ago, lived with my father-in-law, a lawn care guy comes by and starts using the leaf blower, big one, and I asked him not to do it. He said, yeah, it's going to take me longer. I said, fine, we'll pay for it. He was intent on using that. We don't need it, all that I hope is that one day that's in front of here, but I also hope when the companies that make leaf blowers are out here saying it'll cost jobs, you guys will respond appropriately.
Okay, thank you.
All right, any other questions of Mr. Hartman? Okay, thank you, Mr. Hartman, very much. Rod Muir, Sierra Club of Canada.
My apologies, Mr. Mayor. I'm just experiencing some technical difficulties.
Andy to the rescue.
Good afternoon, Mayor and members of Council. I have 5 minutes to make 5 points. I'll just quickly introduce myself. Once again, my name is Rod Muir. I am the Waste Diversion and Climate Change Mitigation Chair for the Sierra Club Canada Foundation. I'd also like to just put my remarks this afternoon in perspective. Cities, world cities, currently contain 50% of the world's population, soon to be 80% by 2050. We consume 75% of the world's natural resources, can generate somewhere between 60 and 80% of greenhouse gases, produce 50% of global waste, all the while occupying a mere 3% of the surface area. We're here today to talk about citizens' right to a healthy environment, which rests in no small part on our ability to mitigate the dangers of climate change. And Mayor Tory, as you leave tomorrow night for Paris and meet with your counterparts, there are 5 points I am desperately anxious to make to you. The first is how we got in this mess in the first place, and it might well surprise you. Only 15% of current energy use in Canada is used for personal transportation. Only about 20% is used to heat, light, and cool your home. So combines about 35% of energy use. Almost 50% of the energy we use here in Canada is to make stuff. We use it then for as few as a few minutes, and then we throw it out. So it's certainly not very sustainable. One of the big reasons for this is for every ton of waste at the curb, there are 70 tons produced upstream during the manufacturing process, a big contributor to the problem. So my second point, you can strip it all away. There are only 3 steps we can ask residents to take. Yes, you got to get out of your car. And Mayor, you're on the right track with SmartTrack. Yes, we need them to practice energy efficiency at home. But the diversion of waste is the quick, cheap, and easy one. And I'll make that my third point. Compared to these other alternatives, the Crosstown Eglinton subway is $5,000. A new Prius, $20,000. A new high-efficiency furnace, $10,000. And think of I'll be long dead before we have a Prius in every driveway or a high-efficiency furnace in every home. But we've brought in these waste diversion programs, in some cases virtually overnight, and their cost is minuscule. We provide recycling for about $1 a week to every Toronto household. I came down here by streetcar. I'm going to go home by streetcar. It's going to cost me $6. That's enough to fund the recycling for 6 families for a week. Got me 1 trip one way. Return. Green bin, about $2 a week. We brought in green bin for $140 a home. Again, think about the Scarborough, or that Crosstown, $5,000 for every home. We brought in green bin for $140. I got that kind of money on me. And of course, as we prove the capture rate of these systems, the costs will fall. I love waste diversion. And I want you over the coming years to love waste diversion as well. One, because it's the quick, cheap, and easy role in mitigating climate change. Residents want to do more. If you ask them about the things they do every day contributing to environmental degradation, they mention waste first and foremost. They feel they have to drive. They feel they have to heat, light, and cool their homes. But they don't feel they have to be throwing out the amount of garbage that they are. The other thing I love about waste is its composition. 40% recyclable, 40% organics, 10% what I call the last 6, e-waste, furniture, mattresses. True residual waste is less than 10% of the total. I also love waste because it's a common problem with all common solutions. Everybody's waste is the same. And most of all, I love it. There's only one rule to success, and you've seen it before. You didn't buy it this way. Nobody went to Walmart and bought the can of beans, cell phone, banana special of the week. You bought a cell phone separately, you bought a banana separately, you bought a can of beans separately, you consumed them separately, and at one point in time, you held each separately in your hand. So at the end of the day, all we're asking people to do is flick their wrist. In conclusions, Mayor Tory, you're going to meet with counterparts from around the world, and you're going to decide on choosing activities to promote, to achieve sustainability, to mitigate climate change. You should do so on 3 bases. 1, what's the size of the impact you're going to get? And I've already shown you on a cost-benefit analysis, waste diversion far and away exceeds anything else we're going to try and get people to do. 2, you're going to look at existing barriers. And Mayor, this is the easy one. If we can get people to eat McDonald's, we should be able to get them to do anything. And again, this is the easy one, right? You bought it separately, you consumed it separately. All we ask you to do is keep it separate, mix it together, it's aptly named. It's garbage. Keep it separate, we can perform miracles on this material.
And finally,
you want to take advantage of existing resources. And Mayor, if you'll pardon my French, we need to promote the merde out of our diversion programs in order to get the most out of them. In the words of Churchill, we can never, 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 never give up on our diversion efforts. I hope in the few minutes I've had this afternoon, I've given you some direction, focus, and hope. What to do, how to do it, and how it's going to help. Thank you, as always, so very, very much for your time and attention this afternoon. It very much appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I have a question for you, and I was hardly...
Bags are packed, I'm ready to go if that's...
I was almost afraid to interrupt you. You were in full flight there. But on your favorite subject of diversion, we have figures in front of us that say that those who have, for example, the extra-large garbage bin are putting into that garbage bin 77% of what goes in there is stuff that should be diverted somewhere else. So that's the problem that's put in front of us. On your favorite subject, what do we do about it?
Off the top of my head, Mayor, Gore will tell you the same thing. People make decisions based on money or morals. So we have two lines of attack. We can change the monetary instruments that we have. I used a little bin, we put it out once a month. To tell you the truth, I don't pay much attention to the rates. The other is to attack this from an ethical and moral standpoint. People know it's hot, it's getting hotter. They want to know what to do. And if you can promote diversion as the quick, cheap, and easy way of mitigating climate change, I think it'll go a long way to improving the diversion rates of all citizens, not just those with the larger bin.
That's a good answer, money and morals. I like that. Okay, other questions of our deputy, Mr. Muir? Mr. Muir, thank you. That was very interesting and lots of heart in that. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
And I heard your message before I go tomorrow night to Paris.
Safe journey.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good luck.
All right. Thank you very much. Carrie Correal, Blue Dot Movement. Carrie Correal here. Okay, that brings us to the end of then the deputations, and that would bring us to questions of staff by members of the council who are here or members of the committee. Hearing none, those wishing to speak from outside council first, Councillor Layton.
Thank you very much. I thought you said Councillor Perks, and I was looking around going, he's here? Yeah. I'd like to thank the deputants for coming down today. I'm going to try to be very brief. I was hoping that we'd have this passed by the time that we sent our good mayor to the COP conference in Paris, but I think, and I sincerely hope that the message is coming loud and clear from the residents. Many of us have grown up in the privileged Toronto, the Toronto that on weekends, in summer times, we get an opportunity to go out of the city and to experience all the benefits that nature that nature gives us, to see the different species of plants and animals, to breathe less toxic air, to swim in less toxic waters, to really enjoy all that nature has for us. We have also grown up, many of us, understanding that there are points of access for individuals to get involved in decision making. Maybe we had the opportunity to go to university and learn a little bit more about our government. Hopefully we did, or else we wouldn't all be sitting here. And understand that there are certain rights that we have access to. We have the means and the knowledge of how to access our elected officials. That's not shared by everyone. And I think that that's really, all of those things are what this Blue Dot movement that's happening across the country speaks to. It's one, those very basic rights to having a clean environment, and it's not necessarily us that we're talking about here. It's generations down the road that have that same right. Yet unborn generations that have those same rights that we do to being able to enjoy the wonderful bounty that our natural environment has bestowed for us. In particular, just how special it is in this part of the world that we are so lucky to be caretakers of while we're around. I think the other side is what we should do while we're here. And that's, as councillors, as elected officials, how and what should inform our decision making. And I hope and I feel that this motion that's come forward, that the Blue Dot movement gives a clear blueprint and a roadmap for elected officials across the country to take extra responsibility for what we have left and what we have to lose. I'd like to thank staff for, I know that there were a couple heated conversations actually outside of this room when originally legal staff were questioning some of the the potential implications of this. And I perhaps wasn't I wasn't in my best performance when I was passionately arguing that this didn't need to go back for a round in staff's hands, but I'm glad that I did, and I'm glad that it did, because I think what came out was something that that expanded on what was originally proposed. And so I thank them very much for their hard work on this, and apologize if I was short in my comments to them. I wanted to end by I was a bit sort of put off earlier today about the decision not to take this opportunity after years of study to undertake this polluter pays program for our largest water polluters in the city. And I did that because of some of the very basic tenets of what we're looking at and what we talk about when we talk about the right to a healthy environment and the drive that we have to get to that clean, green economy. It's not just words for me. This is something I truly believe in. And as we heard from Councillor Perks, the first couple steps in that is making sure that the field is not only even for those that pollute and those that don't. Because if you think about it, what we've essentially done in our with our water surcharge program is given an incentive for those to pollute at the detriment of companies that have made the upgrades to not pollute. Because they have a choice, these companies. They can pollute or they can not pollute. And if you have two companies, one has chosen to make the investment into technology that cleans their process and one that has not, we should be favoring the one that has chosen that. But and that's what this motion actually speaks to in point 4D or E or F or whatever it is. But what we've essentially done is made it more profitable because we've removed some of the external costs of some of these business operating. And I give a hard time to my colleague, Councillor Crawford, to the mayor through his staff, and to my good friend, Mr. Thompson, because this is actually something I fundamentally believe in as a starting point to set our economy off in the right direction and to send a clear message with our mayor to Paris. And with that, I'll close my remarks, and good luck there, and I hope you go with this in mind and wind in your sails.
Thank you, Councillor Layton. Councillors to speak on the committee or otherwise to this matter? Councillor Robinson, yes? Councillor Ainsley? Councillor Robinson first.
I'm just going to take 30 seconds and I just want to do a quick shout out to David Suzuki and the foundation for their decades of, well, the foundation not so much, but David Suzuki for his decades of work on this file. I remember being much younger and hearing him talk about the potential for these severe weather events down the road. And I always say that if only we had to listen to David Suzuki, maybe we wouldn't be where we are. But I think he's such an impressive Canadian, and he's contributed so much to our nation and now our cities. So I just wanted to say thank you to them. And this is the way of the future. This is the future, and clean tech and all those green energy, energy industries are the way we are moving forward. You talk about Uber. To me, it's the same perspective, and this is the way forward. So I will definitely be supporting this with 100% enthusiasm today.
Thank you, Councillor Robinson. Councillor Ainsley.
Thank you, Mayor Tory. I want to thank all the deputants for coming in this evening and waiting to make your deputations this afternoon. I think this is a very important issue. And, I was reading up on this when we were going through the agenda, and, in a typical Canadian fashion, we've been debating the environment and whether or not we should even have it in our Constitution for over 100 years. One of the interesting facts that I saw was Wilfrid Laurier's Liberal government back in 1912 had a Royal Commission on Conservation. And one of the results of that commission was that the constitutional uncertainty of protecting our environment was a huge issue when it came to water pollution. And so, over, 103 years we've been debating this and trying to decide whether or not it should be enshrined in our Constitution. And you look around the world, there's over 100 different countries now that have an environmental Bill of Rights or a right to a healthy environment enshrined in their Constitution. So I like the recommendations because I think it is something that we need the federal government to look at. we have 5 provinces and territories that have a right to the environment, or once again, an environmental Bill of Rights. Ontario had one back in 1993. The province of Quebec was the first back in 1978. And I think, you know, when you look at all those dynamics, close to 30,000, the World Health Organization points to 30,000 premature deaths in Canada from environmental issues. So I think there's still a lot of work to be done, and I'll be supporting these recommendations because I think this is something that really needs to continue to be looked at and enforced. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ainsley. Others to speak? Well, I will only say that to my friend Councillor Layton, in my own remarks, which will be 1 minute in length, have faith. I think we seem to end up in the right place, and I'm learning that around here myself because I've been here only a year. And we seem to end up in the right place. It seems to be a tortuous path sometimes, a lengthier path than it needs to be. So even with regard to events of earlier today, we're taking a look at doing something that I think is prudent. In this case, we did something that was prudent to have a look at this. I remember that you weren't very pleased that day when it was last year, but here it is again, and I think you're going to find you're going to get the support that you and the deputants have asked for today. So on that note, if there are no other speakers, we can call the question on this. Recorded vote.
On the item, all those in favor? Councillor Ainsley, Councillor Bailão, Councillor Crawford, Councillor McMahon, Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong, Mayor Tory, Councillor Robinson, and Councillor Schreiner. The item carries unanimously.
Again, with thanks to our staff and to Councillor Layton for his leadership, and to the deputants who visited with us today and shared their thoughts. So,
Mayor Tory?
we have 2 items. Yes, I'm sorry.
So the operating variance report I had held is still there, and I can release it?
Did you have a motion on that, Councillor? Okay, so we'll have to. It's just doing which? Oh, that small item about the $400,000. Okay, so do you want that motion is on the screen? Is it? There we are. It's the fuel, $443,000. That's been so moved. Are we ready for the question? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. Item is amended. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. All right. Next, then, that does bring us to the last 2 items, I think. 10.16 and 10.37. So 10.16 is the Truth and Reconciliation Commission of Canada, and we have 2 deputants on that. First, Diane Meredith. Thank you so much for your patience.
Both Mr. McAvoy and myself are representing Bathurst United Church, so I'll allow him to go first, and then I'll just make a few extra comments.
That's perfectly fine. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mayor Tory, members of the Executive. The Indian residential school system in Canada spanned approximately 150 years, with the last school only closing in 1996. It was an attempt to forcibly assimilate Aboriginal children into white European systems and culture. It's now recognized as a horrific aspect of Canadian history that resulted in both the cultural and physical genocide of First Nations children and leading to generations of trauma. The Truth and Reconciliation Commission published its final report this past June, making 94 recommendations. These recommendations come directly from the heartbreaking testimonies of courageous survivors of this abusive system. In his closing remarks, Justice Murray Sinclair, one of the commissioners, said, "Words are not enough. As commissioners, we have described for you a mountain. We have shown you the path to the top. We call upon you to do the climbing." Among Canadian cities, Toronto holds one of the largest numbers of Aboriginal peoples in this country. As a community of faith, Bathurst Street United Church is committed to forging new and right relations with all First Nations people, but especially with those of us in this community, a relationship that is built on respect, equity, and justice. The recommendations in 1016 are the roadmap to forging these new and right relations with this city's Aboriginal communities. At a congregational meeting held during the service last Sunday, November 29th, Bathurst Street United Church unanimously voted to call on the City of Toronto to adopt this motion. However, we have 4 additional requests. Paragraph 2 calls for a plan. However, in order to ensure that this plan is implemented in concrete and visible ways, we ask that the City Manager report back regularly to Council, at least quarterly, and to the public on the degree to which it has met its commitments to concrete action made in accordance with 1016 paragraph 2. We call on the city to pay special attention to those recommendations that address the needs of Aboriginal youth, women, health, education, cultural sovereignty, and housing for First Nations peoples. Be it through art installations or any other creative means, we also call on the city to make concrete efforts to continually educate the public on the history of the Indian residential school system. Aboriginal youth bring with them incredible resources, and we encourage you to utilize their creative resources to implement this ongoing education. I'm aware that, Mayor Tory, that you were able this summer to visit the pavilion at Fort York and see some of the work of the Aboriginal youth artists. Finally, paragraph 3 calls on the Ontario and Canadian governments to act in partnership with Canada's Aboriginal communities. In implementing these recommendations, it's essential that the City of Toronto as well commits to full consultation with First Nations communities, agencies, and peoples in this city. I'm a fifth-generation Torontonian. I never spoke to my grandfather about these issues, but I know because of his involvement with the federal government and the municipal government of his day that he certainly would have been aware of what was going on, and he probably was a supporter of the Indian Act and the residential school program. I'm a long-time member of the United Church, and the United Church was complicit in building the residential school system and maintaining it for decades. It's very difficult to live with that. It's very difficult to understand that, and that's why education is a critical aspect of the recommendations of the TRC. But it's not just education. It's all 4 parts of this motion. It's all 94 recommendations of the TRC. As Justice Sinclair said, the TRC has described the mountain, they've pointed out the path. It's now the job of all citizens, the federal, provincial, and the municipal levels of government to join and climb that mountain.
Thank you, Mr. McAvoy. Ms. Meredith?
I just want to add just a few points. We spent a lot of time writing and reflecting on this document because our community has been actively involved in finding ways and looking for relationships in which we can enact these recommendations. And so I think that's also key, that my concern and our hope is that this report, these recommendations, among many, many reports that have been done over the last decades, does not end up on the shelf, and that in fact it becomes a living document, a guide towards developing right relations with First Nations people in this city. We're aware, though, that whether or not as a community we get involved in this issue and we become partners and allies, First Nations people are moving forward. They are ensuring that their sovereignty is going to be respected, that their territory lands are protected, and the human rights are being honored. We do believe strongly that by adopting and taking concrete action on these recommendations, we can become part of that new historical moment that will turn us from a legacy of 500 years of colonization and abuse to one of right relations, nation-to-nation negotiations, and healthy communities. So I just want to reiterate that we will look to the Council quarterly or however you decide, but regularly for reports and ways in which these new relationships have been built in concrete ways so that these relationships and nation-to-nation and community-to-community efforts will be made. Thank you so much. And just to end, yes, good luck in Paris, and we do have many Indigenous voices leading the call for justice for our climate. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Meredith. Questions of the deputants? Thank you very much for a very thoughtful presentation, both of you. Much appreciated. Are there any questions of staff with respect to this matter? Are there those wishing to speak? From members of council, Councillor Layton.
Thank you very much. As the city's representative on the Aboriginal Advisory Committee for the last 5 years, I wanted to thank all of you for entertaining this motion that actually comes from that committee. in recognizing the atrocities that occurred for over 100 years until very recently, until the 80s. And it's difficult to talk about. And I don't talk about it without having a kind of uncomfortable feeling in my stomach about how it would have been possible that in as recent as my father's generation, that something like this would have happened in a country like Canada. A country that where how I grew up was everyone had every opportunity and was treated respectfully and with dignity. And to learn that I was 7 years old when the last school closed or something around thereabouts. Aboriginal women didn't even have the vote at the time of my birth, which is really like something, maybe for some of you, how that doesn't seem like such a stretch. No offense. Sorry, that was my lightening of the mood with an age joke. But
I don't know what kind of a point it is. When you gestured at me when you said that.
Yeah, well, I did. Well, you're at the end of the room and at the big side.
I guess in here I am the old man of the sea.
If Councillor Kelly was here, I would have done the same.
So you just carry on with your remarks.
But I get this uneasy feeling, and in some rooms it's very difficult to talk about, particularly I think for those who haven't spent time with Aboriginal communities and leaders in our community. I had the opportunity to go and attend the last of the reconciliation events in Edmonton in 2014, I believe, and it made an offering on behalf of the City of Toronto, which was our statement of commitment to Aboriginal peoples, to that process. I also gave a story from my own family lore, which I'll say in more detail at council if this gets there, which I'm confident it will. But I just wanted to state that it's okay to feel a little bit uncomfortable with this subject matter. It's okay to feel a little bad, as long as you get that feeling in your stomach that there's something you want to do about it. Because I've found that the best part of reconciliation is the peace that you find with recognizing it internally, but also finding out what you can do to make a difference in that. And I think that the mayor, I actually know that the mayor and others who were at the last Federation of Canadian Municipalities meeting really got the sense that the mayor of Edmonton got that and was excited about what they could accomplish together to overcome the atrocities that have happened. Because we can't, an apology isn't enough, and we can't go back and write them. So all we have is what we can move forward from here. I hope that and I know that in the coming months and years, the Aboriginal Affairs Advisory Committee will be coming forward with requests and recommendations to this committee around advocating other levels of government, around policy changes that they'll request on our programs, and there will likely be some budget requests that come in that. And I certainly hope that with this support today, that you'll also give careful consideration and remember the support you're giving today to those requests as they come forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Layton. Others wishing to speak? May I just say in all seriousness before calling the question to Councillor Layton, and I say you have the beauty and wonder of a new child. That child, probably based on precedent, will be sitting here one day or someplace like this and wondering how you and your father, who I, of course, many of us knew well, could have not thought about something, whether it had to do with the environment. It's a consciousness thing, and now, thanks, and I think the comments made earlier on were very relevant in terms of education being key to this. We've got people, there's still to this day a lot of people who don't really know what the Truth and Reconciliation Commission was all about and what the residential schools were, and they are a part of our history, like it or not. They are part of our history, and that I think that we've just got to always work at these things, and some of the recommendations here and some of the comments we received from you in terms of your additional comments, I think are definitely more than food for thought for us in terms of making sure that you absolutely guarantee that these kinds of things can't be repeated by making sure people understand what they were. I'll certainly be supporting this today. I'm sure we'll get broad support across the table, but thank you for your leadership again in making sure this came here from the Aboriginal Affairs Committee, and thank you to our deputies. Anybody else that wants to speak this afternoon? All right, and then we're ready to call the question, and it's the recommendations here unamended. All those in favor? Recorded vote.
On the item, all those in favor, Councillor Ainsley, Councillor Bailao, Councillor Crawford, Councillor McMahon, Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong, Mayor Tory, Councillor Robinson, Councillor Shiner. The item carries unanimously.
Thank you all again, and I think that brings us to our final item of the day, and that's 10.37, on which we have 4 deputants. And the first one listed here is Sean Patrick Stencil. You're a very patient man.
Thank you very much. Actually, I would like to thank the committee for their patience, because originally I was called about an hour ago by Teresa McClenahan, the Executive Director of the Canadian Environmental Law Association, who was supposed to appear before you, but she had to catch a train, especially because it was her partner, husband's birthday. So happy birthday to Brian Finnegan. I think Teresa made the right choice, but I'm the B team here for you today, so hopefully I'll do a good job. The message Teresa and Sela would like to bring to you, and first, who am I? My name is Sean Patrick Stencil. I'm a senior energy analyst with Greenpeace Canada, focused on renewable issues, but also nuclear risk issues, both here in Canada and internationally. And the message we wanted to take to you today is to urge you to pass this motion. And the reason for that is it's kind of a common sense motion. There are 10 reactors operating in the GTA. And this, in a way, is asking for a report back from staff. It's Toronto doing its due diligence about a public safety issue. And I think there are 2 precedents, I think, that would weigh in favor of also passing this motion. First is you've done this before. In recent years, for other hazardous industries, such as oil by train, pipelines, you've asked for reports from staff on the adequacy of emergency response. Following the ice storm, you similarly looked for reports from staff to find improvements to ensure public safety. This is along similar lines that I would encourage you to follow. The second precedent is this is what your neighbors have been doing. Durham Region, the neighboring municipality to Toronto, has passed similar resolutions. Last month, they passed a motion asking for the province of Ontario to be more transparent in regard to nuclear emergency planning, but also that they consider expanding the 10-kilometer primary zone. We are, of course, in the same, I would call it, risk footprint as Durham Region, being right next to the Pickering Station and Darlington Station, so it makes sense for us to do this. And in terms of other deputations to look at, Ajax Councillor Colleen Jordan sent in a letter to this committee urging you to pass this motion as well. She was one of the co-signatories of the motion that Durham Region passed last month. And I would note to that, in addition to Durham Region, all Scarborough councillors have passed or endorsed this motion. So why would Durham Region do this? Well, they've been hearing from their citizens, and a key concern is that nuclear emergency plans actually predate Chernobyl, or the basis for them. The 10-kilometer primary zone where potassium iodine has been distributed, that's referenced in the motion, dates from 1984. So the question being asked is this still appropriate following Fukushima? And is it in line with international best practices? It's technically the province who is in charge of these issues, but it has been 4 years since the Fukushima disaster began, and we haven't heard anything publicly from the province on these issues. And this was, in fact, a theme of the Darlington hearings that took place, or Canadian Nuclear Safety Commission hearings that took place last month. The Commission, over a week, heard from several hundred deputants, many of them from Toronto, raising issues about emergency planning and asking what was going on. It was interesting to look at the reaction of the Commission. At several points, commissioners admonished provincial representatives about why they weren't reacting to public concern from both citizens in Durham Region. So in conclusion, I think this is due diligence. I would note that it's of no cost to the city, but comes with a public safety benefit. Other jurisdictions, Durham Region has done this, and it has the support of most of Scarborough Council, or all of Scarborough councillors. So in conclusion, I would urge you to pass this motion, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Stencil. Are there questions of this deputy? Thank you for filling in admirably for your colleague. Any questions?
If I may, on a day when Sean Patrick Stencil is your B game, you're a pretty lucky committee. Just saying. Pretty knowledgeable cat.
Thank you very much. All right, hearing no questions, we will move on. Thanks so much.
Thank you, sir.
Alexander Belyakov. Did I pronounce your name right?
Yes, thank you very much. I appreciate this opportunity to speak in front of you. And I also participated in Darlington hearings, but because I am going to my letter that I submitted to you, I would like to explain about myself. I am an immigrant from Ukraine, and unfortunately I lived in Ukraine after a Chernobyl disaster. And I visited Chernobyl zone many times as an environmental journalist and researcher, and I had also opportunity to visit not only Chernobyl zone in Ukraine, but also in Belarus. And you know, it's totally different experience to speak about Chernobyl zone and visit it, and for some people even to live there, because we still have some people who return to Chernobyl zone. And unfortunately, what I remember from my visits and what I understand from this discussion, people highly underestimate all damage you may expect from nuclear accidents. And this is great opportunity for you going to Paris also to address some voices there saying that nuclear energy might be solution for climate change. You know, from my perspective, it's very hard to say so because damage from nuclear energy, at least what I had opportunity to see in Ukraine and Belarus and other countries, it's tremendous. And I did a lot of research on nuclear issues and especially on food security issues after nuclear accidents. And what surprised me a lot, it's agenda setting. People usually speak about evacuation, about zoning, but don't necessarily address issues that will challenge people at least 3 times a day, if people eat 3 times a day and drink. And I really appreciate, I received yesterday what I actually ordered. This is a RAD block that City of Toronto with partners distributes for residents. But what surprised me again, this is great opportunity to help people in case of emergency, but explanation I have nearby hardly provides some insights, and it creates even more some confusion, because I believe people will be thinking they can take one pill and they are protected for everything. It's not true. They are not protected for next 30 years or maybe next 20,000 years. And in case of Chernobyl and Fukushima, we know exactly that both disasters affected Canada as well, and still affecting to some extent. And this is truth about zoning issues and other problems we face, because if we think about nuclear emergency evacuation zones, we should think outside the box. It's not only about 10 or 50 kilometers. In case of Chernobyl, international organization confirmed some food restrictions so far as 1,000 kilometers from Chernobyl zone. And what is interesting, if we discuss food security issues after nuclear accidents and preparation, even the Canadian Nuclear Safety Commission has to admit that only few recommendations are made. And during hearings, I was surprised to learn that staff from this commission says we should actually look at special website that will probably appear during this accident. And you know, from ice storm in December 2013, that it's very possible to expect power outage or even complete blackout at nuclear power station. It will be very hard to access internet for sure. And it's very good to use this distribution as opportunity to educate people more about nuclear accidents, especially what kind of food they can safely eat and what is better to avoid, what to do with water and everything else. So I see more opportunities in this way. So I really suggest that Torontonians require more information about all of issues, and I ask you to support this motion and definitely improve nuclear emergency planning for Toronto.
And on that note, I'll thank you very much. You just finished right on time, and we appreciate that very much. Thank you for your being here today, Mr. Bilyakov. Any questions of this deputant? Okay, that would bring us then to Karen Buck, Citizens for a Safe Environment.
Thank you and good evening. And I'm thankful that all of the councillors who have brought this forward did that. I think it's great, and thank you very much. With regard to the operation of the nuclear generating stations that are closest to us, I do know that the Pickering Nuclear Generating Station has recently been refitted and is scheduled for a phase-out and a safe shutdown by 2020. So it is important to have that emergency plan in place, because there will be a continuance of, at a minimum, the operation of the Pickering Nuclear Generating Station as currently planned until 2020, and an as yet to be determined operational timeframe for the Darlington Nuclear Generating Station. I did make a presentation to the CNSC hearing, and you can read that later. Therefore, the currently planned operation means that both David Doan and I, who's a neighbor in the beaches, support the recommendation in the report before you today that requires the City of Toronto, through the City Manager and in consultation with the Medical Officer of Health and the Office of Emergency Management, and I've said it slightly differently, to review Ontario's nuclear emergency plans, taking into an account an OPG consideration of an accident involving a large-scale radiation release that we could be exposed to in the City of Toronto, to have input on what improvements in light of new best practices may be desirable to include in the off-site emergency planning for the City of Toronto, and to require the availability of potassium iodide pills for all residents in the city and workers within the 50-kilometer evacuation zone. Before closing, we want to inform the Chair and the members of this Executive Committee that our CNSC submission to the recent Darlington relicensing Part 2 hearings was both a written outline and oral presentation, which I have included, which you can read later. And David and I, our vision, of course, for Toronto and Ontario is a future Ontario that has planned for the implementation of a sustainable, renewable, and cost-effective Ontario electricity market. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Buck. Are there questions of this deputant? Well, thank you very much. Dorothy Golden Rosenberg. Good afternoon or good evening.
Good evening, I think, at this point. I was here in the afternoon, but this is now evening, so I'm sure everybody's quite ready to leave soon. I'm with Prevent Cancer Now, which is a national organization dedicated to stopping cancer before it starts. It's a Canadian national civil society organization, including scientists, health professionals and citizens working to stop cancer before it starts through education and advocacy to eliminate preventative causes of cancer. I also belong to the Toronto Cancer Prevention Coalition, which has come before this room on many occasions to talk about issues relating to cancer prevention in Toronto. I'm also a teacher. I teach about environmental and ecosystem health to graduate students at the University of Toronto. I very much appreciated the presentations of the Blue Dot program and the work that others have spoken about this afternoon. That was great. I've been working on environmental and ecosystem issues, I would say, for about 48 years. I celebrated my 78th birthday October the 1st. I'm known to my students as the granny on the bike, and I kind of live a very green life. I live in the annex. I teach at OISE, and I try to encourage people to live the kind of life that we need to have sustainability with, as you've heard before. Our deputation that we wrote, it was submitted yesterday, and I have some notes here to support the emergency planning for a large-scale nuclear accident in the Greater Toronto Area, and to support the motion by Councillor Layton and the other city councillors where they are requesting for reporting regarding the Darlington Nuclear Generating Station, the license renewal for rebuilding and related discussions of emergency response, Toronto's emergency response protocols, the appropriateness of a 10-kilometer primary response zone for distribution of potassium iodide pills, and potential expansion to 50-kilometer evacuation zones, as in other jurisdictions. In support of these initiatives, Prevent Cancer Now emphasizes that aging reactors, they develop faults, and the human designers, builders, and operators are all fallible. The chance of a large-scale accident is not vanishingly small, and it's important to act upon it. As many others have noticed in their many deputations, which I've been reading the files, and from the Canadian Association of Physicians for the Environment, from the Canadian Environmental Law Association, and others, the provincial nuclear accident response planning is out of date. It's based on an overly optimistic thinking formulated pre-Chernobyl and updated pre-Fukushima. Toronto is not limited by this planning, as the city can go further to protect its citizens today while urging the province to catch up. Potassium iodide pills are to protect people from radioactive iodine and thyroid cancer. While iodine is an important element released during nuclear accidents, there are many more radioactive cancer-causing elements for which we do not have similar protective actions. The pills are one important action for public health, but emergency planning and response is much larger and more complex, involving emergency responders and medical services and the need for competency in radiation protection and monitoring. We would expect that the forthcoming report will address such broader issues. It's impossible to draw a safe line for emergency response in the case of nuclear disasters, and emergency responses seldom, if ever, proceed as smoothly as idealized. Current research, and we know about the fact that Switzerland has pre-distributed potassium iodide to all persons living within 50 kilometers of its nuclear plants. It made this decision based on transparent accident modeling. Belgium's Conseil de la Santé also recommends selective predisposition of potassium iodide to pregnant women residing within 100 miles of the country's nuclear stations. And when it comes to pregnant women, we're talking about the developing fetus. And some of you may be aware of the fact that there is no safe dose of contaminants when we're talking about the developing fetus, especially in the first trimester of pregnancy, when we know that all the different systems of the body are being laid down at that time, and exposures can be drastic both for that baby and for its future generations. So we really need to think about of the issues when we're talking about what we call windows of vulnerability in the environmental medicine, environmental health discourse.
I'll just have to ask you to conclude, Ms. Rosenberg, if you could.
Just about finished.
Thank you.
Wanted to say also that we do we want to make sure that we do support the motion and recommendations by Councillor Layton requesting the change for the distribution. I just wanted to add in closing that I ordered my own potassium iodide pills today myself. So we can all do that, even because I live in the annex, I'm still within that 50-kilometer radius. So thanks very much, and I wish you good luck in Paris. My own daughter, who lives in France, is going to be there with Naomi Klein when she presents her film. This Changes Everything. They're having a big screening tomorrow, actually. So good luck there, and we hope that you will take the recommendations of Councillor Layton and his, is it 10 other councillors? Because it says 11, but I wasn't sure if it you and 11, so yes, thanks very much.
We may soon add to that list, but thank you very much. We appreciate your patience and your being here. I think you had the last word from the deputates today. Are there any questions of this deputant? Are there any questions of staff that anybody wishes to ask? Are there any members of council wishing to speak? Councillor Layton.
I'll be very brief. I know that this has sort of looked like the Councillor Layton show in the last couple items, and my apologies that they've all been sort of backfilled to this meeting. You don't need to be a nuclear physicist to get that this is an important issue. And if you wanted the knowledge of a nuclear physicist, 3 of them have submitted deputations as a result. And I first got concerned about this, or raised my eyebrows, when about 6 months ago I learned that they were going to be mailing potassium iodide pills to everyone within 10 kilometers. And I had just thought how absurd that was, and how wild that, like, I'd never heard of this before, and it hasn't even come across my desk, even though, like, I don't represent a neighborhood that would be receiving the pills. And then was told, oh, but in other jurisdictions, they distribute it to 50 kilometers around in an area of people. And you're still eligible to get them, but you need to call in and order them from your pharmacy or something like that, and order them online. They'll send them to your house. Well, who's doing that? Like, honestly, who's really actually doing that? And the reason why they're now being told they have to do that is because they've learned nobody's doing it. No one's ordering these pills because they don't know they need them, and or could potentially use them. And the fact is, and this is pointed out in a deputation from CAPE, in that we haven't updated our safety protocols since pre-Fukushima, which is like they're starting to get dated with the amount of knowledge that we have about what could potentially happen in the unlikely, albeit unlikely event of an emergency. Our good friends in Durham region have taken a much stronger position. The recommendations that were made by the councillors from Scarborough and myself were just that let's get a report back from our emergency management office rather than jump straight to making a request to the province. I thought that was a bit more of a prudent approach, but Durham certainly looked at it, and they support expanding this this primary area that would receive the KI pills. It wasn't until a little bit more research and reading some of the deputations that we've gotten, which are published articles from a variety of scientific journals, was the thought that, what do we do in the case of food? And if all of us recall back to the ice storm, something as trivial as that, how many of our systems sort of broke down and people's food at home was becoming unedible, and this, that, and the other. Well, this would do that on a massively larger scale. So I think it's probably safe to say we need to update the rules, since some of these disasters have happened worldwide. And I think asking for a report is a pretty simple way of starting that. So I thank very much the members of the community who brought this to my attention, and I know to many of the Scarborough councillors' attention as well. Look forward to seeing how we can be better prepared.
Thank you, Councillor Layton. Others wishing to speak? All right. I'm sorry, Councillor Ainsley.
Thank you, Mayor Tory. I want to thank you, Councillor Layton, for bringing this forward. I actually live in the 10-kilometer zone. I remember when my wife and I got married, and we moved into the house we're currently in back in 1997, and shortly after that, we got something from OPG. It was the escape plan in case there's an issue at the Pickering Nuclear Power Plant, and it was basically drive north. and keep driving north. If you get a warning, just start driving north. And then all the issues around the Darlington, the shutting it down, and there was a notice in the paper, we'd be getting these pills. And that's the only notice I got in my household. If I wasn't getting the Toronto Star, I wouldn't have any idea what these pills were at all. They show up in the house in the package, and they're in the mail. It was a bulk mail. And my wife's like, what do we do with these? And I was like, well, put them in a safe place, keep them away from the kids, and make sure they're handy, and make sure we know they're there in case something goes wrong at Pickering or Darlington. But otherwise, I have neighbors that come and go. They, nobody's tracking people, or they move in and out of the 10-kilometer zone. What do? They have no idea. And then, I started doing some reading. I talked to different people, and there's other municipalities around the world. They actually have a 50-kilometer zone. So, I'm supporting these recommendations. I would like an idea of, I think there needs to be better communication about what happens if there's a problem at Pickering or Darlington, because I hope it doesn't have a huge impact. Our 15-year-old son just did a science project where they say CANDU nuclear reactors are amongst the safest ones manufactured anywhere in the world, but they're still sending us pills. So, that concerns me a little bit. And I would like to know how our emergency guidelines stack up to other municipalities around the world and countries. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ainsley. Anyone else wishing to speak? All right, we're ready for the question then on 10.37. The recommendation is here, and there's a report to come back to us on March 2016. All those in favor? Recorded vote.
On the recommendations in the letter, all those in favor, Councillor Ainsley, Councillor Bailão, Councillor Crawford, Councillor McMahon, Mayor Tory, Councillor Robinson, and Councillor Shiner. Carries unanimously.
If there's no other business, we will ask for a motion to adjourn from Councillor Ainsley. All those in favor, opposed, carried. Meeting is adjourned, and thank you all very much.